大江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000赏，几曾着眼看后望。
无尘师兄，就是你的不朽面具，可以。
An ominous aura still pervades this place, even though Omnius is no more. If you happen across Sai, you must remember that she is no longer the little sister that you once loved.
Don't worry, Father. I'm going to bring her home. No matter what. Sai, this area is perilous. You can't stay here long. This... Sai! This is too dangerous! Put down your blade!
Enough of your talk, hypocrite!
Your brother! Your kin! Come home!
She's already in hell and she'll meet again soon! Hey, Sai! Sai! Check out what your big bro just made for you! It's a horse! There's a good girl. With me here, you don't need to worry about a thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise. Protect you.
No!
Sai, I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I'll keep you safe!
Brother.
It's to hell I must descend. To save you, then so be it! I'll bring you home no matter what! Sai!
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30公里尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几层卓眼看后望。真度，旌旗探欧陆。
身！
天赋小心。好多了你。无尘师兄，就是你的不朽面具，可以。
听心底呀音乐，多少心愿，换多少人间，当有人没有赴约，梦恨也苦在遥远，当风还搂着明天，哪怕一辈子等一夜，这后来别表现，还整个美与世界。告诉我们与季节会贴在耳朵边，爱情的像几片雪中的像从前，还忘了每一季节陪着光告别，孤独等着秋千。可以把声音调回去，张老师。来帮我剪下昼夜， 可以再湿一点，现在有点太干了。接下来这首歌回音如果根据《永劫无间》职业联赛春决改编的歌词，愿各位选手如破界勇者无畏挑战，撕裂枷锁，铸就新的传说。黑的我，远上云朵，远方琥珀云也闪烁。我听过冷漠，我听过了风，梦过了我，寒了雨像是我，回了一句怕什么，真心爱着，如果就会活着。是我，是我，迷了泛着光的传说，领着我，要翻山越岭往前冲。大空中悬浮怎么做？熬一扑空，展开心海。 什么？最后一首歌，让我们一起奔赴心中的星辰大海，让我看到你们的星光，好吗？
我愿变成一颗恒星，守护海底的蜂蜜。It's my dream, it's magic， 照亮你的心。To your eyes， 有多远的距离？穿过人海，别停下来，趁现在还有期待。会不会我们的爱会被风吹向大海，不再回来？每当你向我走来，告诉我星辰大海。遥遥微光，与我同行，盛开在黎明。To your eyes， 有多远的距离？穿过人海，别停下来，趁现在还有期待。会不会我们的爱会被风吹向大海，不再回来？每当你向我走来，告诉我星辰大海。会不会唱？接下来让我听你们唱好吗？趁现在还有期待。会不会我们的爱会被风吹向大海，不再回来？每当你向我走来，告诉我星辰大海。会不会我们的爱像细针守护大海，不曾离开？我向你奔赴而来，你就是星辰大海。谢谢。唱完了，非常的想跟大家再来一局啊，不过时间不太够用了，下次有机会再跟大家一起玩。我的宇宙无敌号巡演下个月就会降落在上海，欢迎你们来看哦。Nbpl 的选手们，加油！
大家对我们好像都虎视眈眈的，但外界的声音影响不了我们。
翻抽了，这一刀再一看，奈何桥活到了最后。
走，哥带你灌。
我们最大的遗憾的话，就是去年最后一个节杯没有夺得大满贯嘛。
是否期待自己再一次捧杯的感受？我曾经也感受过站在顶峰的快感，我想带我的队友们一起再次感受一下奖杯的重量。
作为一支新进到 Nbpl 的战队，这次打到了春决，我相信我们能成为赛场上的一匹黑马。
小南直接被带走，小豪这场比赛已经杀疯了。SR 纵使没有战场，但他们切入时机是恰到好处。
大家打职业都不可能一帆风顺嘛，然后有点跌宕起伏也是很正常的，这会给我们更多的动力吧。
这场比赛积极是肯定不愿意接受平局的。希拉这边的话不着急，330的变化先当第一道保险。这场比赛积极27个击败。
我觉得我们 OA 战队最大的优势是比较敢打、敢操作吧，然后在火阳镜里面正面3-3的胜率还是挺高的。
而且微博里繁星是有一个完璧光佑的，一直在给依然打药。
我是护 A， 也没什么办法。
我们对于总决赛的磨合程度的话，现在算比较正常吧，只能说尽力去打好我们。
总决赛我们会拿出最好的状态去迎接它，拿下总冠军，即使失败也不留遗憾。
这暴打是全新的3个选手一起磨合的，至少今年来看，我觉得我们还是有争冠希望的。
多练习吧，然后拿出最好的状态，打好每一把，我是觉得很好了。
然后拍下去，双抓，
对被还双抓了。
你们2个人还能把那个位置站住，你多意思不？
相比去年会比较敢打，然后现在磨合的也不错。目标的话肯定只有冠军嘛，就为了争一口气。
第2季斩获一个淘汰分数，现在已经来到了19个淘汰分。卡卡西疯狂给队友奶。
最后2秒钟，看看东京9活到了最后吗？
这次总决赛我们是有长绝招的，那些队伍你们等着吧。
如果我是最后一块拼图这个事吧，其实评价倒不重要，主要就是把自己能做到的东西做到了，自然就能拿成绩。除了冠军，其他的都不重要。
我们依然会做好自己，全力以赴面对每一场比赛。
再一次向冠军冲击的一次机会吧，在2025的春季赛拿下它。
火阳镜遇到我们就得小心点了。
这次春决我们势在必得。
我们的目标不单是周冠，更是总冠。
这一次总决赛冠军，我们不会拱手相让。
你好，上海现场所有的解宝们，让我感受一下你们的热情好吗？感谢黄晓云带来的开场演绎。你现在正在收看的是2025永劫无间职业联赛春季赛3排总决赛的现场。大家好，我是任栋。昨天我们一起见证了单排周子尧的夺冠，今天在我身后12支将要向我身边的主龙奖杯发起冲击的3排队伍也已经准备就绪。现场所有永劫无间的玩家朋友们，拿出你们的呐喊声，欢迎战队登场！首先请出的是成都狼队。成都狼队，奈何桥，扎克、刘江星。 接下来，让我们有请深圳第二季。 深圳第二季冬青无心酒吧卡卡西，掌声欢迎 ASC。 ASC 战队，米斯特、小韩、小温。接下来，让我们欢迎 GL。 GL 战队，小小洛、晚风、酷酷。接下来，让我们欢迎深圳 WBC。 深圳微博 Gaming， 叶然、繁星、Leo， 掌声有请暴打战队。 暴打战队，半进小恶魔周涛。下面让我们一起欢迎欧游记。 欧游记战队，小玉宝、苏苏、小雨。接下来，让我们欢迎 SR 战队。SR 战队，小豪、俊贤、 Rico。掌声有请成都鲜血。 成都积极战队，陈江生、李新苗330。接下来，让我们欢迎 OA 战队。 OA 战队，图图、皮皮、梦。接下来，让我们欢迎第4双周冠军 TE。 TE 战队，匹克、小南、子龙。接下来，让我们欢迎 YCG。
我们的征途是星辰大海 ，YGG 的王朝现在开始建立。
3连周冠，创造历史，距离王朝仅1步之遥。现场所有的铁宝们，拿出你们的掌声、呐喊声，欢迎 YCG！ YCG 战队，钱滚滚、韩旭杰、陈玄之鼓手，12支决战战队集结完毕，童年有限，童心永存，愿你们勇往直前，共赴星辰大海。2025 Nbpl 永劫无间职业联赛春季赛3排总决赛现在开始。
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally here. The Nbpl Spring Split Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. It's going to be a very exciting day. I am Donkey Donuts, joined by Survivor. It's going to be an ugly one. I think you and I both are very excited to see what these teams have cooked up for us today. What are your thoughts moving forward, Sir?
Yo, today is going to be the day. After yesterday's shenanigans in the solos grand finals, a incredible showcase for the Pro League in terms of solos. Today is the day I've been waiting for a while. I was able to see what pre-finals is bringing us up into, and then just looking past in the season, looking at how strong one particular team, YG, has performed. And then all of a sudden, in week 4, seeing another team take that spot for the bi-weekly final win. Every other team has been preparing for this, just making sure that they get their core fundamentals in, especially considering that once whoever comes out today as a victor gets that guaranteed J-Cup spot for the qualifiers.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big one. We're all very excited, and we're also all very excited but the prospect of potentially getting oh my god. We've got all the drops as per usual, of course, so you can get your hands on those drops as long as you have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. If you're on YouTube, unfortunately, you won't be able to do this, so head over to twitch.tv NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Make sure that you can get your hands on these, because you're not going to be able to get them after today. I think that's it. After today, gone. It's over. So make sure to get it done, and then if you want to get your hands on that cap and potentially the emote, if you're that rare person who wants to emote over the hat, so I have to say you probably are, one in a 1,000 at this point. You have to stick around for the answer for treasures, and to make sure that you're paying attention throughout the stream and throughout those games, because the questions, ever since they added this spicy reward, have gotten much more difficult. So make sure you pay attention, otherwise you might miss out.
And you guys have to understand, when it comes to the questions and once the chat and all the winners get chosen, just be calm, be patient. You'll see it in the chat from NARAKA BLADEPOINT, and make sure you have your UID standby. And don't forget about those drops that come out here for having your Twitch account linked to your NARAKA BLADEPOINT account. Getting Silk, getting Tay, over the course of time, it stacks up. But back to the grand finals action, and just trying to go into a fundamental aspect about what we're about to see today. Now, if you guys don't know how the operation is settling in, the teams go through in terms of a process of finals format where there's 8 rounds. And in the first 3 rounds, the teams have themselves with no hero points available. What we mean by that is that in a normal 6 rounds rotation, 9 hero points are available for all the teams. And in which case they have to utilize the heroes carefully, because after a certain point of usage, they start costing points and they start dwindling down over the course of time. But for the first 3 rounds into an 8-round format, there is no hero points. When we get to the pick ban phases, where characters are chosen X amount of times, in this case 3 to 5 times, there'll be a +1 or even +2 point, but there is no opportunity for that +2, because the moment that ban goes into play, Duncan, that's it. You can't choose them. Even as much as we like to see a Syra come out here and 6 choice pick, I don't even think that's going to be happening very soon, because I think she's going to be one of the more core fundamental units to be utilized in the first 3 rounds, and then some once we get into the final half.
Yeah, absolutely. I was doing a little refresher. It has been a couple weeks now since we had the pre-finals, and during those pre-finals, in the first few games of the day, we saw a little bit of a mixed bag. However, there was still, I think, majority new transformers. So we had Tianhai, and then the Kylan, and then the Zipping, and we also had the Syras coming through. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, but we'll see what happens today, because as I just said, it's been 2 weeks. We've had a lot of time to go back to the drawing board and try and figure something out, try and put something together for the grand finals. And it's very possible that quite a few of these teams were, they were sandbagging, they weren't showing anything off. They were waiting to show off their what they had up their sleeve until the grand finals, the big one. And speaking of the big one, look at that sub. That's a big bag right there. It's a big bag for the champs. 350,000 RMB. Oh my goodness.
That's a lot of moolah coming through here, man. I know these guys are about to spend it out. And I think in USD, that's around $50,000 for that first place team to come through. Not to be included for second place, 240,000 yuan, 100,000 for third, and so on and so forth from 4th to 12th. But one very important part, every round, MVP gets a cash prize for the yuan. You can see the 20,000 or so with the dash. It can go upwards to over 100,000. It gets crazy. It gets crazy if we go on for tonight. Our proposed points, though, earned from the pre-finals is going to be showcased here today. WBG were able to get 5 proposed points, 6.2 for YZG. Wolves was 7, 7.4 for TE, 7.6 OA, and JL. If you guys don't know how proposed points work, they bring us into a point where they place their 6 rounds prior, and then they get a portion of the points, 20% from pre-finals. Now we're going to look at Bowder with 8.3 points, 8.5 for ASC, DRG with 13.2, 14.2 for OUG, and GG with 14.7. SR again with the highest proposed point count with 15.7. If I'm mistaken, week 1 or week 2, they had the highest count, but they ended up on the lower end of the list. I hope that's not a curse, but more importantly, our match point threshold, Duncan, that thing has been lowered by 4 points, and that could make all the difference.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was lowered for solos, and it's been lowered for trios. I'm not sure the exact reason why this happened, but it definitely makes things a little bit more exciting. Here up on the screen right now, we can see the history throughout the bi-weeklies of these teams. So red means that they made it to the bi-weekly final for that bi-weekly. Grayed out means they didn't make it to the bi-weekly final, and gold means that they won the bi-weekly final. And YZG looking pretty gold up there in the top left. 3 out of 4 wins. Never before has this ever happened. YZG were the very first team, I believe, to ever manage to get three bi-weekly championships. If they got to 4, that would have just been it. You know, just why even play the rest of the year? It's just over. It's just cooking. But hey, speaking of playing, we've got the maps here for you, ladies and gentlemen, and it's changed up a little bit. We've got the Morris Isle Night to kick us off for the day, Padoria Midnight in game number 2, and then Holleroth Dusk for game number 3. And the rest of the day, obviously, we've got the 3 daytime maps on games 4, 5, and 6, and then I believe we end off the day, if we get there, that is, with a few more 5-5 games.
And I just got confirmation, you know, shout out to our cosplayers out there in CN, going crazy, obviously in the stands, all the players and fans alike inside of Shanghai Stadium. We do need to make mention, right? And this is what I was waiting for this weekend to occur. So pre-finals, we didn't have Wu Chen. Wu Chen was not available. We didn't have Wu Chen was not able to be used. This is the same case for grand finals. I want to make sure you guys have that notion. So expectancy and seeing Wu Chen, he's not going to be in the play. This is really exciting because he is one of those random, you know, use of a hero that, you know, for the Viper with Contessa, that AOT comp, the Attack on Titan comp, the Blind Day comp, however which way you want to call it. The fact that he's out of it, we saw the result of that in pre-finals, where teams are just testing things out. JL included, started playing out with Viper, Matari, and Siren, and started doing other shenanigans, and just seeing what is going to work out best. For the past 2 weeks, these teams had to have gotten through for training and understanding certain comps that can now work without Wu Chen. It opens the door up for Tessa, it opens up the door up for Viper to see where they can fit alongside every single person.
It's going to be exciting to see what they've cooked up for us. I'm sure a lot of you in chat are waiting to see what I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see the Taka compositions, because we saw quite a few people playing this comp in the pre-finals. You know, YZG picking it twice. I believe SR also picked it twice. There were a couple teams who first timed it in the league. You know, I think it was DRG, maybe Wolves. Even neither of them had really played it at all. And they played it in game number 6 of the pre-finals. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we're seeing the same target composition, or if there's something different. Personally, I don't think that the Tianhai Kurumi Targa is the final form of the target composition, but we'll see. We'll see what they've been cooking up. They could have spent a little bit more time trying to figure out their Viper composition than trying to fine-tune a Targa one. But perhaps that may not be said for YZG. You know, TXJ, he was seemingly quite adamant that Tarka had a place in the meta, but it just came down to doing more experimentation and seeing where things went moving forward. So who knows? But I think there are going to be a few people who are hoping for Valda today. So because we saw a little bit of Wombo, the Wombo Viper Valda, the ranked comp that Oh my god, you guys are so cringe. You know, that comp, that one right there, where you just get jumped out of nowhere. But let's see if they bring it out today. What are you hoping for? What are you hoping for, sir?
I'm honestly waiting to see if there's any other new variations of target performer, to be honest. For instances, it always really depends on what seems to be that niche option for Kurumi and Tianhai. And if Tarka is going to be that play, that's cool and all. We saw Wolves bring it out, like you said, into Morris Isle Night, that 6th round into pre-finals. The first time they ever brought it in terms of playing in the league. Only 9 points, but one thing's for sure, they were able to get to the end game circle, at least attempting to do so. We see any other variation for that team comp that opens up the door for either of the other 2 remaining units to see where Target can lie into. A lot of things to keep in consideration for an 8-round format is how well can you keep yourself healthy with points, and if you want to kind of keep yourself safe, that's where the the experimentation comes out. Zai Former is also another comp that kind of works its rounds, considering that the Zai Former, meaning with Zai, with Tianhai, and with a selection of heroes between Syra, Kurumi, even to the Zippy meme, very rare, it would end up being a place where we can see the innovation come into play. And just talking about the innovation, the boys in town, bro, they are back through the stage, and this team, YZG, with helming out with QGG, TXJ, and CXC, these guys have been killing this season. We talked about it. Look at the stat lines. Average kills in this team has been 8.8 overall this season, 42,000 damage average, and with the top 5 rate of 48%. This team has been able to kind of work through and trying to lurk, into the shadows of their team comp. Sansife and Syra, ironically, one of the better comps in terms of points average score. This comp selection definitely does have the higher point average overall between any of the team comps. Although we like to talk about how that Viper and Tesla works for them, this comp is going to be the one comp that they could definitely bring out of the value of it if they want to double pick it to triple pick and potentially just going ahead and just trying to swap in between. Now, other teams that have been playing in the league for a minute, such as with GG, has also been WBG. Now, WBG, they had the lowest proposed points so far. This league, we saw yesterday solos with WBG's verse taking in the victory. He was able to accrue his team the victory for spring season. His coach was like, yo, our team in trios is like, it's a struggle bus, and I'm hoping to see what they're going to end up going through. And I especially want to see what WBG ends up going through, especially with the ice cream comp, which is another variation that we have yet to kind of really see more into definite forms, but it is one of the higher tier pick comps that has been selected this season.
Oh yeah, for sure. The ice cream comp, the Bing Chilling comp, because also, just side note, nobody from the West came up with this name. This is just what they're calling it in China. So, we're calling it ice cream, but because ice cream in Chinese is Bing Chilling, that means that they call this comp the Bing Chilling comp. So that's what we mean. It's not that we made it up. They came up with it. And it actually fits so well, because on multiple levels, because it's Bing Chilling because it's ice cream, because of Justina, and then I also feel like this comp is just really, really good. So you are kind of just Bing Chilling. You're chilling playing this comp because it is really that good, quite frankly. So we'll have to see whether or not it does well today. We might see some adaptations. Who knows? I'm really looking forward to it though. It's whether or not the Justina is practiced and experienced. I think that's the biggest thing that comes down to in this composition. Justina in general, at this level, especially in trios, you have to be really well versed on this character. You have to have an abundance of experience, loads of reps playing this character in a trios environment to really get value out of this composition. And funny enough, the same can be said for Tarka for sure. It's not easy. It's not easy to play this character in trios, in solos, or whatever, because you need a lot of experience. And speaking of the Tarka comp, I'm kind of hoping to see SR do really well with it, because I think they were actually the team that had the highest average points out of all of their games playing Tarka. And I have to say, SR Junks, the guy who plays Tarka for their team, is probably seemingly the most experienced out of the league, from what I could tell. But we'll see. We shall see. OA right here, pick rate 1%, but their average points at 13, looking pretty solid for them here. OA's Edward yesterday putting up a good fight, but unfortunately not able to take it for himself. He did really well though, for sure. But hey, who knows what's going to be happening today? So they could just hit us with a curveball right off the bat. But it's also quite possible that we might just see the same as usual. It could be an even split in the first game, and nothing too exciting will actually happen until the later games in the day.
Yeah, seriously, I love curveballs, especially in this environment where there's something that the players have to try to adapt to if it works severely well, right? Something out of the woodworks that ends up working in the early rounds that the teams have to start deciding upon using, whether in the phase or even a lot earlier. But for the instances of the teams that we saw, DRG, with the proposed points of 13.2, sometimes proposed points don't really have that much, name in their, the sake. I mean, if you end up with a proposed point high point value, 15.7, for instance, for SR, they can end up having 2 games, knocking on wood, it doesn't happen. Shout out to the COD players again. But with 15.7 points, 2 dumpster games could just turn the tides. We could end up having Wolves get like a 28 kill game. And we've seen it happen. We've seen it not just Wolves, we've seen even OUG with a 30 bomb 1 point last year to kind of earn themselves that spot as being the kill leaders. And that's it with the 12-team lobby. And the extension of how these points kind of work themselves out for the value of the best comp that they believe in, it's only going to be what's going to be available once we get to the phase pick systems, which is going to be right now. WBG, YZG, Wolves, and TE, they take the first phase, while the second round selection, OA, JL, Bauda, and ASC, they are going to take the second phase. DRG, OUG, GG, and SR take that third phase. And that points that I was mentioning, the hero points, the first 3 rounds take no hero points. The team has nothing allocated. If there's a pick ban on a ban on a hero of just 1 point, the next following phase cannot, and I repeat, they cannot choose that hero whatsoever. And Duncan, I'm just looking for these, I'm looking for the wild card picks, but we're entering into that first phase for game 1.
Yeah, for sure. But I will say it's likely we're going to see the same comp be picked up across the board in the first round selection. But let's wait and see. I've been proven right for the first 2 pickups here. Wolves and YZG going to be the next to choose. They have 25 seconds. I'm sure they've already come up with the ideas, but they're just okay. Wait a minute. YZG, what are they going to pick? Okay, then. Fair enough. Classic caster shenanigans. You predict something 5 seconds later, immediately gets proved wrong. I love to see it. But there we go. No character banned out just yet off of that first round selection. Now going into the second one here, we have OA and Bauda picking up the new Transformers, the Kailin at Tianhai and the Zipping, and then Ayo. Okay, interesting. We've got Matari, Syra, and Viper. Now this kind of works in my mind because Matari Viper does so well together. But what is that? Is that Matari Shail Feria serve?
Yeah, it is. The JL's comp, we saw that comp last for pre-final, I should say.
Hadi!
GG bringing in the Unreal comp. Hadi in the I can't believe it, yo. Duh, I can't believe it.
Bro, what?
It, bro. Rub my hands together like Birdman, man. We're wrapping this up. No questions about it, Dunk, dude. This is the unconventional. We're not
ugly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hey, nice. Curveball straight off the rip, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited? This is gonna be an interesting one for sure. Oh my goodness, there. Wait, we're about to load in those serve. Let's get it. Game number 1, Nbpl Spring Split Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at those ability choices served. What do you think is going to be even goofier here? Probably not.
Bro, I can't. There's no team comps for like the shenanigan comps, so I have to go by what I see, by what I know. Now, obviously for Viper, V1 is always going to be the chase, not the case for GG. Alex, I'm going for the V2, F2 variation, and as well as for Jingyu from OUG with the Hadi and the Matari, whereas GG had the Zai and the Matari. And then bringing it out towards Justina, same old combo breaker with the V1 variation and with the Syra V1 F1. Now, towards DRG, Kakaxi having the F2, V2. We're seeing a lot of that coming out for today. And then having an opportunity of seeing JL opt in for the silence into the stun. Now, this is going to be the case where we look at ASC. They're bringing the V2 back. I think I saw that last time. F2 for miss from the Shail. No combo breaker in this team, by the way, at all whatsoever. And then looking at YZG, V1 variation for the Tianhai, or for the Tumultuous, I should say. And then getting a chance of seeing about the other hero selection picks. I'm pretty sure they're going to be the normal F1 V3 Takedas, because that's what we're normally seeing. But these comps are going to be pocketed in Morris Isle just for the Fireflies, Duncan, and straight up we can see those pocket spawns.
Absolutely. We're going to see some timing attacks. We're going to see some off-the-rip oogliness right here with OUG and YZG looking to contest each other like just right off the rip, hit the ground running, go against one of the strongest teams in the league. We've got SR and TE in the top right of the map, potentially looking to contest that Firefly Cave. Now, there's Fireflies in other places, guys. You don't have to go to the cave. It's nighttime. You're all good. But ASU Wolves over there on the East Coast. GG and OA kind of, you know, they're a little bit split, but they're relatively close to YZG and OUG. So I think we're going to be seeing a timing attack come out from OA here. We're going to try and loot up that gold area as fast as possible, and then immediately head on over to YZG and OUG. But let's get it served, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. Game number 1 has commenced, and SRGG already jumping in and going head to head.
And taking a jump right now, you can see Junks is looking to the forward head with the katana as well as Halberd. Hoping to see about a stagger onto LXM, who catches the scare rush. 1-2's in the play right now for Junks. It's all about holding himself with the momentum, but he gets blown up. The F2 from the Viper, enough to kill. And with it, CGS getting the elimination. LXM on Zhao. And then looking for another team here. DRG looking to get the ambush off the end with one ultimate ready to go for the V2 for Viper. That's a lot of pops coming through here with 3-3-0 getting immediately deleted from those flying knives. The Doxy is still not going to have an issue. His team is ready to go here, and that ambush attempt just works in their favor completely. 4 eliminations off rip, having nearly 18,000 Dark-Tide coins, earning themselves up for armors later on. And in the meanwhile, TE are still looting up themselves with purple weapon on one hand, common armors all across the field, and blue weapons on standby. This is where Peak is going to take the first notion, just being that sentry and leading himself out to see about any sort of teams in order to spot them out like a drone.
Are we going to see them find anyone here? I don't think so. It looks as though they are going to go past the cave. Going to be looking to potentially buy up some loot, but they have no money, so perhaps not. Regardless, we do see YZG here. I don't think they actually fought off spawn. It looks as though YZG and OUG didn't actually end up fighting at the very beginning of the game. Perhaps something, perhaps they pulled back, perhaps they ended up swapping the last second, who knows. But we are going to see the scrap-off coming through from Bowder and JL. We've got one grab coming through. Zhao Zhao is going to get slammed. He just, oh, wait a minute, just barely avoids the fire cage, but he does get caught from within his ultimate, not able to do anything with it whatsoever. Now YZG jumping into the mix, immediately getting grabbed. QGG might go down here. He's not been able to pop that ultimate. ZZZT is going to come out of that Monk ultimate. The Tianhai is out of Vajra state. And now Bowder on the receiving end of a lot of damage. Triple ultimates coming out from YZG. TXJ with the beam, the chasing these players down. Is he gonna catch him? I believe it's just a formality at this point. Cuckoo 2, he may put his best foot forward and try and escape this, but I highly doubt he's gonna be able to do so. There it is. Oh, beautifully done by TXJ. The jump parry, try to catch him on the dodge, finds him with the frame trap on the jump R&B. He's gonna be able to finish him off pretty soon, I imagine. There it is, but his teammate has gone down. JL going into the mix. Zhao Zhao is fighting back. He does have the ultimate up. TXJ with the parry though, the sap as well. Zhao Zhao now has the ultimate, and QGG might be in a bit of a sticky situation. He gets caught. The ult's not going to save him. TXJ now one-man army. Is he going to be able to pull this one off, sir? Because I don't know, Batari ult in the mix, it's going to be difficult.
Going to be really difficult. The horizontal pin just get denied with the Atari F2 skill. And nothing to boot, even with the Viper in the backline, the longsword beams alone are going to be enough of an issue. And a challenge for TXJ, trying to stay alive. The team still has his lives available, but JR are able to pick up 3 eliminations total before the shot starts to go through. Now the refresh coming out here, we're going to switch over to DRG versus SR. V2 Viper on the standby. Kurumi will say Rock. Boombait in play right now. Nice connection up for Rico, who is taking a beating. Tries to get back to Kurumi, trying to kill himself, and it's going to be successful for just a minute longer. As much as the challenges come through to get right back into that Kurumi circle, you know there's gonna be a lot of plays out here. They have one from Skada. There's gonna be the huge plays from the move man to try to lock down Junks for the DPS just to get eliminated. But DRG weren't able to go ahead and confirm that. But doesn't mean it's over yet. Junks still has his chance to try to go for those random Highland Dragon Slayers. If he can find the armor slot, which he does, he can allow himself to go right back into the fight, even with the side ultimate. Dong Xing hoping to go for the gold focus. Doesn't capture as much as he was hoping for. He's going for the sustain. He gets elimination just like that. We got 6 eliminations for ERG. Looking to pick up 7 after Rico gets eliminated here. And just like that, this team is set up for gold and dark type coins once that shop starts to open up. We've seen the Chopi WBG are getting kills off against Wolves, and in the distance, OUG and ASC all the way in the southeast corner of the entirety of Morris Isle, taking toes to the faces with the hot ultimate in play.
We got the Shyle in the mix right now. A rare sight to see, ladies and gentlemen. As you can imagine, we don't really see this character very often. We've got OUG fighting back. They're putting up a fight. The V2 coming out from Jin Yu is going to be able to delay the onslaught right now, but Mist is going to catch him. The shield throw catching him out. The F2 as well. What is this F2? What the?
Yeah, dude.
Get off me! It's just, what the hell? Shyle, for the most part, F1's usually the play, but F2 coming out of there into the surprise factor. And surprise factor number 2, the focus slide coming out from Baby U. Ooh, but the F2, he gets it, knocks him back, but the Soul Bloom's gonna come in clutch for Baby U. Zhao Wen is on his own, and he is gonna go down to OUG and their Hardy comp. This is just the Hardy comp versus the Shyle comp. Just the 2 oddballs within the scene right now on the corner of the map going head to head. OUG comes away victorious though, and they had Matariel as well, so they were definitely chilling. But it looks as though OA may be closing in on them. They've sniffed them out right here. They may have spotted them in the distance. Perhaps they had a bounty on the other team. Jumping in, PP's out of position. Baby U's looking to try and close it down. Looks as though they're going to back off here. The shop is what they were looking for, I believe. They're going to be disengaging into the desert, into the night. But OUG doesn't want to let him go, so they might fully commit to this one.
His Audio ultimate is going to be used. The teleport hasn't been placed just yet, but Tutik's going to be looking for those grabs as fast as he can. This position, you saw how Tutik was able to kind of allow for the team to aggregate towards his direction, to have his team in their territory, trying to force him in his position. Obviously, didn't work out as best as planned. Now that he has no Tianhai ultimate, the pressure against the Viper only comes down to whether or not it's a V2 or V1 variation. For his knowledge, he doesn't know until it's too late. Now for Mango to be the first one caught out here, he still has that Kylan ultimate ready to go. We got the F2, it's going to shotgun blast his health bar. Tutik takes the blow for that, and then Witch It, we have that Ballista hoping to be used here sometime soon, potentially. We'll see how that happens. And in the meantime, we know that Wolves is actually having that movement to be used in the background in their own fight. And while this team kind of backs off here, the ambush is going to be set. This is going to be the play. Once again, in their fight now with SS in the play from OUG, the zipping ult in midair, the V2 Viper in play from the Jin Yu to try to go for the shotgun blast. The Matari ultimate doesn't get any sort of pause, maybe potentially coming out here for the resets, looking for the blow up right now. There's going to be one chance right now for the Tianhai to be deleted. He's at 50% rage, and we're looking at SS. He has no armor whatsoever. He's getting focused down by Ma in the background. He's going Kylan heavy with those slashes off the ultimate. Baby though gets eliminated here from the F2. Baby U as Matari making it work for the team with 3 eliminations built up. SS is still struggle busting in the background. One solo picked up is enough to go through here for that teammate. But if anything comes out for SS to get eliminated, that Tianhai is there for OA's mom to have that overall support. And looking at this narrow corridor, it's like I'm looking at a Star Wars episode going through here, man. Everyone is just waiting for that corridor fight to happen, unless Tutik trips over the pebbles and he can't cross this barrier.
It's neck and neck right now. Meng will have ultimate up in a little while, but so will Jin Yu, so we may be able to see that burst come through. Meng is struggling right now, and it looks as though Jin Yu's just gonna be able to take him down. The 2 versus 1, they're isolating this player, denying the counterplay, denying any options, is going to make short work of them now. OUG SS did go for the resurrection, the salty res coming back. OUG, they believed they could win this one, and they guessed right. They were able to manage it, but now going into the Realm of Yang, our first Realm of Yang of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we've got TE Xiaonan monking up, going up against, I believe, DRG. Xiaonan on top of the pillar, looking to try and find one of these grabs. He's looking for it, but they've used that Matari ultimate to be able to deny that line of sight or make it that much more difficult to land these grabs. The dash comes through, going through Xiaonan, denying the grab yet again. The players are trying to hold them down. They do find one. Wait a minute, WX98 may go down here. The secondary grab comes through. They do eliminate one, and now the Monk ultimate is going to be going down. You in a very low HP situation. The Viper's trying to chase him down, but the kill is going to come through. Dongxing with that Zai ultimate is going to find the parry on the left field. He's going to be able to regen a little bit of that health, but the zipping is going to give them so much sustain here. It might be difficult to overcome. Dongxing, he's trying, he's managed it. One of them is down for the count. Peak chasing them down with these flying knives. The 1 versus 2 situation. Wait a minute, he finds it. Yeah. Oh, 1v1. Kakaishi's lifted. It's not looking good. Wait a minute, he goes to the RMB focus. Can he clutch this one? The .9 comes through. The delayed wake up. Peak trying to find it. Holding the LMB, gets hit in the face by the shotgun blast. The Viper, there it is, catches him on the wake up, but he fumbles the combo. The jump LMB. Is he gonna find it? The overhold, and Peak takes the win. Oh my goodness. TE. Oh my god. Holy moly.
It's Peak. It's literally Peak, bro. Absolute cinema in the play right now, dude. This is crazy. He gets himself going through here. We're so back. We got Tuna going out here for the plays, and these guys got to have Vermillions well earned. 3 eliminations, first ones in that Rummy Yang fight. And of course, having a chance right now, common flying knives, the play. But in the bushes, lurking. Man, look at these guys. ASC are holding it down in that bush for dear life, hoping that they don't get spotted out by a random stray shot. And that's going to work out in their favor. But we're switching back over to Gamma Mine. JL now approaching towards the scene. And with OA actually on the standby, this is going to be the point right now with this team winning out their Rummy Yang. 6 eliminations built up. Building into this motion with the purple crossbow just for the scaling for Cuckoo, but of course the flying knife. The weapon that we have to talk about real momentarily, this weapon is diabolical in all forms of combat, trios and solos alike. And then with the notion that we know that with, you know, flying knives being as strong as they are, still having to work around with other weapons. TXJ, gold pole sword, why wouldn't we? TXJ has been able to work out and using the pole sword a long time ago in terms of using it, you know, primarily. It's almost as if he was a solos player at heart, but now bringing in more so in terms of trios, playing out the Syra with it. It's like you're seeing this, you know, in flash action. No Adobe player. Meanwhile, JL taking a fight out of this with the Syra ultimate. The B1 Viper is going to be an active usage, and with the Viper ultimate in play, the Matari has to use it in response. Xiaoxiao doesn't get that one off here for his team as ZK gets immediately obliterated from the stun and the blow up as it continuously goes through here. He still has to see the ultimate. He got silenced though, so he can't profit to escape or play on the rebound effect.
Damn, that barrier mech disappeared. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it could come down to the fact that they are pretty scaled up. The Golden Staff contributing to that Syra ult beam damage. They're going to try and chase these players down, but it looks as though Wolves got that presence of mind to head right on over to the Ballista. They may be eating a big chunk of damage very soon. 3, 2, 1, boom! There it is! ZK fighting to the last, trying his best to survive, and he manages to do so, but not for very long, unfortunately. WBG jumping in is going to be able to third-party JL. They are going to go down, I believe. They do have that Vermilion Birdsmite, though, so I think we're okay. We're chilling. But, hey, the Yang depletion cleanse, it is pretty huge for them right here. YZG, another team with that Vermilion Birdsmite, is going to be eliminated, but they are, again, Vermilion Birdsmite, they are vibing. They're going to go away, reset, reassess the situation and look to continue scaling up. And speaking of scaling up, let's take a look at those score lines. We got DRG in the top. Oh my goodness, 12 eliminations already. OUG on 6, GG on 2, YZG on 9, JL on 6, TE on 3, WBG on... Wait, I thought it was 10, but no, it's 5. ASE on 1, Bowder on 1, OA on 1, and Wolves with 0, unfortunately. And it looks as though Wolves, right, it's not looking too good for them right now. LJX currently trying his best to disengage, being chased into the zone here by WBG. They need their soul. They want to claim that last soul bloom to try and cleanse the Yang depletion, but it's going to be a tough one. He's going to make them work for it.
Oh, yeah, it is. Now, LJX gets caught out here, most likely for just one straight RMB, and this is going to be the motion where NiHQ is going to have to survive for the team. for this elimination. WBG then will pick up their 6th elimination on the board going into this. Still having to prepare for that second round Yang. Still having to get purple armors, and then maybe even looking to get a gold armor if they want to kind of compile that gold for just 1 unit. We're switching on to the first round Yang though, but this replay as YZG were able to win this out up against a Kylan Informer. Seeing how TXJ has his no options right now to kind of work into laying at the Syra and getting a multi-directional light beam to hit all targets within and outside of the multi circle. Seeing how ZZT, CPT as he's much known better as, he has his options to go around these pillars as Tumult Circle is in play, but no one's going to be able to get locked down. TXJ is getting these level 2 light beams, causing a full stagger, and then with the option right now for it, it's going to be a way harder fight once it's out of play. And now for CPT, RMB Blue Focus, it gets Takeda countered. F1 combo breaker comes up from that bell, but I don't think QG has a problem. It's a nice parry. Successfully looking to switch his target to CM, who gets parried. Sap Strike coming from the back end, and then switching on back straight over to CPT. And with the F1 active, there's nothing he can do in that close quarters fight. CPT though, Cloud as a whole, this team had actually lost to Rami Yang. They got their kills. TE actually were able to get eliminated, but these guys were knee deep in the zone all the way from Servants Grounds, and we still have, if I'm not mistaken, 100 meters to make their way towards it. They're going for the res, and this is going to be enough for that Lucas escalation. Could be enough problem for them if they don't get enough timing. Oh my goodness, they still have a journey ahead of them. And I ain't talking about no hobbits. I'm just talking about the trilogy, the prequels. And now for Sleepy Team, it might not be a good look for this team to make it out of the zone, especially with that tick damage. For XDM, he's still going to be okay. He has no grapples. I might have taken a little bit too soon, but this team will have to hope that no other team is on the vicinity. We look for the res on Jing passively, but we're switching over to the Rami Yang. Rami Yang 2 entries with TE and JL. There's going to be the focal point right now. Gold weapon on Cuckoo, and with Youth with the gold pole sword. Going to see 2 tunas on this team and an aerial dash, as well as just hoping to see how these weapons operate against one another in the sky.
Yep, the jump LMBs from that spear for Xiaonan. Just stalling a little bit, trying to see if he can find a little something, but no. He's going to drop to the ground. We're going to see that Tianhai ultimate get popped. Xiaonan now in a bit of a tough spot. That Viper ultimate is going to come through and hit him with the stun, but thankfully the Kylan is going to be able to avoid it. And oh my goodness, that Viper's not having a good time. That's being juggled around right there by the Kylan ultimate, by the flying knives. TE doing a good job of fending off this onslaught, fending off this burst damage. Xiao Xiao does get grabbed now. He is gonna... wait a minute. Oh, we don't see that secondary grab. The silence comes through. One Fang dashing through, trying to find it. Goes for the release. A little bit too oogly right there. Oh, wait a second. I saw the follow-up, but no. One Fang is going to be able to disengage for a little bit. Xiao Xiao is going to protect him for the moment. They're trying to get this heal off. They're trying to get that reset, but it's not looking too good. That was Mortal Defiance. Wait a minute. Mortal Defiance from Xiao... oh, no. Wait. Yeah, Mortal Defiance from Xiao Xiao. What on earth? Yeah. How on earth did he get that? That's insane. Cuckoo 2 is... I mean, even with the Mortal Defiance, it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. JL are still going to go down. TE looking pretty good. The Viper comp in the realm of Yang not able to manage it. Not able to scale the mountain that is the new Transformer composition. Then again, TE were pretty scaled up. They're pretty stacked. There's the weapons, everything. They were ready for that one. That Tianhai ultimate, they were ready.
Yeah, TE just got the Mofongo, they got the Bandeja Paisa, they got Hepta Detach, right? They got a gold fan, right? And this is on a Kylan former. This means that this Hepta Detach can go to peak if he desires to pick it up. The Youth is going to be the main carrier, but if he ends up picking that up, Kylan ultimates can go for slashes. If they miss, then he can go ahead and get the Hepta animation to come out here. And I'm really worried about whether the teams are going to survive that, because look at TE stats, 6 kill eliminations. They're at the median range right now with 2 teams at the top of 12, YZG as well as DRT. We're looking over to the second Romy Yang. You know, deja vu moments coming through here, where YZG, that raw uppercut is brother! Uppercut like wild. That. It works. It works. TXJ gets his ultimate, and without that third teammate, ASC's Han has to escape. The notion is made. TXJ looking to try to go for those dazzles, or if he's successful, he catches Zhao Wen, and with the carry Ken shot, the damage is already done. This man has no armor. All the focus could be made right now. The V2 teleportation route comes out as V2 is in play for this Matari, but look at the Takeda with the Merciless Havoc as well. It's a massively understatement of how stacked this team has earned themselves out for this Rami Yang, just like how we saw from TE, and they're still looking to take this fight. ASC Han is not going that one, and that allows them to get great gear upgrades. Look at the Jades right now. Having a soul release on QGG is diabolical, right? The Merciless Havoc on CXE has been transitioned over. And then seeing an Assassin's Launch on TXJ as well as the Tuna, we also have an Erudition on QGG. So if he gets that lockdown, this team can go crazy. And like we mentioned, TXJ with the Sap Jade, this man has been a parry demon so far, and we still have other opponents. GG are making their approach as we haven't seen as much playing out, but now it's going to be the case on towards YZG.
I don't know if they're going to get caught off guard here, though. They did pick up that Mystic Mice. They can see how many players are chasing them right now, because it's not just one team. It's multiple. DRG, GG, all looking to close in and fiend this YZG, but CJS, wait a minute, may have bitten off a little bit more than you could chew, buddy. Gets caught by the Wisp. The ultimate comes out, the Matari ultimate as well to boot, and CJS might be taken down here, even with that White Tiger's Prowess. The Viper ultimate now going to be popped to keep them alive, but it's not enough whatsoever. CJS does go down, and now YZG, they looked as though they were the vulnerable targets here, but no, they're the ones to be able to turn it around and take down one of those players. But it looks as though the rest of the lobby is not really all that interested. They'd rather continue chasing YZG right now. GG are going to be able to get that full res for free. That's insane. That's actually ridiculous that they get this res off. YZG, thankfully though, they are going to be able to disengage and fully make it out of there. Heading right on over to the shop to try and take advantage of some of the Darktide coins they've managed to build up. And looking good right now, I have to say. YZG in the pre-finals unfortunately weren't doing so hot. But today, 13 kills so far, looking pretty good, so.
Yeah, we're stat tracking, dude. If we get to 20 kills in first place, that's a 28-point day, or game one. And putting into the proposed points that they've missed out on and picking up. I mean, they started off with 6.2. This would be a really great way to catch that first place. I'm telling you, that could be a potential. This team has the comp to make it like a staple comp, right? The Sand Siphon Syra has been successful for them. It's an understatement. So for them to rocket into that first round pick, also allowing for other teams to kind of get the option to go for the common former more often for the second round phase, that's going to be the notion. Group heal on peak, though, as he's able to pick that up for the team, sustain. Youth is now going to be the wielder, still the wielder that have the detach. And then seeing about a group heal actually on Xiaonan as well. So 2 group heals on this team to kind of work off of this. Both of them going to be really, really heavy. What I'm kind of concerned about is Yanan being on that group heal, because if he goes in Tiantai ult format, he won't be able to heal. Kylan can if he's on ult, but he's usually using his ultimate to go on more offensively. As you can see, the pelting shots coming out here from GG, they're going to be looking to try to force this Spearwell to be in their favor. White Tiger's Prowess on the line. Ult refresh potentially coming out here. Yanan can go ahead, find the timing right now. If anyone wants to contest this, it's all towards the Tianhai. ZZZT from Bowda, Sleepy T. He is right there waiting for this Tianhai ult to end so that he can contest this circle. As long as the teams look to try to stay inside the Spearwell, it's going to be only a matter of time if they want to kite this buff to be picked up later on. And as such, it's only a ticking time before a Ballista shot comes out. Just like I said, WG Ron, he's on it. He's looking to try to launch some shots out towards the south side, but he looks to weigh himself up and north. He's going back and forth, looking left, looking right, looking up and looking down, man. This man's a compass on the move, and he's making sure that if anyone is going to be spotted out, that he can get that straight shot, just like how he did towards YZG, who still are looking healthy as ever. And hoping, I'm hoping, if YZG can try to find the ambush at just the right amount of time, that Spearwell is going to be the key part of that.
I don't think it's going to happen, buddy. It's not happening. I'm pretty sure that the players on the Spearwell right now, they are all on that new Transformers comp, and one of them, I can't remember, I think it was Bowda, they did not have purple armor. So they're just like, "Ew, guys, it's okay. You can have the buff. Just let me have an armor, please. It's okay. Just drop it and take the buff. Go, have fun." You know, they're just gonna let them take it and then claim the armor that gets dropped for themselves so that they can scale up. And it's very reminiscent of solos. You know, the idea, the reason why this is a thing, the reason why they're doing this is because over time things have evolved. You know, strategy has changed where certain compositions are going to get focused down heading into those endgame scenarios. So if you don't want to get focused down, ideally you need to have other people on the same composition that you're on, and then not really look to fight each other. Because if you do fight each other, you're essentially just griefing yourself, because you're making yourselves weaker for the other teams and other players in the lobby who are playing other things that want to focus you down. So right here we see TE, they're going to claim the buff, they're going to get 3 gold armors, and Bowda, who I think are... Where are they? Where are you, Bowda? I don't see you anywhere. Out of sight, out of mind right now. I don't see them at all, but I reckon one of them's got a purple armor, or maybe even two right now, because they picked it up off that Spirit Well. Because it makes sense to keep them alive, and that's why right here we can also see that YZG, DRG, they're all the Wolves are all very friendly right now. There's no need to fight each other, because it would just mean that you're making it yourself and making the other team that's the same as you weaker, and then you're heading into an endgame where the other teams have not really been fighting each other because they have no interest, and then you're just screwing yourself over. So this is why this happens, and this is why theoretically it's actually just straight up optimal. It leaves a poor taste in the mouth at times, but at the same time, what can you do? What can you do? You have to do this realistically. Sometimes it gets taken a little bit too far, and that is why Wu Chen is banned today, XD. But you know, as long as it's not being taken too far, and as long as realistically you're still playing for yourselves, because that's the point of it all. If your objective is to improve your chances and give yourself more of an advantage to win, that is what's important, and that allows this to be relatively okay. Because look right there, Bowder, 2 purple armors now. Now they can move around with this team, and they won't get focused down by the entire lobby because they'll have some backup essentially.
Otherwise, a Coke battle comes out, right? Bringing us back towards the Caribbean. We're getting all these cannon shots of Buccaneering. Oh my goodness, Venn diagram. Close enough, T. John only gets struck by 1, and he's having to emergency ultimate. Now the fights are going to be had. Jaja Leo is going to be looking to go ahead and get the ultimate stun if he can get it. The lobby can focus his Tianhai down. How are they going to protect? No one's focusing him down. That's great. But of course, 5-second stun goes by in the blink of an eye. The Keelan ultimate is in play right now for XCM. He's going to be metered out to the Keelan guard, and now hoarding into the Spirit Bowl with the Mystic Might. CPT is on active Tianhai duty since Jaja does not have any rifle ultimate. There is no way to go group field contest this area for a stun. CC control. Anything of the matter for CPT. He gets 1 grab. He's looking for the 2nd grab. And he's going to be making sure his team gets as much resets onto the target in midair if they can. But of course, the V2 Viper comes out here from the backside. You know there's going to be a play right now for DRG. Lukaku look for 1 focal point soft target, and CPT gets no problems here. The zipping F1 comes out, and he has full armor. So long as he doesn't get burned, he should be good. But Jaja just got ult right back again. The 5-second stun could be popping out here just in the nick of time. And everyone teleports out the... I don't know, man. This is kind of nuts coming through here, considering there's no root tempo. When you see it happen, Yaron finds the grab. Luku gets his slam down going out of here. Obviously, right there is going to be the elimination from that Flame Ringer as GDCGS finds a kill against WBG. We still have 14 eliminations for YCG coming into the play, and JL are still looking to try to stack them up as they are going ahead and making sure they can keep themselves healthy as can be.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of healthy, look at the Wolves right now. They're not looking too solid. They've got triple blue armor, the blueberries of the bunch right now. They're trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible, trying to snipe away a couple kills if they can and get some armors perhaps. But it's going to be a tough one. Speaking of getting kills, TE Youth does go down here to OUG Baby U, but it looks as though they're going to be committed to try and get this resurrection off if they can. The Tianhai is in that Vajra state, but Peak, he's desperately trying to get this resurrection off, but it's not looking too good for them. Unfortunately, JL are just absolutely fiending this team right now. WDG also in the mix. Jing in that Kylan ultimate is trying to do something, but is not going to be able to. He is going to go down along with Xiao Nan. This is not looking good whatsoever. They were looking really strong. TE, they had the resources, but now it's all gone over to the rest of the lobby. YZG now picking these bodies clean, going to be trying to scale up and get the last few resources to make sure that they can elevate their chances of winning this lobby. THK going for a very early Syra ultimate here. We do see that tumultuous come through. CJS does get focused down. No armor left. The Matari ultimate popping. Now the Zai ultimate as well. YZG able to force out 2 ultimates very, very easily without committing all that much for themselves. GG now next on the list, 3-3-0. His teammate does have group here, keeping him topped up just that little bit. THJ now retreating back over to his teammates. DRG on the other side, sending out these musket shots, the crossbow as well, trying to find something. DRG, you can see they're just waiting, biding their time, looking for that opportune moment to jump in and cause chaos. The Tumult ultimate does get forced out now, but GG is going to be going down for this one. Wait a second. QGG with that Takeda ultimate is going to be doing a lot of damage right now. ZK goes down as well. Wolves just getting absolutely obliterated. Only 1 member left alive on his feet. Kakaishi goes down, and it looks as though YZG might be taking the first game dub serve because they're looking very dominant right now.
looking really strong, finding themselves in the corner, finding these last hit procs that they've been looking out for. The Viper stun, or rather the stagger, could cause issues. TXG gets focused out. He's the focal point as a commotion. Losing him out here may not be just the end. TXJ had the Syra ultimate to pocket it out and be on safe duty. See, now these teleports are being played out here. It's kind of crazy how OUG is able to get out of these situations, as the Wu Chen alternative has been that hottie in this comp selection for the last minute and some seconds. We know that these teams are looking for those ultimates that had already been consumed on which targets. TXJ is going to be the easiest one to kind of target this one out here, as LXM takes to the skies. He's making sure he can look for the opportunity, just staying up there as long as he can, using this one tree and other players to his advantage, keeping himself aloof. TXJ on the ground level, potentially looking to try to get himself away from these guys. Doesn't gonna be the case here. He is finding a corner with QGG under the 10 side as they get elimination against Cuckoo. LJX getting his Syra ultimates coming after a light beam. Jinyu getting a level 2 light beam with that advanced heal proc, procking out here. I said the group heal, finding a common or blue armor swap and a V2 proc, getting himself healthy, and he's looking for those ending those end circle kills right there. QGG eating up a lot of zone tick damage, and Baby U still has that ultimate ready for Matari for the last 30 seconds. LJX looking at the kills. TXJ gets SS out of from OUG and looking to try to go for the drop downs, looking for the last hit target to off to his hand. This is a very tight fight. We get Jinyu out of the game. We get the Soul Bloom, and TXJ looking for Xiao Xiao, who has that V1 Viper. This is going to be an upset moment, but with the other Viper in play, Alex sent to buy himself a couple extra seconds. Baby U goes down. QGG actually getting eliminated as a result, and YZG are down. No multiplier as JL are surviving till the last moment with Dong Ching, and it comes down to JL with the MVP for first place, taking that multiplier. Still have to determine how the MVPs are going to be standing up to this dunk.
It's YZG for sure, buddy. The YZG performance heading into those final moments of the game. They were on 13 in the mid to late game transitionary phase, and then come away with over 20 eliminations at the end of it all. They didn't get that multiplier, unfortunately, but no need. No need. If you just get enough kills, you're chilling, you're just vibing. And they are now, I believe, at the very top of the leaderboard, having started off the day with not very many pre-post points. They're gonna end the first game at the top of the leaderboard. YZG, the GOATs. Hey, they won 3 bi-weeklies for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. They are looking pretty strong. They've come back today with a vengeance. They're ready to go and try and take it all for themselves, but are they going to be able to do so? Because there were still quite a few teams there at the end who had plenty of eliminations. What a game to start us off, sir. What a game. It's going to be a banger series today. And, hey, considering that, we may end up ending the day early, potentially. You know, it's possible. It's possible.
Classic.
It's possible. YZG, they're kind of the GOATs, no? 20 plus kills, game 1. They're at 30 plus points already. They need to get to 59.
I know.
59. If they get another huge game next game, it's possible.
Listen. I'm just gonna call it in the air. You know, I'm gonna put my hands up in the air. Caught. I'm caught. Listen, cast a curse. 2 words. Feared among many, developed by few. And this is the worrisome effort, but let alone YZG getting the MVP there, but some points pretty stagnantly pretty high. Listen, chat, be calm, be ready. You know, like Bombo says, take care, behave. How many players chose Hottie Ismail in game 1? A1, B2, C3, or D4? It's like, how many Tarkos are chosen in the game? I wouldn't answer that question, but the Hottie is the question you guys want to answer out in Twitch chat. Is it A, B, C, or D? It's pretty easy. We were calling them out about it. How it was, how there was a team that were bringing, you know, wild card picks. You know, we saw Shayol in the play. We saw V2 Matari. You know, and we saw a hottie. Yeah, that's right. There's only one hottie in the game. That was brought out to you by OUG bringing out that hottie. So it's kind of a big surprise coming from there. That's why I was like, wait a second, did this team just pour it out? And I'm like, yeah, they did. There's no Wu Chens on the field. The team went to the sky once the pop was about to happen from the Viper. Just classico 2024 hottie Levertech action. The only problem that comes out is that he's been gutted, you know? So seeing him kind of work out, even after the chances of being nerfed, I mean, the team's using it for the scapegoat, you know, type motion, so that way they can get to the high ground. The only problem is now, you know, compared to where he was before, very niche in his performance. But then again, this team got double digits kills and kind of working in it fantastically well. And this is what I was trying to bring up the point before, you know, first game is the most valuable game in the grand finals, because now that we have what the players are bringing out as a notion, since Wu Chen is banned, what is going to be the case for game 2? What's going to be the case for game 3? These are Fireflight maps. All the premier picks that are going through here are now deducted by 1 without having that Viper Wu Chen test of core comp. Now the shenanigans are out here to play. And I think the players know that for sure, considering that if the potential to get to game 8, you know, knocking on wood to see if that happens, but if the players are being prepared to try to use their points for a C, you know, for like the core Sand Siphon Syra, if they want to go for Kylan Former, Tarka Former even, to try to get that Tian high in usage, these teams are trying to save those points assuredly for those motions.
Yeah, it's definitely quite likely that we might see a Tarka coming through. And I'm not saying that just because, you know, it's me, but genuinely, because in the pre-finals, we saw Tarka get picked up quite a few times on those Firefly maps. We saw it get picked up on the Holoroth, we saw it get picked up predominantly on the Morris, but considering that it's flipped around today and that Morris-Isle Night is the first game of the day, they didn't really want to pull it out in game number 1. So we could very well see it in game number 2 and even game number 3. But let's take a look at the scoreboard off the back of that game. Oh my goodness, 23 eliminations for YZG, 24.5 points. DRG with 16, going up to 18.5. JL with 11. They were able to secure that first place multiplier, taking them up to 17.2. OUG on 13 eliminations, 14.5. TE with 8. GG with 7. WBG with 6.5. ASE with 2.5. It's pretty top heavy right now, I'm not gonna lie. The top of the leaderboard is looking pretty strong right now. And look at that damage. Speaking of strong, TXJ, 34,000 damage with 6 kills and 12 assists. 19,000 for QGG with 8 eliminations, 13 assists, and then 18,000 for CXZ with 9 eliminations and 6 assists. Massive game for TXJ and his team.
Yeah, you know, he's gonna be the MVP. Not TXJ. Dang, bro. Oh my goodness, the damage, that's insane. And he's still not gonna have the higher kill count. But then again, you know, time will tell. OA, 8.6 points overall. Wolves at 9, 9.8 for Bowda in 10th. ASE at 11, 11.5 for WBG, and TE in 7th place in SR. Look at this, man. It's that curse I was talking about. They got the highest proposed points coming into today. No points earned. Not even 1 kill, not even a 0.5 per placement. They're still at that core value. GG at 21.7, while 25.2 for JL. 3rd place has OUG at 28.7, 30.7 for YZG and DRG. Still overall, first place, 31.7. That's what I was wondering. I was like, man, these guys are going crazy with their points right now. They didn't get the multiplier. JL was able to accrue for that. An MVP given to YZG, but they still had enough points to kind of work themselves up. Just 1 point over YZG. You know, 59 proposed points, or 59 points to say. That's the match point threshold. If the team ends up going crazy, 20 kill first place game, like I said, that's 28 points. They are good to go for match point. If they get anything crazier, like we saw YZG of 23 plus kill game, and still going high, they'll end up going crazier in the leaderboard regardless. We got some clips and highlights that were brought to you by China Unicom. First fight off the rip inside of the graveyard. But before then, they were taking the field into the excellent.
躲了，是服了。射，张起灵马上手血出来输了，我们抓到前面。没事，我帮你限制小人，张起灵很强。
On his descent back down to the ground, but it doesn't really matter at that point. They're so healthy. They've got pretty much, you know, half of their armor each, all ready to go. They can trade out their health and they just finish off this team. Just a formality at that point. YZG able to accelerate their lead very effectively. And then right here, when we saw them getting chased by 3 different teams, they're able to get this kill and then get out again. They're absolutely insane from them. YZG, they were looking really strong right here. Unfortunately, things just fell apart all of a sudden. One of them went down, and then it was just QGG and TXJ trying to fend off the rest of the lobby. They do pick up a few more eliminations leading up to those final moments, which does net them that MVP in the very end of it all. Unfortunately, not able to get that first place finish, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Still a really strong showing from them from game number 1, and I'm hoping to see a lot more of this moving forward. There we see CXZ to go down, the Viper ultimate, all of it. CXJ trying to max distance away from that Viper ultimate, coming back in. Does oh wait, no, he doesn't get stunned for a second there. I thought that's how it went down, but no, he's able to make it back in, but just immediately gets pushed back out again and goes down. And who is gonna be the MVP for this team for game number 1? Feel like it should be TXJ considering that damage, but no, it's CXZ.
Listen, man, kills over damage, man. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. CXC takes that 7th one in the league so far for spring season 2025. He had a Merciless Havoc on standby. Sapshade picked up group heals, as well as the switch out's not going to be used, but Slow Shot and Slowing Shot really works out. He did particularly use the Pulse Sword majority of that match, and having a fan as well. And the musket, you know, a damage there, that 3,000, just confirming those landings. And, you know, we saw how that motion came through and near to the end of that circle where TXJ, I should say, had propped out his ultimate, the Tumultuous from the back line. That would have been an insane stack to knock back into, because that would have allowed for him to go ahead and continuously put the light beam onto his target, or even set up for the next dazzle, and then having opportunity like that. That's where that tumultual really comes in. You know, it's like just chef's kiss. You know, there's nothing better than seeing a tumultuous. You know? Yeah, you know, the play of having a tumultuous on standby and literally going from 2,000 HP to zip nada. Getting that opportunity right there is something that these teams, you know, would train, you know, days and hours between the nights. You know, they do it in their sleep. They're just moving their, you know, wooden keyboard left to right, and then they putting up the mouse, the super lights, and then making the motion. But then again, Duncan, still not as strong as V2 target. Am I right?
No, it's obviously stronger. So V, oh yeah, you gonna start me on this early, bro? You gonna start me on the Taka rant this early on in the day? XD. I mean, V2 is obviously the only thing that you want to play in trios if you are gonna play Taka, right? It's the only thing you want to play, because V1 would just be not good, putting it nicely. But yeah, hey, it is what it is. I will rant about it if you really want me to, Serve. But like yesterday, for example, Juan Yuan, if he had V2, he actually would have lived, would have been able to continue fighting. We didn't see it on the main broadcast, exactly what I'm talking about, but I saw it on Frost POV, and it was for sure very evident. It's definitely a thing, ladies and gentlemen. But that being said, F1's getting nerfed on the test server.
Oh man, pain.
For what? Huh? He's not even that good, bro. What? Okay, rant over. Let's continue on. Going into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Whoosh. We're going to be starting that relatively soon. I'm not happy about that. I'm not going to lie.
Sorry.
But, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's still test server, right? Might not come to live, right? Anyway, game number 2. We could see some Taka. But who knows? It could very easily not. We could very easily just not see it at all. But then again, last game, we were very surprised with what they picked up. We saw Hardy, we saw Shiol, we saw different variations of that Viper composition. Some of them did pretty well, some of them didn't do so well. But the Transformers and the Sand Siphon Syra variation seem to be performing the best overall, I feel like. Because, I mean, hey, it makes sense. They've got the most experience on those compositions. They've kind of had to, you know, just mash together some of these new comps to try and compensate for Wu Chen getting banned. It's your own fault, though. You took it way too far. Let's be honest, guys. The solos guys, they've got it at a good level, you know? They don't take it that far. I mean, when they did, they nerfed Tumulk because of it, finally, after 4 years. But still, you know, guys, you can't just pick 9 Viper teams and just destroy everyone. It's not okay. But it is what it is. Anyway, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, going into game number 2. Serve, what do you expect?
Digging into the notion from that first round selection, Kyle and Formers were predominantly strong in the aspect of the map rotation. Now, I believe we're going into Midoriya Midnight next, right? Or we're going straight into Hollow Rock Dusk. I think it's reverse coming out here. I'm going memory bank issues coming through.
I think it's Padoria.
Because if we end up going Padoria, my man, look at my man walking with the energy. I'm not gonna say it. We have a lot of things to think about if it's gonna be Padoria, because if the teams want to end up going for objective-based gameplay, then they would probably work out in terms of using those starter comps, like just ice pick comp to come through, or the ice cream comp, I should say, as it comes to Bing Chilling, the biggest comp point game known to mankind. If the first phase picks it out, that would be an automatic guesstimation from that. But like we said, these guys chose a 2-2 comp, or 2-1-1 comp, like 2 selections for a specific comp of characters, and then like the 2 common formers, and then the Syra into something else that allowed for phase 2 to go through. If the teams are like intentionally putting themselves to allow for a triple pick or even a quadruple pick comp for phases 2 to 3, I think then the ice cream comps would have to be up to their choices. If they want to split it, if they want to say, no, we're not going to run the ice cream comp from Padoria Midnight, then they can split it off for maybe 1 Kylan former, and then maybe even possibility of seeing about a Zai former, and then seeing a Tianhai get banned. But then again, they're the strongest comps to come out of here. If Target former comes out, potentially even to round 2, if Tianhai doesn't get multi-choice picked into that first phase, or even, to say to the second phase, he should be showing up to that third phase.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. The players are locking in, sitting down, getting ready, putting those earphones in, and then the headphones on top of that, all that good stuff. Now, I have to say, I would not feel very comfortable with that on my head. Having earphones and headphones, I would feel very not at ease, I have to say. And that guy doesn't look at ease either. Look at him. What's going on?
Yo, he's tweaking, bro. He's tweaking.
He's just trying to make them laugh. You got one of them. You got one of them to chuckle. Hey, that's the go-to coach right there. W coach, getting those spirits up, making everyone happy, making sure that they're all feeling good going into the game. But hey, he's got the folder out, got the binder, got all those map rotations ready to go. We saw it a lot more yesterday than we've ever really seen before. It showed just how locked in everybody was. They showed off all the players leading into those games. They had all those little bits of paper. And if anyone who's wondering what that is basically just like loads and loads of printouts of like different map spawns, like the history of other players, where they've landed, what they like to do on certain maps, what characters they like to choose, the rotations, all sorts of different stuff. And like the amount of prep work that goes into these games and goes into being a player on this stage is absurdly huge. Like it's so much work that goes into this. So it really just goes to show how impressive it is for the GOATs. It's just for those teams who've been performing extremely well to continue performing extremely well. Like TXJ and Co, YZG just popping off, winning 3 bi-weekly finals. It's insane. The amount that they'd have to be ahead of everybody else is absurd for them to even come close to doing that. So it really, truly is very, very impressive. But let's see it, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the prize money for getting the MVP in game number 2, I believe. 28,600 RMB. That is roughly about 3,000 pounds, I think, and it's about 4,000 to 5,000 USD or so.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, pretty solid, looking pretty nice, not too shabby. But hey, getting the MVP is not easy. We will see who is gonna be the one to claim it for game number 2. Speaking of, YZG looking locked and ready. I swear this guy's hair never changes. It always looks exactly the same. Looking at very fresh TXJ. He's just locked, bro. He's permanently locked.
If it ain't broke.
Exactly.
We say. Yeah, it's a point to be made about the preparation that these guys go through too, because to some they see a wall of of letters and numbers on a sheet. Someone like a normal player would be like, this is like babble, this is gibberish to me. But for them, they're encoding. My favorite shot was actually Wu Fong having the whole entire sheet to have on his keyboard or his mat, and just looking over with his coach, just having a chance to just repositioning over like picks and seeing who is gonna be able to be available. But in trios, you put an exponent to that number. You put a triple, you put a 3, and it's going to be cubed. And all the options on the table comes down to the coach, just making sure that the teams have it already down. Whether to decompress them like we saw earlier, making a sound to go through. And then again, it's also just to keep their mental cool, as a cucumber, because everything comes down towards the stress of having to prepare for this day Oh my goodness, I couldn't even imagine it. You know, pro league players in the chat, I know it's the tryhard in there. He probably knows more than anyone going through about having to kind of work himself off of just getting into the matches and being on the stage there live. And then just being able to see, you know, the mission from every one of these players. Everyone here is looking for their name to be stuck out here on the floor, putting their stamp on towards the poster wall and just having themselves earn it wholeheartedly with the effort from the team, from the players, from their scrimmages, everything combined, all those hours, all those days, hard, painstakingly sweaty days of just sticking to the keyboard, playing NARAKA day in and day out.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just reiterating at this point, the amount of time that they spend is absurd. But hey, will it pay off is the question. Is it going to pay off on the final day? Are they going to clutch it up, or are they going to stumble? You know, it's a real struggle. Mental, very, very important. As it's what separates the veterans. It's what separates the champions from everybody else. You know, whether or not they're able to keep it together. You mentioned earlier how there is a possibility for it to go to 8 games. You have to be mentally ready to do that. Hey, look, it's the boy! Look at him! Shh, I'm not here. Shh. The homie Frostivus there. Hey, my boy, it's tough. Hey, bro got 44 points yesterday and came so close so many times to taking it all, taking that dub, but it just wasn't to be. Congratulations to Verse, and also to everybody else who did very well. There was still a lot of players who did very, very well, putting up so many points on the board, playing their hearts out. It was still a huge performance from everybody. But I have to say, it was heartbreaking to see the very end for Frostivus. You know, it's rough. It's rough. It happens. But very heartwarming for Verse, because he definitely had worked a very long time, put in so much effort to get where he was, and he finally won. You could see the emotion coming out from him. So hey, perhaps we'll see that again. And I'm sure that every single one of these players feels exactly the same way. That's how much they care. That's how much work they put in. So we'll see going into game number 2, which I'm assuming will be happening relatively soon. Perhaps there's a little technical difficulty, or perhaps there's some kind of delay. Regardless, I'm sure it will get sorted out momentarily, and we'll be jumping in to those hero picks, those phasings, very, very soon.
Yeah, look at these mouse pads. I was looking at the once again. The once again mouse pad was pretty cool. It's like a sketch and everything. And this one, straight up color blowout coming out here. But I do want to mention from OUG, having to actually been able to kind of sit in a meeting with them about going through and like giving insight about what our players from the EU side. That was really a great opportunity, to say the least. One of the main things he managed to kind of come up with is just having the opportunity of like imagination training, if it comes down to notion where you can think about scenarios being played out in your head, but in practice, right, if a thing like an outlier position comes out, you also have to put that into consideration, and sometimes those kind of force you out in a wormhole, a rabbit hole of sorts. But these players, man, I'm excited to see if they can go out, if they don't realize it's a Mortal Defiance. We saw that earlier too. You remember how we saw the Mortal Defiance coming out?
Yeah, I don't know.
How do we get that in that realm? But our phases begin. Phase 1 of ASC Bautas, JL, and Owe. Hoping to see the options right now, man. If we see, what I guesstimated, that'll be crazy. I doubt it, though. We still have the chance of seeing this from now until then. Owe or JL gonna be picking up the Kyle Informer for that first pick. Seeing about Battle Plane. Okay, bro. Okay. We're doing the ASC strat. If ASC picks up the Lonnie, then it's gonna be interesting, because Lonnie was brought up from ASC prior. They're gonna go for the Justina into the Syra Viper, which is a comp that they've run before time and time again with V1 Viper specifically. Owe playing out the Ice Cream comp. And this is where Syra is banned for +1. She's the only ban. Kyle Informer, he's free real estate. Target Former as well.
This could come through here. We do see SR being Taka and Joyous, but no, they're going to be going for the Tianhai Kylin, and OUG are going to be running the hard. This is the most hardy we've seen all split, ladies and gentlemen. Literally, we haven't seen him. He's been gone. His face was printed on the milk carton. Have you seen this man? He's just not existed within the scene for such a long time, and now he's back, ladies and gentlemen. Back to back, we see him at Game 1 and Game 2, and now the final phasing. What are we gonna see coming out from TE, YZG, Wolves, and the WBG? We do have Viper, Tianhai, Zipping, Kylan, and Syra all banned out right now. Wolves gonna go for the Karumi Sand Siphon. Another Hardy with what? With with Matari Zai? What?
We're so back. Oh, we're so back. We're so back. We're so back. We're bringing it back, baby. We're bringing Hottie back into the play. We got 3 Hotties in 1 round. Crazy. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Obviously, this is going to be dependency on the skills. If we see a V2 Hottie, now I'm going to start asking questions. But the V1 is just way too valuable. There these guys. I need to look at these skills, Duncan. I need to look at these skills. I need to see what we're bringing out to the table. If I see F1 Hottie, that's when I'm going to use it. Because Bowder brought F1 Hottie at the beginning of the season. I don't know if you actually remember in the beginning of the season, how in the first week they brought Hottie out temporarily for like 1 day. They brought the F1 Hottie and used the grapple hook. Yeah. And now I'm curious if we're going to see that coming out here. No one about it wasn't able to pick that one up. So the Lonnie pick, V2 F1, or are we looking for V2 F1? Yes, we are. So that's going to be the case. Seeing about the Hottie F2 V1, seeing V2 F2 on Jinyu for OEG. How are we going to see about ASE? Because like they usually run V1 Viper. They are still going to run V1 Viper with the F1. Seeing the V1 Hottie with the F2, as well as seeing the Viper, the Matari with the V1 F2, and then seeing with the Viper from Kakatsu from DRG, he's on V2 F2. Switching on over down to the last row, Hottie, same old, and it doesn't go amiss. All the Mataris on the same ultimate variation, as well as their skill. Man.
How about Zipping Kylan? XD.
XDD, dude, do it.
I'm pretty sure that both of them, they weren't sure who was playing it. You know, they were both hovering it. They figured it out, though, I'm sure. It's not quick match. You can't pick the same character twice. Which is actually a thing. You can pick the same character multiple times in quick match, which is kind of crazy. It's just very ugly. But we're not in quick match. We're in Immortal War, and we're going to be jumping on to Perdoria Nighttime, ladies and gentlemen, for our game number 2 of the Nbpl Spring Split Grand Finals for trios. We've got OA, DRG, all landing it very close together right now. That's pretty ugly over there. Wolves going for an isolated drop. GGSR and ASE in the north. But TE and OUG down south. YZG going for isolated drop. WBG also looking to go for the same thing. Interesting drops. We're going to see a few fights, but not too much on the eastern side of the map.
YZD always loves to take that solitary spot drop in Perdoria, so it's really interesting that the teams are allowing that, especially Imperial Camp. But over by the Tincture Woods, DRG are taking that first set of loot. They're getting the bell to try to see about any other targets. They weren't the only team here, though. TE, GG, they're already starting their fights over by Twilight Pass. This type of fight is going to be kind of dangerous with the drop-down blue focus coming through here. Longsword beams from Peak, looking to try to go over the launches. If Youth gets armor top, which he does, that means he can get himself to enable another fight to be had. These fights are starting off here, Duncan, pretty strong, and this is going to be where GG could be cornered off here as Youth is closing closer to death as one teammate goes down here, and LXM was able to get those fireflies and getting that Kylan ultimate ready.
Yeah, the Kylan ultimate off the rip is just so hard to match, not able to stand up to it, unfortunately. GG able to take full advantage of that fact, picking up 3 quick kills right off the bat. Now heading over to Arcadia, we have a WBG SR. I believe there's another team as well in the mix. I'm not sure who it is exactly, but hey, they're going down regardless. Got 2 kills on the side of WBG. I believe SR, did they manage to pick up anything? No, unfortunately not. TE obviously on 0 right now, but we're heading over to JL, who come in with the timing attack onto GG. CJS does have that Tianhai ultimate, is going to be monking up, finding 1 grab here onto the Kylan as well. Priority target right now. LXM looking to try and follow up off that grab, not able to find it. The slam does not get doubled up on, but hey, this is it. The double grab comes through, the kablam from CJS. Not able to finish him off though, unfortunately, as he only had a common weapon, not getting that maximum damage, not able to scale up that double slam damage. It is what it is. Unfortunate for GG. The double grab is not going to be taken full advantage of, and now looks as though TE is going to be coming back into the mix and trying third-party the situation. It may be very fruitful for them if they are able to keep them in this spot and actually take advantage of their ult. But I'm surprised they're going to go for the no ult zone instead and try and fight this one out just with those F abilities.
Exactly. I was mentioning that they used it in a double-edged sword situation. Zai ultimate to proc out just to get that F reset. For Xiao though, he's holding the blue focus as he gets parried, he gets punished, and the team goes down here. 3 eliminations for TE to be picking up from this point. They are on their second set of lives, so this is a really risky play for that third party, and it worked out fundamentally in their favor for that 24,000 Darkside coin lead. Now, coming out of this region, we go straight towards YGG. Look at this. From Imperial Camp all the way to Statue Workshop. They're making their way to get all the loot. And look, purple weapon picked up here. This is going to be for YGG's TXJ to have the purple halberds. Now still with common armor, picked up blue. This team is just slow burning themselves into that first from Yang and getting as much loot as possible. In Arcadia, though, Wolpine's Essence has been acquired. WBG Jing going to be the requirement to be picking that up. Just make sure that he can offer his team for that Matari ultimate if he gets focused out wholeheartedly and allowing for his team to get the stealth if they do not have any sort of way of getting away from a Viper and etc. But out of the woodworks over to the southwest, ASC actually on their reset route, maybe potentially looking to try to get more loot here. If a fight hadn't been had, they would have taken it. But it does seem that they have this whole area, even towards the Misty Glade, to their notion. This area specifically, Misty Glade, so many Fireflies to be picked up here in the earliest set of on-drop fights. There is like at least, what, 4 or 5 Fireflies in this area right now. So for all the players, they want to kind of work into getting here for the off-drop fights, all they're going to be finding are left alone loop. Seeing a focus slide on Xiao Wen, we're going to see a Benthic Descent on Miss and a Tuna. Then seeing Palm Lightning on Han. And having a Palm Lightning on Han means that if he gets himself into the R&B releases, where the vertical releases, he's going to get that hit confirmation. His teammates can look for the follow-ups, especially considering one of them is just teammate that can go for that freeze. Are switching on towards a fight, though. SR are taking the fight against TE over by the Twilight's Pass.
We got that Tianhai ultimate already online. Junks with that Kylan ultimate as well. He's getting stuck on the buttery rocks. He's trying his best to get some value, but it's not looking too good. Not so fruitful for the moment. Xiaonan with that Hardy ultimate, the V1 with the cube, is going to be able to help his team disengage, if only for a moment. But it looks as though Youth has now been isolated. Junks and Rico looking to try and chase him down. They may be able to manage it. The F2 comes out, but a parry onto Rico. Oh my goodness, that's not what you want at all. Junks is going to do his best to try and peel for it, but another parry is going to come in, and Rico has kind of fumbled the bag right now. Both of Junks' teammates are now down. They will need to resurrect elsewhere, and TE able to turn the tables on them. Initially, they weren't looking as though they were in advantage state with disadvantage in terms of effective health, but there it is. They're able to stall it out. The Zai Matari Hardy composition. I never thought I'd say those words, not gonna lie. But hey, here we are, 2025 Spring Split Grand Finals, and this is the combo we are seeing. Speaking of Hardy, we've got Hardy, Matari, and Viper, who also seem to be doing pretty well for themselves. 6 eliminations on the board already. OUG looking pretty good. They've got a decent amount of money as well in their back pocket. Going to be going over to that Rift dealer, so they can take advantage of this cash they've accrued. Now heading on over to a bit of a chaotic fight right here. So YZG, Bowder, WBG all in the mix right now, fighting on this bridge.
Yeah, and over by the Hall of Worship, and then now going towards the northwest, towards Azog Peak. YZG are just bum rushing towards Iran. Oh my god, the grab. Oh my god, the slide. It griefed him. He couldn't get out. Now they have 2 shots to connect. 1 musket. There it is. Going to be landing them off in the end. Justina dash. F2 from the side to space out. Gives Iran just a couple of seconds here. And he does not get that scare rush he was hoping for. Unfortunate. And that might be one kill to next. And there's a Wolpine's Essence. We swapped it off from Jing over to Iran. A last-second ditch effort actually coming through in somewhere off screen. And for Iran to get that buff or getting that Wolpine's Essence, it buys him some time for sure. He has the ultimate ready to go for Zai. If he wants to proc it out here, he's still going to be waiting to use his F2 right beforehand, at least to Notion. Triple parry comes out here though, and we see the play right now for Iran to try to look for the F2 shots. He gets nuked by TXJ, and now the Matari ultimate the resets is going to allow for Bowda, who were looking for that third party, to get completely obliterated coming from these fights. They were looking for an opportunity. They weren't going to have it. And now for the beacon drop, this means that XCM, he's going to have to take an opportunity of fighting up against that very Shen ultimate at point blank range. And there's a knockback. It goes straight towards him like a magnet. And that XCM finds one scare rush with that fan. And TXJ still keeps himself on that high ground. No other teams are approaching in this area. Now with the cave opening up in 60 seconds, it's only a matter of time these teams want to kind of work themselves back towards a Rebel Yang if there are any spare Fireflies. But TXJ is looking for these kills. And Bowda going down here this early, it's going to be a whether or not motion for them to die now so they can get that rebirth going off and they can reposition someone else, like how Sleepy T and Jing are doing right now. As QGG closes the gap, looks forward, the combo breaker is used. This is Mulani play. He's going to kill himself off of here, but that's going to be in game, and that's going to be where Bowda needs to reset completely. With YZG though, 5 eliminations.
Looking good. Are they going to be going into the realm of Yang though, as they don't have their ultimates available? And realistically, only one purple armor might not be enough, but we'll see whether or not they make that decision. OUG on the outskirts here. They're 7 eliminations in, you know, they've been doing pretty well. I'm not sure why they're all the way out here on the outskirts. Perhaps they're going for a recovery hunt strategy. So obviously there's lots of different strategies you can go for in trios. One of them being you can go to try and hunt down players who are recovering having gone down, and they go out to the outskirts of the map, or perhaps they're just trying to get that last little bit of loot before going over to the Spirit World. But the realm of Yang is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. We have a GG up against OA. CJS jumping in, narrowly avoiding that silence from the Ferrier. He does go for the jump, but just barely going to... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, boxing. Boom. Oh, Ferrier's kind of moved. Get off me, man. And CJS jumps away, turning his attention to the other members of that team. OA Tutik being the first to get grabbed. LXM responding with that Kylan ultimate. Gonna look to try and get that rejuggle. They don't find it with the grab, but they do catch it with the flying knives. No need for Kylan. He's just gonna go down anyway. CJS now coming out of that transformed state, along with Meng coming out of the mech. Oh my goodness, that was a mouthful. CJS now coming through, gonna be chasing down this player. Meng with that overhold is gonna try and catch him on the dodge, but it's not to be. He gets parried in the back. Meng now trying to loop around, trying to disengage, but it's not gonna happen. This is just formality at this point, and GG are going to claim the realm of Yang victory, getting themselves that purple armor, that golden weapon, going over to LXM on the Kylan as well. Double dual halberds, and then white flying knives for the zipping. White flying knives are just that good. Just that good, buddy. Just that good.
And he's getting Phantom Step on a zipping. Oof. Couldn't believe it.
Nice indeed.
This early on, I mean, that means that she just taps F and she gets a free dodge. She ults, she gets a free dodge. They're going into the heart of Imperium, though. This position going into the heart is kind of interesting if any of the teams need to get rid of that Roman depletion if they end up going through there. Otherwise, the cave is all the way to the west, and we're talking about ancient Sake. These, you know, TE were the ones that end up going after the Roman Yang, at least actually after that, you know, with the Vermilion Version being picked up. Curious to see about how that fight ended up. Regardless, WBG are getting ambushed here as it comes out from GG. We just saw coming through earlier. Gold Kylan ultimate in play for LXM. Scare Rush attempt coming up from CGS. He backs off, having to kind of work into their own territory. We mentioned that even last round. Scan High is making sure that the team take the fight at an advantage that they can earn. WBG Hottie gameplay though, impeccable. But then again, the Kylan, once you get a graphic stagger, that is a free slash for him to look for it. Teleporter is taken. This team can disengage for a second for a heal. All teammates, besides Leo, are going to be taking the escape. WBG's Jing dropping down here, and now you're Ron looking to get some pot shots with a pistol. No grapples to his name. Common armor powders. He's going to have to commit here at one point. And without a Kylan ultimate for GG, it's going to be a Tien Hide that's going to be that backup situation as a third party comes out here from the top side. DRG are making their approach here and getting eliminations left and right. LXM goes for one. And we're looking at seeing whether the Hotties are still going to be looking for the contestant inside. TE's Youth as an active Zai ultimate, and now backing off towards his teammates and making sure that there is no opportunity for him to come out alive. The ensnare comes through. The slashes are out. TE Shadow finding massive blows amount of damage and having the opportunity to looking for Kakaxi, who is stealth and is escaping with his dear life.
Oh my goodness, that was very explosive right there. DRG, they came in as the third party They're able to do a lot of damage and catch a few eliminations, but they almost pay for it with their lives. Thankfully for Wolves, having Yang Depletion, they're able to come in as the fifth party, the opportune moment to come in and cleanse two of their players. Not the third just yet, though. They are going to continue fighting this out. They're going to try and find some of these kills on these players left behind, and TE Youth is going to be the next to go down, allowing them to fully cleanse that Yang Depletion. Now, on the other hand, we have OA, also in a similar situation, but they have two players left to cleanse their Yang Depletion. I believe that it's going to be Meng and Tutik, who both need those Soul Blooms. ASE now looking as though they're going to be the targets, the focus of this team, but they don't have very much time left on that Vermilion Bird's Might, so perhaps they're going to try and disengage if OA allows them to do so. Oh, wait a minute, missed. 14 seconds left on the clock, not very much time on that Vermilion Bird's Might. If he goes down now, he is down for good. And that 1-2-3 coming through, he lets himself go down, allowing himself to die. But can they do it in time? They can indeed. Oh my goodness, that was down to the wire. Literally the last few seconds left on that buff. They're able to let themselves die in this situation, giving themselves the second life, or the third life potentially, going in and going into that soul form and resurrecting elsewhere, giving OA the cleanse that it needed as well.
Yeah, switching into a replay for from ASC versus Wolves. Now, this is going to be where ASC has that V1 Viper ultimate, and having to see an opportunity there for the parry, immaculate. ZK, they'll get saved from this Cicada Fear and Blast coming from IHQ, and this is now burning out the Kurumi ultimate. This actually might work in their favor if you can find a perfectly timed ultimate. Here comes the outcome. The Kurumi is spacing out, and the double stun is guaranteed. Nope. That most, as mentioned, is going to be the saving grace for himself, and we're going to see 92 get eliminated here. That Palm Lightning coming in strong here from ASC. They can connect it. That would be massive against LJX. Parry like that was a read as ZK finds the elimination for his teammate into a 2v1 situation as LJX gets pickpocketed out for it. Now, one motion to come through here, right, is that V1 Viper is a combo breaker now. So having to kind of remember that is something to be, if you get caught out in midair, then you can start using it as a drop down and forcing a disengagement. The Kurumi then can look to try to go out of the corner and then protecting the teammates with that F2. Not going to be the case that we saw in the Rebel Yang, because we go into live time fights as NiHQ is going to be looking to try to have that F1 active usage. No blue focus is going to his place. Double parries confirmed. Jianan gets caught into the Whisper, though. This is going to be from Wolves to try to commit the kills, and there's going to be the first elimination. Soul's being given to NiHQ, and the parry, double parry coming out here. NiHQ gets elimination against Youth with Peak, as well as they are going in with 6 eliminations and knocking out TE completely.
Oh my goodness, that was, I thought it was over for Wolves for a second there when NiHQ got hit with the parry, but the Tumulk Wisp from ZK coming in to save the day, drops the Wisp right down on top of that, on top of Hardy, who was in the parry animation, who was going to go for that jump, gets caught at the edge of that sand wall. Beautifully done, saving the fight, clutching it up. Absolutely massive for Wolves there. Now heading over to the realm of Yang. ASE will be taking this fight on that Viper Syra Justina comp up against GG. CJS already in that Tianhai ultimate in that Vajra stage. 330 is going to find that flying nice focus attack onto Xiao Wen. Xiao Wen going for the dash, gets the freeze, going for the focus attack, perhaps a little greedy, but he does get that huge amount of damage. Now the Viper ultimate is going to come through that V1, jumping away. CJS trying to disengage. LXM on the ground is not got that immortality. He is going to be eliminated, and now CJS, he finds the grab, but the ult times out, and it's already over, ladies and gentlemen. ASE with their Viper Justina Syra composition make very short work of GG. GG, who were looking so strong in their first Realm of Yang fight, are gonna go down here in the second.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy. Justina has level 4 Juggernaut, probably potentially level 5 if they stack it up, so she's gonna be smacking it for ASE. Jaiwan, massive work coming through there, and especially considering that we saw the connection, right? The Justina freeze allowing for the Viper tether to last a little bit less of working around the Vajra transforming and then having to jump around. Denying that for a second and a half is more than enough time for them to connect it, I guess, especially when they group up like that. But for Bauda over towards their victory, getting that Mystic Might, getting a gold armor. The OUG are taking an engagement on the hilltop with DRG. Now for this play, this is a V2 F2 Viper. This is blow up silence for the Viper. support, and having the shotgun blast to try to confirm off of SS. These teams will try to keep themselves on the ocean, put a little poke here and there, but no engagement. We mentioned this last round. We talked about how there was going to be a chance right now for the players just to make sure they play it safe, or rather they don't play it to be so, aggy. Can't be as much aggressive behavior between one another. They want to make sure they can conceal themselves for the endgame circle, at least try to keep themselves healthy, slow roll their loot, and make their way back in. Otherwise, ASC have so much loot, so much gold. I'm curious what Jades they got going in their inventory, because like I mentioned, Juggernaut level 4 pre-entering that Roman Yang for ASC. Now they have enough money to open up their Soul Jade slots. They can get weapons, Jades that are in the shop that are limited for them, and then looking to try to see who's going to work best. Seeing about it, Repair on Mist as well as a Tuna, and seeing about it an Aurora Burst on Xiao Wen, and picking up a Focus Slide, Bent through Descent, and looking at whether or not he's going to get the Earthshaker, or not the Earthshaker, the Warrior Pace. I doubt it. Palm Money on Han, Juggernaut level 5 given to the Syra, and then with the Tuna as well. This team is, I mean, these guys can smack. If Han gets that level 2 light beam on a target right now, look at this attack. He's at 16% attack on top of the 16% attack. Let me see, if he has a gold weapon, he is scaling as a monster, in the depths. He will kill anyone on sight.
32%. 32% bonus attack. That's crazy. That is gonna be some crazy damage coming out from that Syra ultimate. Lacking survivability. This is the kind of thing that I get asked like semi-regular basis. What kind of stats is better to prioritize? Damage reduction, health, attack damage. So it's different for the kind of character that you're playing, different for the game mode. All sorts of different factors come into play. But in this scenario, it looks as though, because Syra, of course, is, they have that shield with the ultimate, the character's not very easy to kill to begin with. So being able to take that into account, you can go for the attack damage, and then you can just boost that damage that you're going to deal anyway with the Syra beam, and it's likely that you're not going to really die anyway because of the shield in your ultimate. So you're doubling down on that factor. However, that isn't to say that in another scenario it might be better to go for the opposite choice. You could go for full damage reduction, get some health in there, and then Syra, who's hard to kill anyway because of that ultimate, is going to be even harder to kill. So you can double down, and then you're in a situation where you could almost never die. But it comes down to preference, it comes down to weapon, it comes down to all sorts of different things, game modes, like that kind of damage reduction and health might be better to go for in solos, because solos, it's all about surviving, and in trios, if 3 people are on you, you're gonna die regardless of what jade you have. So but it's very interesting, and you have to think about it in this way and frame it in your mind to actually be able to pick the optimal stuff in different situations. But it's not looking too good for Yeran. It's not looking too good for him. He didn't really have that much damage reduction, I don't think. He disappeared very, very quickly. Poor guy. Unfortunately, not going to be able to stand tall there, and not be able to use that ultimate either, as they are in that Forbidden Seal Dome, that no ult zone, as it's referred to time and time again. It looks as though OA, YZG, and Bowder all seem to be very friendly, very buddy-buddy, as they're on very similar compositions and have no interest in fighting each other before the end game.
Yeah, one thing about that Forbidden Seal, aka the no ult zone, is that Hottie can ult prior, set up a teleport cube, and any teammates can take that escape route even when they are silenced, even when they're nearly in terms of taking under attack. So having that to be procced beforehand is kind of that same mentality with Tessa, where she throws out the Tessa ultimate and they proc out the Forbidden Seal, meaning that the counter plays to be made, Matari ults, for instances, wouldn't necessarily be anything to save them in terms of like a reset and then double dashes. Like there's nothing that can be happening there. Now for that moment, will Hani make it back for round 3? We'll have to see. But of course, having around 20 some players in the lobby right now, 5 eliminations for YZG, and they're still on the top of the leaderboard. They're tied with OUG, who has 7 in the game off of their comp. And then seeing about that Zai with the Zaya with the Matari into Viper, DRG are in 3rd with 33.2 with 1 elimination. Our kill leaders in the lobby though belong to ASC. Like I said, stacked out of their mind, massively stacked out of their mind. Spirwell is going to be dropped down here, and he's going to be the preemptive 10 health to deny out any sort of play coming through. And now you can see TXJ, he is not looking in the corners to say, he is getting knocked away and going straight back to his team, while GG are going to be confirming his Spiro potentially. Mystic Bite is going to be in the motion. W King forward out here. here, CGS is making sure, instill fear in the enemy's eyes. But with this format, this is going to be where they can confirm all the gear necessary to kind of hope into that second to last Spirit Well to the last and final circle.
Yeah, and another interaction that we see again. So this is actually the second time we've actually seen this happen. And before, the first time that it happened, which was a few weeks ago, I didn't even know this was a thing, to be quite honest with you. The fact that they had Yang depletion and were able to go over to the Spirit Well and capture it cleanses their Yang depletion. So if they'd been contested there, they would have died. They would have, if they'd been contested for another like 20, 30 seconds, they wouldn't have been able to claim it, wouldn't have been able to cleanse that Yang depletion, and they would have gone down to it. So actually massive for GG that they're able to secure this one, not only because they can cleanse the Yang depletion, but also because they can get that Mystic Might buff, get a better lay of the land, know where all of these different teams are, where they're located, where they're posting up, to try and to hold for the late game, just holding on for the little bit of real estate that they can manage to get for themselves. Speaking of, looks as though ASC and DRG are holding this giant sort of mountainous rock formation. They're going to be holding on to this for a little while, at least until the zone pushes them forwards. It looks as though the zone is rather central. Not sure which side it's actually on. Perhaps the southern side. Yeah, there it is, the southern side. It looks as though Bowder and YZG are going to be the ones to post up here first. Like OA, not all that far away from them either. But I have to say, this is going to be a pretty grief final circle serve because we got the jellyfish in play in that area. It's it could throw a spanner into the works right there, I reckon. Oh my goodness.
Firefly. Jellyfishes, not fun to go. They respawn in midair. You didn't realize it's too late. It is kind of interesting because two teams, both of them having Merciless Havoc, GG included, seeing of whether or not they want to connect against the other team. That's gonna be a surprise for you guys later on. But Cloud Weaver's in the play also. This team having an Earthshaker for ZK, having a jabbing, a strong Jade on 9HQ, but he's using those fist blades, palm lining on LJX. It's palm lining on ZK. Wait a second, there's two palm linings. Dunk. You know what that means, right?
Boom, boom,
ain't no sun.
boom, boom,
boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. All right, we're done. Listen, palm lightning, two palm lightnings, that's a different story. That means that if someone gets caught into that stagger, it's going to be a connection on flat ground or even anywhere. Oh man, we were talking about the jellyfish earlier. It's proccing right now. Not going to be much of a threat. No teams wanting to contest out GG. 6 minutes on the line, 50 seconds left on that Moonbane, and GG's going to get a full reset because of this. No one's really looking to earn themselves. LXM was near to death with that poison splash coming back and forth. So GG completely disengaged from this area. Meanwhile, YZG, Bowder, OA, they're all on the same rooftop, but there's only room for 2 tenants in this building, man. You got to pay up. Otherwise, you're going to be knocked out here. And I think the teams might look for an opportunity there. Otherwise, they play silent into the wary night. We still have that final circle to start closing in. And we think it's going to get a little bit more tense, if you will. For DRG, though, playing out towards this comp, having that Viper on standby really will make that motion if they want to lock down one specific target. In this case, Matar, she would be the first one to go through. But if DXJ anticipates that push-up, then he would be able to look for it in ulting prior in case anything is of the nature. And for ASC, this is going to be, these guys are the main progenitors right now. These guys are the danger zone. And these guys look for one target to blow up. It's going to be before they realize it. Merciless Havoc is going to be coming out here from GG. The Spear Well is going to be contested for another Mystic Might here. As we saw earlier, the stage is lit up. The Aurora Burst shines brighter here. Zhao Wen making sure he can make his approach in a precarious certain type of way. All teams are making their spotlight right now, Duncan. This is going to be a dangerous minute or so for these teams to look for. Guys, T3O is getting decimated by ZK.
Yeah, it's to be honest, I'm pretty surprised that they're able to hold on to this central position right now. ASE, they aren't running the Faria, they aren't running the Tianhai. Being able to hold on to this is very, very impressive from them on the Syra Justina Viper. They're able to actually take a player down here. Zhao Wen utilizing that Aurora Burst, really able to lock down WX98 and take him down. The Aurora Burst coming in. We're going to be getting that freeze on the CJS, but he's going to be jumping away. Going to disengage Han with that swerve. Going to be able to dodge away from that grab, but he is going to go down, but not to ASE, unfortunately. GG CJS is going to be eliminated by Baby U on that Matari. The Matari dash coming through, doing that big chunk of damage. Now DRG and ASE sort of posted up next to each other. Bowder, OA on that ultimate low ground, trying to hold the bottom of this area. There's a lot of verticality right now. There's actually there's a building there with an inside that you can get to, which I believe is where OA is. OUG now going to the other ultimate low ground, having lost a member, having lost SS. Their Hardy is not ideal, as Hardy, although he's in a nerfed state, he still can do a decent amount in those end zones, giving that cube to his teammates to allow them to get into the air and also disrupting a lot of people on the low ground. Looks as though GG LXM, unfortunately, is going to go down to the zone. Thankfully, he's not going to go down to a player, not giving away another point, but he is going to be eliminated regardless. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get that resurrection off, as the chaos is about to ensue. DRG, again, also losing a member. There's Zai. That fire damage is going to be missed in the last few moments of the game. ASC still standing strong. A minute left on that Mystic Might, looking for these players, trying to spot them out. The Palm Lightning, they're going to be holding this central position under this rock bridge. YCG on the top, looking to drop down, potentially. Wolves on the side with that Flamebringer ready to go, repaired and ready. Are we going to see these players get burnt to a crisp? Looks at that. Oh, not the jellyfish again. Jinyu getting poisoned here, trying to heal up, does manage to do so. DRG, WX98 still holding on, still alive. Kakaishi having been taken down. I don't think we're going to see a res come through either. This is going to be extremely hectic serve. ASC trying to hold down to the low ground here. QGG dipping his toe into the waters, but it's a little bit too hot, a little bit too spicy. Heading into the zone, gonna have to try and find his way back somehow.
And now it's going to be the play right now. QGG in the active fairy, Shen Ola for the cannon shots. He connects off of Bowder's Jing, but he still has no direct target that he can really focus towards. He has TXJ right next door towards him to make sure if they need to pop that Matari ultimate, it's in dire straits moments. Now looking towards QGG's ultimate is going to be ending in a couple of seconds. After he D-Mechs, it's going to be up to him whether or not he wants to go for immediate F2 or he holds his ground with his skill. Otherwise, the D-Mech formation comes out. He's at the edge of that circle, finding himself to get repositioned. He's safe. The Kurumi ultimate burned out here from Wolves, and like we said, Wolves is pretty stacked out as is. It's just whether or not they can keep the sustain going, and then they don't get burned out from another team. Bowder's XCM as a result with that Merciless Havoc launching out towards towards YZG and having the worrisome effort of OUG on the underground. Look at this team, man. They are under the crevice. They are waiting this out here, and even towards this, the teams are not really going full aggro unless they get a kill off against Wushen's 98, who is 1 HP by the way. Now Zip Nada, and there's going to be the Viper ultimate in response here. Looking like there's going to be a chance here for ASC's Nits to catch one target off of a stun. He does find it. He finds LDX to lead him. There it is. Zhao Wen gets his kill off the Aurora Burst. Looking for the double dash coming out into the scene of the Cloud Wave from Mist, and then immediately for ASC's Han, who might have to proc out ultimate here. He gets it, and he's going to be launching this out. Remember, he does not have much mitigation. All he's got is the attack on the back of his hand, and he's making sure he can try to look for a nice dazzle and then informing himself with his teammates to catch that target and then leading them. There's an HQ. He goes down. ASC are doing work right now for 12 eliminations in this lobby, and they're making this leaderboard making it look easy, but as much as Han likes to go in there, he has nothing to mitigate against, and he's still going to be making sure and not being in full focus. Aurora Burst has denied the entry points coming out here. The last 30 seconds out here, Han's going to get eliminated from QGG. The last shots come through. ZZZT, Sleepy T getting knocked back into the zone again and again. QGG is literally looking for it as the other fairy Sentinel is going to be possibly even getting last hits, but QGG has active Justina ultimate. He's going right back in there. He sees that Viper ultimate. He doesn't really care much. He's going to be walking away from the corner, so he does not get caught, but the Viper V1 stun is an active usage from ASC's Myth. The last hit confirmation is going to be so crucial for those last hits into the zone. There it goes. Last hits are going to be the most important part about this, and Jing can confirm this if PP can get it. Both sides on the opposition comes out, and both of these guys aren't going to die. This is going to be a tight situation between 7 and 6. But looking at the leaderboard, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Wolves take this MVP for this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon Wolves are going to be the ones to come out on top there with the MVP. 14 eliminations, I think, is going to be just enough to put them over the top, but perhaps not. Wait a second. We're not going over to the Wolves perspective yet. Oh, there it is. Wolves is the MVP of game number 2. Massive from Wolves, clutching up in the zone earlier up against TE, able to survive until the very end, getting all those eliminations, not getting that first place placement, but still arriving to those final moments, getting as many kills as possible. Not only is it going to net them quite a few points for the total scoreboard, but it's also going to secure them that MVP prize. As with Grand Finals, every single game that you win, every single game that you MVP, you get a cash prize for doing so, which is very nice indeed. Even if you don't come away with a win at the very end of the day, you could still very well come away with a few bags under your belt. So definitely always worth the play for that MVP, regardless of the potential outcome at the end of the day. But big from Wolves. Quite a few other teams that were performing very well in that game as well, because there was a pretty spread scoreline in terms of kills, no? There were quite a few teams that got a decent number of kills. It wasn't as top heavy as it was in that first game of the day. And perhaps that's because, hey, the teams, it took a little bit of time. They needed that game one to warm up. You know, just get loose, get ready, get the blood pumping, ready to go. And now game number 2, everyone's performing that a little bit better.
A cold engine start coming into today's first game, and now warmed up. And yeah, the spread of points giving it out actually mostly to the bottom of the leaderboard, right? So now that average is getting more closed between the competitors, and seeing how YZG is at the top with 39.2, so is OEG, which is kind of an interesting notion, you know, seeing how OEG brought out the Hottie comp again, 9 eliminations to the end of that circle, and then having Hottie actually being eliminated far earlier than what they were anticipating. Not having the Hottie, who knows what the outcome could have been in the final circle, because the Vipers were able to run rampant throughout the whole interpretation of the fights. Even though when we had that chance of seeing about the Hottie using the teleporter, the amount of forces though, the Fairy Shens, the Syras, there's only a certain amount of pressure that you can take before, you know, one of those teams end up getting those last hit confirmations, getting all the kills, and end up putting themselves in the tied position like we just saw right there. But question for you guys in the chat, be very prepared, be very afraid, take care. How many kills did DRG get in game 2? A1, B2, C3, or D4? Man, you're really making my boys, you know, answering that type of question. Make sure you guys touch it in the Twitch chat. I know you guys in YouTube chat, but make sure you are answering in the Twitch chat. That cap is on the line. Limited. Did I say it's limited? Yeah, it's limited time only. Only for the NBPL, only from what, the last chance qualifiers into the pre-finals into now, and this is it. After that, I mean, maybe they come back next season, maybe they don't, and maybe your account becomes, you know, primo, you know, it comes out. Not your cousin. I'm talking about that thing is gonna be hella dripped out. That's all I'm gonna say. Putting out,
yeah, absolutely.
It's too clean.
Yeah, it is very, very clean. I have heard, you know, a few people who don't really like it, I have to say, because it kind of breaks their immersion and stuff like that. What? There's a cap in a wuxia game? What? It doesn't make much sense. But then again, neither does the Cyberpunk skins either.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like,
I think we're past that point at this point. It's okay,
I love this.
You know,
I love the Fairy Shen old changer. I'm like, real.
The giant panda mech, you know.
My
I think we're past that point. I think it's over, guys. It's over. Just accept the hat. Everyone wants it. You know you want it too. Regardless, but yeah, if you want to get your hands on the hat, you have to take part in the Answer for Treasures. And of course, you know, obviously, if you are taking part and you want the hat, you're probably not going to be stepping away. So, but stick around. Make sure that you stay until until the winner is announced. And to actually have your UID, your account ID ready to go so that you can claim your prize very sharpish and get that ready to go in your mail. But back to NARAKA. After game number 2, a solid performance from quite a few teams. YZG, unfortunately for them, not able to replicate their first game's performance. However, they did do very well and managed to make it into that end game with a decent number of kills, as did quite a few other teams. And here we are taking a look at the scoreboard. This is looking a lot less top heavy. In the last game, we had the majority of the points in the top 4, top 5-ish. Now it's a little bit more spread out. We've got 15 for Wolves, ASC on 14, OUG and Bowder on 10.5 each, TE, YZG and OA all on 8.5, GG 7.5, and then the last 4, you know, JL, WBG, you know, Not as many points, but it is what it is. You know, it happens. Now taking a look at the stats at the back of that game. Oh my goodness, ZK. I think we know who the MVP is going to be, ladies and gentlemen. With 19,000 damage, 10 eliminations, 4 assists, 2 kills for LJX, formerly known as the King, 8 assists, 14,000 healing. NHQ, 2 kills, 7,000 damage, not very much at all, 5 assists. He's more of a facilitator now. That is something that we see happen on a regular basis nowadays. The Takeda, he's not the powerhouse he once was. He's become more of somewhat of a punching bag and a setup and a utility kind of character to allow for his teammates to really take advantage of that and follow up with a lot of damage.
Yeah. Now our leaderboard, you know, the average, man. It's not gonna be a long. It's not gonna be a short day. It's gonna be a long day. 24 points still for Wolves at 7th place so far. 23.9 for TE, 25 for ASE, JL for 28.2, 29.2 for GG. And then for DRG in 3rd overall with 33.7, we got 39.2 for OUG and YZG taking that mantle of 1st place due to kills with 39.2 as well. And like I say, you know, you need 20 points left before we get into that match point, and it could come down to 1 game, it can come down to 4 games. It can come down in the manner of, you know, getting a 12 kills before the first Romy Yang. Who knows? Things could happen in a short amount of time before we enter into Hollow Rock Dust. But we still have things to note with YZG working it out. OUG double picking the same comp in game 1 and game 2. And the crazy part is that comp selection of the heroes could be completely ignored by the whole aspect of today. We'll have to see, because we got some flips and how it's by China Unicom. GG's first fight up against TE on towards those fireflies in the Toilet Pass and having the opportunity of looking at TE off the map. Look, LXM getting that early Conan ultimate is a death sentence, especially if he's able to kind of get that through higher rarity armor and just try to mitigate himself out. And OUG are working off against JL. As a result, R&B release comes out here, but it's hard to try to connect it off of from Baby U. As he gets it, he's going to extend out Cuckoo in the air, and this team gets completely obliterated from that point on. And a scene about Jinyu getting that last hit confirmation.
The highlights off the back of these games are always good to watch. Speaking of right there, what a parry from ASE Han. Just eyes in the back of his head, ready to catch him slipping. And see the focus slide coming through. You know, for some of you, it's probably a nice little, you know, like homage to, you know, ode to focus slide, which has now finally been removed after 4 years. It's been fully removed from the game. It's not a thing anymore. We don't see it at all. Hey, it was originally in solos as well, but they removed it from solos and put it in trios and left it in trios. It was a long time coming for this to be removed, I'm not gonna lie. Regardless, back to the action that we're bearing witness to right here. Wolves right there, we saw him almost go down because of the parry, but the Tumult coming in with a big clutch wisp, and then the double parry from the Takeda to clutch it all up at the very end. Absolutely massive from Wolves. They definitely deserve that dub. They're just beautifully done. Beautifully done in the very end. The Syra able to hold onto that ultimate until those last few seconds, taking full advantage of that shield. But ZK, hey, he definitely deserved the MVP. Not only because he got 10 kills, but because of that wisp that he hit on TE in the middle of the game right there. That was absolutely game-changing wisp for him right there, for sure.
Really is. And second to Mulch so far in the grand finals. You know, it's crazy how it happened twice, but not to be mistaken. With the pulsar usage and the flying knife, especially considering that he was able to get the palm lightning, the skills and ultimates damage alone means that he was landing those wisps for sure, and having the chance of using it with V3 variation. You know, we saw about the variations to Mulches. It's very important to keep notion about which variation ultimates come into play. I mean, even with the ultimate being changed to where V3 cannot be resetted off of an enemy to Mulch ultimate, you know it's going to be a play right now, and seeing just how strong the value is just by its core value, just by having it outright to use in your own ultimate cycle, and then having your teammates to kind of get those follow-ups. 2200 damage for the wisp throws. I mean, that's the one thing. And then landing out those hits for your teammates. He still got 10 eliminations, 10 final hits, and he was able to kind of get those off between the pulse word RMBs or even with the palm lightning that he was able to pick up, and it completely obliterating someone's ability to stand right back up, and having the chance of picking off the key target in a comp, right? Picking off one of the players or one of the characters, one of the heroes that really just set the tone for who you have to worry about, and then boom, they're gone. Out of the equation, it causes that team to have to scurry around and having to back around again and again if that team ends up getting fights between pocketed fights of other teams in the midst of trying to look for the resets for their teammate. But listen to Mulch, he's a menace, man. He will end your day quick.
Absolutely. To be honest, I'm actually quite surprised that we're seeing anything other than V3 Tumult, because although the nerf came through, resulting in Tumult not being able to gain wisps off of enemy Tumult ults and all of that stuff, although that nerf came through, the value of V3 over V1 is still there, certainly, because not long before that, we got the change to the F, which allowed it to stay off cooldown when you got a wisp from your sand wall. Regardless, for now, we are going to be going over to a quick break before our next game of the day, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
大江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万手9000伤，几层卓眼看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗探欧陆。
and gentlemen, we are back from the break. Hope you guys didn't take too long. We are going through for round 3. My name is Severio, alongside with Dunkin' Donuts. We got ourselves kind of a lot of games kind of work off, and for the first 2 games, a lot of action had accrued. Team comps have been approaching that are out of the wazoo. Now with no Wu Chen for the grand finals, it's been kind of a interesting notion. I mean, we've seen comps that normally wouldn't show their faces at all, and lo and behold, Hades has made his approach here. But we still have Hollow Rock Dust to look towards, the 3rd Firefly map in a row to be making its way for the first 3 rounds. And Duncan, I mean that with this last round having no hero points still enabled, these teams are still finding ways of making niche comps work in their favor.
Yeah, they've been pulling out some interesting compositions, to say the least. I have to say, Hardy was probably the last thing I really thought of or really expected, but thinking about it a little bit more, it does make sense, because at the end of the day, it's not as strong as it once was. Obviously, we don't have that sort of constant cube. The cube is up essentially every 30 seconds. So it's not what it once was, but it still fulfills that kind of role that Wu Chen fulfilled beforehand. Wu Chen, you've got much more distance. You've got more, you don't have to just go into the air and put down the cube and all of that stuff. You just press the button. As long as you've put that teleport location down preemptively, you can simply press it a moment's notice and instantly take all 3 of your teammates out of there. So it's not the same, but it kind of fulfills a similar role. And then Hardy, of course, even though he's not as good as he once was, he still provides a decent amount of CC and solid pressure. A triple charge Hardy is still going to be able to be very disruptive in those team fights, and in endgame, if you're able to make it all the way to the very end, you can knock people out of that center circle, the last few, the last little bit of space that everyone's trying their very best to hold on to. So it's definitely has some value, but I'm not sure if it's going to be picked up by the majority of teams. We'll see it from a few, but I don't think we'll see it from all of them. No, not at all, because it's, I don't know. I think there's other things that could be better, not going to lie.
100%. And looking at the prize pool for the MVP into this round, we're looking at over 5,000 USD on the stack. These guys are going to be going crazy right now for that money, man. I'll tell you that for sure. But we still have rounds 4 through 8. If it gets higher and higher and higher, potentially we'll have to see how soon today ends up going through the match point MVPs potentially. And I like that point you mentioned, Hadi, right? That slash, that it's like not only the damage spike that comes out of it, the nerfs that included not only to not being able to heal while flying around, it's also to the duration of that cube is only 20 seconds. And having the chances as to, Chad's even shouting this girl out here. I saw you guys out there. I see you guys. Listen, one thing is for certain, the fans are out here, the gamers, they're united. One major notion about Hadi that makes him kind of a force to be reckoned with, though, is that knock-up. When you knock back somebody with that level 3 slash, there's a lot of characters that can help connect off of that. Matari, for instance, she can absolutely just extend it with the F2 and Glow Focus, pushing them further, then allowing for the grounding like Viper to look for the Blue Focus to extend it. A lot of time, we always make that mention about what are the most potent forms of CC. One of them is that, crowd control aspect of just keeping your target afloat and putting them in that afloat state, in the flop state more specifically, where they are just getting resetted upon reset for those knockback knockups. That mention of just sheer CC control can be extended, and they can really just put someone down to the dumper. No armor in a split second, pretty much confirmed just because they were left alone by one single Hadi Blade Slash. But like we said, he has a lot of downsides to him now more than ever. So having the opportunity to actually just having him on the field for the 20 or so seconds on duration, he's got to be the brains of the team on the timing of getting the teleport cube ready to go. Like any Wu Chen port to come through and disengaging a team, this one's a lot shorter range. So he has to be mindful about when he's going to be using it, whether he's going to be offensive first and then setting up the teleporter, or setting up the teleporter so that he can spend all his time on the ground helping his team in a disarray.
Yeah, for sure, but we'll have to wait and see. Here we are with YZG, taking a look at them. They seem pretty locked in. They don't seem to show too much emotion most of the time, because I feel like they're just it's another day at the office. They're just ready to go, ready to game, ready to pop off. But will we see them manage it in this upcoming game? And I think, considering that, well, I mean, they're at the top of the leaderboard, they have the most points, but they're equal with another team at the moment. So if either of these teams get a massive game, 20 points, then we're already at match point. We're already there, and it could be it could be a short day. But that's not to say that it will be, because we've seen it time and time again in the past. Teams reach that MVP threshold, and then they struggle so hard to actually push it over the line and finally just to like get that last MVP and win it all. It's how long has it even been since the last time we actually had a day end early? I think it's been a little while, since we've actually had a series end in 4 or 5 games.
Week 2, I think, was the last time we had an early end. Past round before round 6 was round 5. YZG.
Thing is, yeah,
so they were able to get that.
It's rare.
It got them with the Viper Routine test on the Hollow Rock map, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe, things things can be made though. Things can change. If this team ends up getting crazy points, like you said, 20 points, that's all we need. That's all we need to get ourselves inside of that match point threshold. And in the next game, it's bars to none. The teams can start hunting them down. They know exactly where they're going to be ending up. Our phases though, DRG, OUG, GG, and SR taking first phase. Man, SR is cursed, bro. No points last round, no points first round, man. They only got proposed points to carry them throughout this whole day, and I called that casting. Feels bad. WBG, YZG, Wolves, and T are in the second phase, and OA, JL, Bowda, and ASC are taking that third phase selection into this map rotation of Hallroth. Now, I was kind of like thinking about it. I was like letting you know that maybe a Zyphon could be showing out here for the first phase, but it's kind of be the motion. There it is. SR is gonna be going out here for the Zyphon, and then seeing the Con Informer for OUG. Now it's up to GG and DRG. Gonna see. Oh, okay. We're gonna bring out the Kurumi Syra with the Takeda onto GG. A nice staple actually of their choice picks. For DRG though, they pick up the Syra. That's a point ban for Syra straight up, and that's gonna be the case. And they're bringing the Valda out with Various Shen. Hey, bringing out the second phase. Bring out the second phase, bro. I listen to Valda, bro. I'm listening. Talk to me, bro.
Oh my goodness, and then what is going on? Valdas and Hardys, and there's a lot of people out there who are big fans of these characters, but I have to say, this is pretty oogly. This is pretty interesting. But to see YZG pulling out this composition with the Viper, Matari, and Hardy, it gives rise to the thought that it actually probably is quite good. I think it actually might be kind of good then, because if YZG is playing it, then it must have value, because these guys, they are the creators, they're the masterminds of the scene. They've come up with and done so well with so many different compositions. TXJ is just like, he's seen as the GOAT, the NARAKA god, within the CN community, that everybody respects him so much for what he's done for the scene in the past. So he definitely, him playing it along with his teammates, it holds a lot of weight, absolutely. But I'm very surprised by Valda Monk Kurumi twice being picked. It's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Are we doing V1 Valda? Valda Monk Wombo? Is that what's happening right here? Surely not, right? Surely not.
I mean, the Kurumi there, like, that's like a weird pick to go into that Wombo. I would have noticed a Tesla, but we'll have to see later on. The thing is, OUG double picking it, and I mentioned, right, the most important round is that first round, right? Seeing what the players are going to be using and seeing, how is that going to be successful? And then they brought it back for a second round. It came out semi-successful, so for phase 2 team to bring it out 3 times, this is going to be that motion for the team to bring out the Hadi again with Matari and the Viper. Our skill selections have V3 for Bowda is Jing, seeing about the Viper, V2, F2 for Wolves, and then looking past this point, F2 for GGCJS for the Takeda. Only variation change we've seen so far, and that's going to be the Takeda with F2, not F3, not F1, F2. V2 Valda on DRG, so we're going to see that. We're going to see a chance of looking past this, seeing a V1 for the Tumult on one Fong, and then looking at the bottom row, CXD working out the F2, V2 for Viper, seeing a V2 for the Valda on Youth for TE, and then having an opportunity of whether or not, I mean, listen, the Valda coming out here is one thing. I'm curious why the Kurumi's there, to be honest, but at the same time, I ain't gonna ask questions until I see the results. We have a chance of looking at these drops. Salvation Podium, SR is gonna be wanting to take that 100%. They're gonna get the Firefly, at least one towards one unit, and then making that chance of getting the puzzle solved with the gold weapon. But our drops really goes to the spread out between the Lake Yell Feather, I should say, in terms of the northwest, where JL is gonna be ending up getting those Fireflies. GG all the way into the ocean over towards the Imperial Village, and then about to take it into Metop. ASE over by the Pinnacle Town, and having a lot of teams kind of circulating around the Plume Castle and even further in terms of the north and the south and way out east. TE. Bro, these guys are 1,000 kilometers away from everybody on the map, and then they're gonna have to all the loot towards City of Tongue to have it for themselves. But this is gonna be game 3, folks, and allowing for game 3 to commence with a bang. It's gonna be an understatement. WBG are gonna be probably the first fight we're gonna see. My name is Severio alongside with Dunkin' Donuts. We got ourselves an on-drop fight at between not 1, not 2, but I believe 3 teams: OUG, YZG, and WBG.
Yeah, they've landed on those Fireflies, but are they able to secure them both in this spot right here? There are 2 Fireflies to be had. It looks as though they didn't get picked up by one individual team, but instead, with all of those teams split up, they scatter into Plume Castle. And for the moment, we're going to be heading on over to DRG and GG, who's scrapping it out, who've landed on these Fireflies just to the west of Imperial Village. GG look as though they are going to be losing a member off the rip. Dongxing trying to fend off both of these players. LXM does get silenced, but not soon enough. The Dazzle comes through, and the ultimate for this Valder is not yet available. Unfortunately, the no ult zone does get popped to try and peel for him, but it's not early enough. Again, unfortunately, LXM does manage to finish the kill off, and now GG are going to make short work of the last remaining member of DRG. Oh, no, wait a second. I got very confused. Wait, I'm so confused right now. I don't know. DRG does go down, all 3 of them. No, I was right the first time. DRG gets fully eliminated along with Wolves somewhere else on the map. It looks as though we've got SR Junks with a golden greatsword, having picked it up from the Salvation Podium, from that puzzle just to the south of Plume Castle. To be able to secure that golden weapon very early on, uncontested. Very nice indeed for them. And now moving over to Metab, we have OA and Bowder scrapping it out.
Now, of course, Mong is going to have the ultimate for Vault to try to defend PP, and then having the opportunity of that Burmy Circle to get the burst heal gives him another chance of surviving. He reprocs it, and now he's forcing out the fight. Look at Mong. He does not get that second Molder Spear, but now that CPT has his active Burmy ultimate, he is going to space away, he is going to recast, and he does get caught throughout and finding a tether. Unfortunately, these guys got flying knives, they got all the weapons. Moon main around them, they don't care, man. This is that cosmetic bait, bro. Nothing worse than that. And over towards the Mist Forest, actually take a look and see about the Firefly Ravine, or not the Firefly Ravine, but more so the Ice Butterfly Ravine, where JL's Jaja is going to be looking to try to scare us past this Kylan. He gets caught back and forth. And of all the motions right here, you know it's going to be the grapple cancel. Nice musket shot to try to get the Ice Firefly. Oh, he's getting no freezes, but he is forcing him to deny for that area of control. And you can see Baby U's looking for that crosshair. There's not going to be a scissor chance anywhere in hell as the F1 comes out and he puts him short aside to the corner, but the blender could have been made, but Jingyu denied it, and now the Tianhai ultimate is on active usage. SS is down, and for Jingyu, he gets 1 Fong, and he finds double grab potentially against Jasha, out with the benefit of the Notion. He's going to go for a single slam down to freeze. It gets denied. The F1 from Tumult was used as an insurance policy, and he finds a corner. He gets frozen. He gets grabbed, and that's going to be where OUG can potentially pick up that first elimination.
Yeah, it looks as though JL1 Fang is going to be going down. Nothing that can be done at this point, unfortunately. It looks as though, wait a minute, Kuka2 does get a little bit too anti, too aggressive, drops down a little bit too early, does take a little bit of damage, but it's not going to matter. That Ice Butterfly is going to come through and freeze, giving them that little bit of tempo. But oh my goodness, YZG out of nowhere, surprise! Here we are, the Matari ultimate coming through, the dash through, able to pick up a couple quick kills, disrupting this fight, turning it on his head. And it looks as though, I think, that team had gone for the salty run back, but thankfully for them, they did not get caught out, and they are able to disengage, I believe. Now, heading over to the deserty area, very contrasting from that snowy area. Oh, no, wait, no, we're going back to the snow. SR going through the rotations. They've got that golden greatsword under their belt. Got purple fan as well, triple blue armor. The only thing they're really missing at the moment is that purple armor for Zhao. As we've talked about it time and time again, this composition is typically referred to as the budget comp because it can scale with a very low budget. Realistically, as long as you get one purple armor and you get it on that side, you're going to be able to contest a lot of these other teams that require a little bit more resources to actually get the same result, the same value at the very end when they're fighting out with these other team compositions. So if they're able to find that, then they are going to be set up for that first Yang undoubtedly. It looks as though we're back in Metab with ASE and WBG fighting. We've got Han in that Tianhai ultimate, the Vajra state. Oh my goodness, wait a minute, out of nowhere, the grab onto Jing. Not able to cancel the ultimate as it is the V2 from the Viper, so that silence still denies the slam, but it's not going to deny this parry. Beautifully done by Han, but unfortunately Yeran is going to dash through. The damage is going to come in, and WBG still looks as though they're on the front foot for the moment. Xiao Wen avoiding that RMB slam, turns the focus attack, avoiding the parry from Xiao Wen. Yet again, the dash comes through. Yeran trying to make something happen. Looks as though WBG, they might be down for this one. Leo does go down at the end. ASE now chasing down Yeran. Han has been resurrected, himself. Leo and Jing aren't going to be making that decision for themselves. I don't think they're going to use that soul form and try and reset, disengage, or at least for the moment. Wait a minute, Yeran, there's no way he wins this, right? Popping the ultimate. Okay. Woo, the curse. Holy. What are we? Holy. What are we?
He could have.
Holy. That was a big damage from the musket headshot. That was all the damage. If he hadn't died to that, I think he could have potentially turned it around. I'm not gonna lie. The healing from that ultimate may have been his saving grace.
Yeah. And regardless, though, he still has his team to work off and resetting around, so they may find a new spot in the map to get out of. It's going to be a really tough call. Camel's Hump could be their next spotlight, or they can go to Moonbeam Gorge. Either way, GG losing out on CJS on his second life, meaning that they cannot mainly res if he is in the face of danger. For DRG, they are slow rolling all towards towards the trenches. If they want to start looting this, they could end up going north towards Grizzly Rise. More often than not, though, the shop right now is going to be a major place for all the teams that have money on standby for that purple armor. Now over towards Boomerang Cliff, you wouldn't believe it. The area of the map that's, it's very fairly, not utilized, but it definitely holds a lot of value, and especially for a reset for teams that need to get loot in case they had missed out. It's kind of like, it's like the outskirt, area. The loot here can be meaningful or it can be meaningless if another team is anticipating you to go knee deep in the zone as a part of your reset cycle. So for some teams, this is a lucky strat right now for OUG where no one is there to contest it. YGG, a little bit right there north of the Misty Forest. So if they try to hold out towards making sure that they can get the Yang, if OUG gets into the zone, they are going to be met with forces unbeknownst to them. And then seeing about this comp, man, we get to talk about this comp. What are we even going to have a chance of calling this comp, man? Hadi, Viper, Matari, like this is something I don't even know if there's anything that we can name out. We can do this on the fly, but we're going to leave it towards in terms of the future. Sab Group here going to be giving out to TXJ, having a aerial rent and a bent descent on QGG. Man, if he drop downs aerial rent, I will lose my mind. But then again, too risky of a play unless QGG decides to say we're all in, and using his F2 there. Questionable. No questions here. YZG had 3 eliminations. They got all the chances right now to go towards that Rummy Yang. OUG have already made their approach. They are going to be camping this one out here and having the chance of actually seeing JL onto this course of action and having the Kurumi Parasol pre-empted to make sure they can get that immediate Parasol then into attachment. And there it is. We enter the first Rummy Yang. OUG are versing YZG, top leaderboard-esque teams going toe-to-toe. And with both of these teams, Kylan and Former versus that new comp with Hadi, Viper, and Matari.
Yeah, how is this going to stack up? Jinyu taking a little bit of chip damage off the rip, losing the majority of that purple armor, but he's going to be jumping in to that Tianhai ultimate very quickly. We do see the response from the Hardy. He is going to be flying up into the sky, dropping down that cube. I imagine there it is behind the pillar. QGG trying to break line of sight. The Viper ultimate is going to be utilized now. The Matari ultimate has been used as well. Literally triple ulting right now. SS is silenced, but he's on 1 HP. If they're able to close out this kill, they may be able to finish them off and prevent them from sustaining in the later part of this fight. It looks as though they do find that one grab. The chunk of damage comes through. He's able to fly away with that F2, but it's not going to be enough. Dropping down into the clutches of the enemy team. OUG is going to be able to close out that elimination. CXZ fending them off with that F2, that knockback, that big damage button, the golden focus, and it looks as though TXJ on the sidelines was able to eliminate SS, and now in the 2 vs 2, Baby U is taking a lot of damage. The bonk comes through from that RMB, from the spear, the jump LMBs from the hang sword is going to make this extremely difficult. TXJ chipping down at Jinyu's HP, the F comes through, and there it is, YZG, calm and collected. They almost go down, they lose the Hardy, but it doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen. That's your GOATs of NBPL right there. YZG able to clutch it up, pull it back, and come away with the victory in the first realm of Yang alongside ASE and SR. I was going to say, WBG managed to time their buff pickup exactly at the same time as YZG. Did they go into the realm of Yang and get White Tiger's prowess? No, they got it from a Spirit Well instead. So we have SR, YZG, and ASE, all victors from their realms of Yang, and then WBG, who picked up a Spirit Well and got their hands on White Tiger's prowess somewhere else. So now heading on over, speak of the devil, we have SR and WBG going head to head in the outskirts, in the deserty area. Leo, having utilized that ultimate, is getting just absolutely chipped out of the air. It's very difficult to disengage right now with Rico chasing him down with that beam. It looks as though he's managed to break away for the moment, and he might be able to survive this onslaught from SR.
It's gonna be a big notion if you can get that teleporter up, but unfortunately he deflights, he goes ahead. WBG Jing is gonna have an ult on standby for that Viper, so he can lock them all within the area. Rico still wants to take the fight here in point blank range. The Matari ultimate might have just been the cusp of Jux's demise. There it is, going down here, left and right, 1-2s, and there's the 3s. You know, one thing comes out for certain, even though they chase down the Hottie, he still has his team to pack a punch, and there's gonna be Rico uppercut it, and the extensions are diabolical. There's Zhao going down. So I wanted to mention something in that Realm of Yang where YZG was doing with the Hottie ultimate. He was actually, you know, the main threat in lobbies is the flying knives because of the omnidirectionals. But you know what's crazy, right? He can parry in midair. And since he's able to get that 360 carry, if he finds that flying knives coming his way, he can actually get that level 3 swing to come out towards his targets, which might be something to see more often from these teams. Using ultimates and then having the parry mechanic embedded, some teams really kind of like use it somewhat. For instances, Kylan can ult and he can parry in his ultimate. And Hottie can do the same as well. Only difference is that Hottie is very susceptible getting nuked, if anything. If a Kylan gets his level 2 slash, then anything can be followed up with, like the grabs. It's all about the teammates that can kind of work off and protecting him by chipping away those soft targets on the ground. And then again, if he finds any sort of opportunity in the midst of the battle, if he knows that someone's going to be looking for a shotgun horizontal blue focus release with the flying knives, he can parry that with these, as long as he's able to kind of accrue the notion for it. We're switching on over towards YGG though, matter of fact. Over by Moonfall Pass, as you can see, they're going to be the Viper ultimate to kind of come out here. TXJ is going to be locking down SS. If they can get the zipping out of here, the sustain is going to be minimized. As a whole, the Forbidden Steel is going to be their second best option, as both their ultimates have been popped out here. And now there's going to be a chance right now to look in terms of fighting within this circle. Parry like that from TXJ, classic. Looking for the lethal jab, it's connected. Jump LMB comes out here, and then with the Fizz Blaze coming out, a deletion against TXJ, burns his Vermilions, and JL are coming out here to clean up shop. OUG's SS locked into the ravine is going to be pushed himself into the corner, one F1 to the next, and an easy access to multi ultimate coming out off of this end and locking him in. Zhao Zhao is making sure he can get the scare rushes, denying the scare rush past it. And the blue focuses, especially if he had the F1 active, does he need to use his ultimate though to lock down this target? If any other teams want to make their approach here, that Forbidden Steel is a huge marker. B2 Viper comes out here from the back line, and this might be a spotlight for Zhao Zhao to get locked in the ground and into the tomb, and there they go down. And now with OUG still having to fight up against Wolves, who are now looking to try to get their first elimination in the game.
That is so fun. Oh, yeah. You were saying, oh, they're going to commit this to ultimate to lock this player down and make sure they get that kill. You would think, right? But somehow, unfortunately, just getting stuck on the rocks, they're not able to actually close it out. Just hold checking in their face. We saw Zhao Zhao with that Takeda just constantly hitting the jumping horizontals because he couldn't attach himself to the wall, couldn't get the scale rush to come through, chipping a little bit, but it just wasn't enough. I think it was so unfortunate that he was able to survive on that terrain right there. Wolves taking full advantage of the situation. Also, I have to say, YZG not being able to close out that kill on the Monk, and originally TXJ off the back of that parry, that LMB was just ever so slightly mistimed, and he just wasn't able to get it. And I think it could have potentially also been due to the terrain, but then they immediately get fiended by the third party. But thankfully, they did have that Vermilion Bird's Bite. They are going to be living to fight another fight, and here they do get their Tianhai elimination on a lonely Tianhai out in the open, who's not really able to defend himself. The last remaining member of OUG. All three of them are now down for the count. One of the first teams to actually get fully eliminated from the lobby, and I believe the only other team who's even close is one other who has one member left alive, and it's a Karumi. I can't remember exactly who it is, but I know that there is one other team, and considering there's 31 players, it does make sense. Now, Wolves, they're going to be consolidating on this Spirit Well, trying to get themselves that buff. They're probably going to be stalling it out for a while to try and get the maximum effective value. We see this happen time and time again, where they wait to actually fully capture it until the last second so that they can extend the duration as much as they can. And yeah, it does work very good. It does work very, very well for them as they're able to move forwards with a lot of pressure. But now we're going into the Rumble Yang with SR up against ASE, the new Transformers, up against a rather interesting... Oh, no, wait, is this... No, this is okay. This is standard budget comp. Standard budget comp. We've got the Matari, we've got the Siren, we've got that Zai coming through. Both of these ultimates, all three of these ultimates for ASE already popped as well. They're gonna have to make something happen sooner or later, Serve. Otherwise, they're gonna get out sustained and taken down once that Monk ult goes down.
And with a single grab like that, Zhao can get connected to blue focuses. No, 3 grab is had. Now is going to be the budget con going down here. The BOGO is no longer in play. And for Rico right now, deformation on that Cyro ultimate means that he's going to be easy prey for the picking. But the Tianhai ult is done. He still has a chance right now to see whether or not they can hold up a 2v3. Otherwise, advanced group kills on both sides of the teams. If one support goes out, they can go ahead and start resetting for the other. And then again, it's all about how fast the other team can go in their faces. For Junks though, charge up gets denied with the stone form. Nice scare from Pawn. Nice parry from Mist, and catching a huge amount of damage coming through here, making sure he can go for the elimination. He's going to be focusing. He's going to go left. He's going to go right. He decides to go right. He forces Stone Form again, and Junks is going for that shunt. He's going to have it successfully. The bow shots, the micro gameplay aspects comes out. Mist is going to be making sure he can get it done. And for his team, might be looking to kite around this buff, but then again, if they can kite this buff for it, Rico could make a chance of sustaining himself out with the Cyro ultimate. They aren't going to allow that. Another bow shot from Mist, another elimination. Romyang 2 is going to be earned out for ASC as well as OA, I believe, not taking any competition, and a repair roll, gold halberds, and switching it up with a slow shot Sunwing shot Jade to be picked up with that gold armor. Getting that Mystic Might most likely instead of that Romyang victory, as once again has also picked up that Mystic Might. And now for Vision on the leaderboard, we have 12 eliminations for ASE. ASE for the past 2 rounds have been doing pretty dang well, I'll be honest right now. And accompanying them from the bottom of the leaderboard now to the top, it really makes a strong point about where they can stand upon in that innovation cycle that we've seen from YZG in the past, specifically out of TXJ's hands. And then having TXJ having 7 eliminations on this team overall, this team's still at the top of the leaderboard. They have a lot of, hold down the fort situations that might come up soon, especially when these Transformers start popping off. New comp on the block, though. New comp on the block. White Tiger's prowess, a Merciless Havoc, and picking up that Merciless Havoc alongside a Hex of Harmony Seer. That's what NiHQ is going to be holding on to, as well as ZK. And then Alchemy switching out here for a Rupture Gale or for ZK, which is going to be huge value when it comes to those proximity shots, and he's landing those outright.
Absolutely. But he's going to need to pick up some grapples pretty soon if he wants to really take advantage of this buff. I believe we had 0 grapples on that Viper, unfortunately. They're going to have to find some if they're going to try and take a fight while this buff is still active, and they only have 80 seconds and counting for that buff. ASE on 110 seconds and counting, OA on 27. So not all that much time for OA, but they may have found a fight. They may have found a beneficial fight. If they are in fact going to look to fight this team, it doesn't look as though they're all that interested. Instead, I think they're much more interested in simply being a little friendly. You know, what's up, guys? We've got the buff too. We're chilling. We don't really need to fight each other. No need. We're we can survive until that end zone. And it looks as though that is going to be the plan for the moment. SR in that soul form with Yang Depletion right now. They're going to have to find some soul blooms pretty soon. Perhaps they are simply using this soul form to scout out, try and find a beneficial fight, try and find a couple teams fighting, or they're perhaps just trying to waste time until the buffs from the enemy teams who won the Realm of Yang and got it from the Spirit Well do expire, which they've managed to do so. ASE now only with 55 seconds on the clock, and the Wolves essentially having lost their buff at this point. They may be able to take advantage of that timing, but 2 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock. They're gonna have to make something happen sooner rather than later, as even though you can take out a team very, very quickly in this kind of environment, in this competitive environment that is NBPL Spring Split Grand Finals. Most of these teams aren't going to go down without the fight, and it's going to be very hard to find an isolated fight. So third party is ideal. Again, Yang Depletion situation, I've talked about it time and time again. That's why we see a lot of teams just not really look for much while this phase happens during the game. That's why we see the buff teams not really looking to fight each other. There's no need. Rather wait it out, wait until that Yang Depletion goes in and forces something, and then pick up the easier kills later on as that timer runs down. Because you can keep track of this very effectively, because Yang Depletion lasts a set duration. So when you know a team has gone down and has Yang Depletion, you can always time your assault on them on the last few seconds.
Yeah, and also you could theoretically play that game of chicken that we saw from earlier from GG, but then again, that only comes once in the blue moon. Rico, though, on active Syra ultimate, minute 45 left on that Aroma Depletion, and he's got Jing to look at the teleport, and he's got to look for where that cube is. Otherwise, he goes straight towards Yoran, who takes the high ground nearly, but does get counter grapple onto the ground level. He has no armor in his name. He's going to get staggered. His ultimate will everything in the face of the nature, and there's the Viper ultimate carried out before, or after, I should say, the Matari ultimate, which was used preemptive. Yoran finds a miracle blue armor for the swap. One uppercut, all jumps to meet, and he gets the elimination as a result with that pulse sword. And then Rico converges on towards Jing, who goes down, and his team gets rid of 2 Rummy Depletions, potentially getting themselves a third one, or even looking to purchase their, Zhao, their Zai. And if Zhao loses himself out to the zone, it's right there. He can use the Poison Shroom, and they can look for the Reaper Charm if, like I said, it's available. Spirit Well and White Tiger's Prowess on Plume Castle at the worst possible position for a team. Oh my god. And on Tianhai, because there's a lot of terrain right now that's not in his favor. High ground position right now for any other team that wants to look down here. TE's and we can look for some grabs. ASE wants to type contest this a little bit. Xiaonan having around 5 seconds left on that ultimate. Gotta be very close about this position, because now Han's got an ultimate. There's gonna be that the Viper ultimate on conjunction, and then seeing whether or not Han's gonna have any sort of worries. No, it is not gonna be the case. His teammates are still gonna be holding this through, and this buff is gonna be theirs to claim that gold armor. There's another Viper ultimate coming down here. YCG, wait a second, what are we doing here? We're looking to lock down with the Kermit comes on the ground level inside the building to avoid the Tianhai, and it's working. And whoa, we got elimination against Pink just like that. And with the Kurumi Circle even in play, we know that's gonna be the motion right now for Mist. He's got his ult reset, so once his ult ends, YZG takes the teleporter and immediately depart from this fight, Duncan.
Yeah, that right there, that's the Hardy coming through. We don't have the Wu Chen to be able to come through with the teleport, with that big teleport, but the Hardy does facilitate a similar role. Unfortunately, it's not enough to save CXZ. CXZ does still go down while being chased down by Mist in that Kylan ultimate. But I think I imagine they will likely be able to recover moving forwards, as they do still have 2 members left alive. But will they be able to actually resurrect him, or will they be forced to go and buy themselves a rebirth charm and resurrect him that way? We'll have to wait and see. But for the moment, ASE looks as though they're in the driver's seat right now. They have the buff. They have 2 golden armors. They're gonna be the first team to have prio, if they choose to do so, to go for that next Spirit Well that's going to be coming up in a little bit. The teams that get the Spirit Well leading up to this end zone always have prio, always have the initial tempo to be able to secure the next one. So we'll see if they're able to do that. As in the first game of the day, we didn't see that come through. We saw TE with the buff, and they tried their best to get a hold of the second one, or the final buff of the game, but weren't able to do so, and they fell and actually ended up going down. So we'll see. It does usually happen, though. It's a pretty high probability that the team that gets this Spirit Well gets the next one. And look at that right there in the middle of the screen. We have the graphic pop up. telling us that YZG is able to buy themselves a rebirth charm, and they're going to be using it to resurrect their teammate, resurrecting CXZ. Very nice indeed for them, but that being said, they're not going to really have that much loot unless they're able to go back and loot their old body. Oh no, wait a second. THJ dying to the zone. Oh no.
Couldn't be
That's
me.
not what you want to see. Not
couldn't
what
be
you
me.
want to see. Oh my goodness.
I need to replay stat prod team. Where you got? Listen, all things considered, the res was attempted for that rebirth time, but they got hunted and they got fiended down on. And that's exactly what secured. Unfortunate for YZG, who are still at the top of the leaderboard, at least for now, but still got teams to fight out here. 22 players, I should say, still alive, and we're taking the high ground. You know, don't worry, Anakin, we got this one. If the Moon Maid forces the team onto that corner, so we could see a knockback coming through here. NiHQ still looking out to be on the ground floor in case he needs to fly out. But no one's going to be wanting to take the approach. One elimination, like I said. The Wolves still only have one kill in their squad. They are in 7th place overall. Looking at ASE though, out of the bottom, climbing up the ladder, they are at 41.5 overall, 16 kills. They have a Dreadful Whale on towards their Zhao Wen. They also have advanced group heal, as you can possibly see just looking at the procs themselves. They had that a long time ago, and being able to have that sustained and just being able to keep themselves in those fights. Our Spirit Well is being contested though, as DRG's Dongxing, I should say, is having that chance of using the Fairy Shannon Beacon and is having the chance of knocking back Han as long as he can. But of course, Moonshard Storm is in the play, and the ASC are looking to try to throw that one out here after the loot spawn. Han gets himself to be spaced out, but this Yang Spirit Well has not been even making a dent. They are not even at the halfway point, and TE Xiaonan gets to contest that. And looking at ZK, man, he took the teleport the moment he saw that grab coming out here, and now it's gonna be a chance to look in terms of repositioning. These teams are looking straight into the heart of the Spear Well for the moment. Concoxy, DRG, they are now making their approach here. Wolves still on standby for a moment here. LA is gonna be having their spotlight into the sight lines and making sure they can try to lock these guys down once their ultimate ends for the Tianhai, as well as looking at towards the Kurumi ultimate. The grabs are had. ZK is just a light beam right now and knocking everyone out for no abilities used for the next 4 seconds. Off that V2 proc, and Dutic still on the Tianhai. Still looking to try to go ahead, getting a jab into the back away, or looking stunned for a second here. A CGS looks to proc out the Kato ultimate, and looking at that. This is what I was going to mention here. The Kurumi ultimate with the proc comes out here. Big slam coming after that double grab, and eliminating LXM in the blink of an eye. And hopefully to see if this team can try to not get contested even further on the Spirit Well, but it looks like it's not going to be happening, Duncan. They are making sure that this team has no way of retreating with whole ult on standby.
Yeah, no, they're not going to let them go without a fight. ASE now going to try their hand at this Spirit Well. Han popping that ultimate. They do have the best chance, I believe, right now to be able to secure this one. TE, they're positioned right at the edge, trying to deny, potentially missed with that Moonshard Storm, making it very difficult for any of these players to make their way in. Dongxing does get caught by the grab, the double grab. Oh my goodness, the double grab into the slam, the kablam coming through from Han. He's able to secure a kill for himself. But unfortunately, they're not going to be able to stand tall on the Spirit Well. DRG looking to find that res onto Dongxing. They're trying their best, but the Dazzle comes through. Might deny them. They might go down because of this. This is a big risk to go for. GG trying their hand now at the Spirit Well. There's not very much time left on the clock. They need to secure it now if they're going to be able to do so at all. LXM in that Syra ultimate taken down pretty low is going to be using those bubbles, the orbs to try and heal up his teammates. Now with the last few seconds on that ultimate is going to deny the resurrection for Dongxing. Wolves heading on over, going to try and do a little something, but DRG Kakaishi in the air is going to be denying this team right here. The TE Youth getting knocked down off that rock formation. ASC down on the bottom on that ultimate low, going to be holding on and trying to wait to use their ultimates until an opportune moment. GG taking a decent amount of damage on CJS. He's in that ultimate, but the armor swap comes through from his teammate, keeping him up and keeping him ready to go in at a moment's notice. Meng potentially finding his way in, and we see that those armor powders get dropped for his teammate. He needs them. Hey, bro, I gave you my armor. Give me some heals. Grappling up, trying to find something now. Kakaishi looks as though he's going to get caught out. The combo breaker comes through, keeping him alive just for the moment, but he is in dire straits right now. Speaking of ASE taking a lot of damage as well. That ultimate is going to come through, though, just in time. Reaction ulting, avoiding that Viper silence. He is going to be able to get the grab. He's not going to be able to escape before that silence wears off, and there it is. Kablam! We see the slam come through. ZK goes down. Han jumping in, trying to find some some more grabs, not able to do so. Finds one, finds another, kablam, there it is. NHQ living on a sliver of HP. That cube is going to save him, if only for a moment, trying to avoid the next grab. The slam comes through yet again. XEM does have ultimate up very, very soon, so they may get reaggressed on ASE. They need to survive for the next 10 seconds or so. They might get taken down, but that Kylan ult is going to come through, crashing through the competition. He's going to try and deny any pressure being put onto that Tianhai, keeping him alive, dashing through all three members of GG, healing up that little bit, disrupting this fight. But CJS has ultimate that he could pop at a moment's notice. Missed, still dashing through. His Tianhai still pretty healthy. We need to keep them alive, otherwise they're not going to be able to win that potential heal off. The combo breaker comes through, the fist blades. Is he going to be able to survive the onslaught? The stuff comes in, the Takeda ultimate as well, all chaining together, making up this rock formation. It's a blessing in disguise for a lot of these players. The Karumi getting that parry, coming through. OA being able to apply that pressure, but the Karumi ultimate is going to deny it. Xiao Wen has gone down. The XEM with this Takeda ultimate trying to make something happen. What is going on? And now we have the Valda coming through, the V2 knocking him up. So much action, so much chaos. XEM trying his best to stand tall. ASE Han, he did manage to survive. The heal off is winnable right now. Sending out those cannon shots. Will he be popping that ultimate? Yes, he will. Will he survive? 3, 2, 1, and it's gonna be a draw, ladies and gentlemen. No first place multiplier, unfortunately, but ASE doing God's work to stay alive until the very end.
Massive game right now. ASE taking out that 20 bombs to their name. No multiplier, like we mentioned, but still 20 bomb in this economy. Oh yeah, we take those. Every single one of those points earned themselves up to first place. They surpassed YZG as a result. This game alone really just set the tone for them. And then having the chance of using this composition, this chance in this third round, now opens up the door for them for the future if they want to bring it back. Then again, a lot of these teams are really making their plays. And I'm being honest, you know, YZG getting knocked down from that. I want to see the replay, man. I need to see what happened in the zone because everything led down towards him looking for that rebirth time. At the end of the day, though, it is what it is. They got focused out here. They got hunted. And now looking across the board, the leaderboard has gotten a lot more, how do you say, balanced. Well-balanced leaderboard where no one's super crazy up there. Everyone has a chance potentially of using 2 games to their benefit and catching themselves up on top. But like we said, still no match point. Game 3 has concluded off the Hall. We now make our way back in terms of daytime maps, and having the rotations right now done, it's really a good notion, seeing how, you know, some teams, they just haven't had the chance of actually popping off that they would hope for. But unfortunately, we see why ASE, they're coming through. They were innovating at the beginning of the season. They're innovating right now and making their placement at the top.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It may come down to who's able to innovate best today, to be honest with you. Who's able to come up with the wackiest, most optimal goofy comp that they can, you know? It's hit everybody with the surprise factor, you know, just something out of left field that no one expected, and just all of a sudden it just pops off and does extremely well. Who knows what will happen? We didn't expect to see Hardy. I mean, some of us probably expected to see a little bit of Valda because we saw a bit of Valda beforehand when the Wu Chen ban came through. So the Valda Viper Wombo had definitely been played, but Hardy, definitely not. So who knows what they've cooked up. We're only through the first few games of the day as well, so there's still plenty more NARAKA left to be played. And if it continues going along the trend that we're seeing so far, we could very well be in for the long haul. I know, I mean, it's both is possible at the end of the day. Both is possible. We could see the clutch up come through. We could end in a couple games. It could be the long haul, and we could go to game number 8 like we did yesterday. It's all still up in the air. It's all still left to be played for, and I'm very excited to see what they're gonna pull out, because who knows at this point.
Oh yeah. You know, it's one thing too. It's also to see what the teams kind of want to see, what other teams would want to do in the scenario of an 8-round format. They want to, how do you say, artificially prolong the games, right? To see what would happen if they are at their clutch's end by game 7 or 8. I doubt it. We want to end the day early, but then again, every round the money goes higher for the rounds for MVP, and ASE just took that $5,000 USD on the board right now, $6,000 USD. I forgot, but this is still going to keep them going for the pressure. If they can end up getting this chance of getting into a 10-kill game next game, we for sure get ourselves going through here for the match points with YZG as well. But it ends up going through this process of elimination, and that's literally by definition. The process of elimination is that the players on the other teams can now focus on towards these two teams. If they know that they're at the top of the leaderboard, they know what phases they're going to be ending up here, at least until they hit match point, in which case they definitely know where they're going to be ending up into the bottom of the phases. And now it comes down towards the daytime maps, a lot different than what we can hope to see from the action-packed Firefly drop maps. These maps are a little bit more concerning in terms of what the teams can end up doing on certain areas. In Morrisile, the Firefly claves, you're only benefit from Fireflies. After that, you got the ground unit format. That's where Sand Cypher Cypher really kind of shines out here. Our hero points are now going to be enabled from this point on. All teams are now acquiring 9 points to be utilized. Any players that are able to use a comp twice, they use it the third time, that's 3 points per character used. And now looking at this points from this game, 22 for ASE. GG taking 16 points in second place with 14 eliminations. SR 9.5. We got some kills going through here, boys. Let's take it. 7.5 for YZG in fourth. Bowder with 6.5 as well as OA. WBG taking 6, 5 for OUG and TE. DRT with 3.5 and 3 for Wolves and 2 for JL. And going off of that end, still have a chance of seeing what goes along the sides of, what we mentioned at the very end of that match. Who's going to innovate the innovation? We're putting this, we're thinking minds alike. We're putting out all the levels of which these teams and who can make the best comp work the best. And this is going to be where we see these MVP stats. Can you look at that healing and tell me if she's not going to get MVP? Because I doubt she's. Can we get that MVP,
goodness.
please? Can we get that, please?
Oh, I mean, to be honest, it's well deserved, no?
Come on.
Oh my goodness, 54,000 rounding up, 54,000 healing. That's insane. Mist with 34,000 damage, and Han with 36,000 damage. Mist with 9 eliminations, Xiaowen with 6. It's big numbers on the board, absolutely. Definitely MVP worthy, to say the least. Now, taking a look at the total standings off the back of our 3 games so far. WBG, unfortunately, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard with 20, OA 23.6, SR 25.2, Bowder 26.8. Going over to the top 6 of the leaderboard, JL on 30.2, DRG 37.2, OUG 44.2, GG 45.2, YZG 46.7, and ASE with 47 flat. 22 points coming in massive for them. Still not as big as YZG's first game of the day with 24.5, but still a massive game from them regardless. But ASE, YZG, neck and neck right now. You could even say that GG and OUG are up there, 45.2, 44.2. That's a less than 3 points difference between OUG in 4th and ASE in 1st.
Yeah, that's a 10 plus, 12 plus game for seeing if they can get the kills early on. Otherwise, placement points will matter. But we got to clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom and see off the rip. First fights in their field of play over by the ravines in Moving Gorge, where Mist had his active healing ultimate, China ultimate against Avalda and really just punished them out. OA weren't able to seclude him in the face of danger. He was able to get free real estate, and off this end, after Avalda ultimate ends, you know the deal. Captures out, gets parried, gets eliminated, and that was the 3-piece. Our first Rummy Yang, actually second Rummy Yang fight comes out here. ASC looking for the single grab. This was absolutely nasty work coming out here as Zhao got knocked back and got grabbed by Han, who was able to kind of hold him down for the floor. Junks was actually really doing really good work there, trying to stay alive. Fortunately though, when you have 3 players, when you have advanced Rupio, they can keep themselves sustained for as long as they feel like it. And then this is going to be that Spiral that we saw earlier where OA was able to kind of hold it down for the first couple of seconds. Then otherwise, double grab, slam down. Bam! There goes down LXM. He gets knocked out, and ASE Han was like, yo, I can do that one a little bit better. Let me do it one time. Boom. Let me get a slam down. And then he goes ahead and he finds it a second time, man. He finds ZK, and he goes ahead and says, hey, yo, what's up, Powder? My team. They were going to go down one CPT at a time. And with that proc ultimate for the Kermie, he then leaps right into that. All that mess in that corner of the tent, he still makes it happen for a double crack 3 times. Back to back to back. and the insult to injury, a Vajra in the endgame circle, a Transformer who is just able to survive with that HP, getting replenished and getting the team that MVP. And we just gotta talk about the MVP that shows up here, Duncan, because we gotta see who's it gonna end up being. But it's most likely gonna end up being that Kylan. And if not, hoping to zip. But we know how this goes.
Yep, we do indeed. 9 eliminations are gonna be the difference maker. 34,000 damage. I mean, hey, 34,000 damage is still absurdly good. You know, 56,000 healing is massive, but it is facilitated by those Jades. You know, it's you know, damage. I feel like it's a little bit more. You know, getting that damage is a little bit more important at times because healing. You know, you have to take damage first to be able to heal. But 14,000 damage from that 34 is gonna be from skills and ultimates. That Kylan ultimate doing so much work. No Juggernaut either. No Juggernaut to boost up those damage numbers a little bit more. Flying Knives with 6k, Fist Blades with 4k. Big game from ASE. The Han just popping off with those grabs at the end. Very nicely done. And then the Kylan doing work in the end zone to keep him alive, because of course if he hadn't been there, if he hadn't used his ultimate in that moment, he wouldn't have been able to keep his Tianhai alive so that he could get that ultimate back online for the final moments of the game. So definitely huge clutch up from ASE.
Yeah, I was kind of worried. I saw that Syro ultimate. I was like, ooh, this is kind of a dangerous situation. He point blank range struck them right in the back, and he got right back out of there. And then putting that to sustain, the moment that he starts consuming HP, all he needed to do was just keep striking his targets back and forth. Even scary enough, he saw that Merciless Havoc. In the moment that he saw that come out, he instant dash. He didn't even care. And at that point, it's these Dire Straits moments that really just pushed out the threshold. Kylan still having his prominence into the Pro League, having those buffs that really appeared, just really came, you know, in his benefit, just because of the extra, just a little bit of extra healing really made all the difference. And especially considering that teams are allowing for him to have connections off of. Last season, we saw him going through in the grand finals for Jacob, where he worked with, you know, it was Evalda that was with the Tianhai. But now seeing how Kylan is able to connect for Tianhai even better, unlimited, no ball of spears needed. He could just go ahead and slash him at any point and then omnidirectional status. And then some, because then all of a sudden 4 seconds of immunity guard, and that really just allows for him to just not take damage if he reaches the threshold, if he gets counter grabbed, if he ends up getting pocketed. Otherwise, though, zip pings are always there for the insurance. We're gonna have a little bit of a time though for an interview with one of our players. We'll be right back for round 4 as we enter into the spring grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and also I'm standing here with Seb and our player, and let them say hello to our audience first. 来吧，先和观众朋友们打招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是第二届的无心酒吧。
Hi everybody, it's Seb. How's it going?
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. 我这边也是特别高兴，可以在2位一起在总决赛这个赛后采访可以见到大家。Okay, so first we know that Seb always tell me that he's the big fans of 酒吧, and I would like to know, so why you are the fans of 酒吧?
Well, as some people know, I'm a very diehard J-Team fan, and you know, J-Team no longer being a team anymore. Wushin, he was in that original team, and I got to watch him play live in Guangzhou, and he's always been one of the people I love to watch play. His play style is very interesting.
萨布说，其实之前就非常非常喜欢的你，在第1年捷杯看到你的时候，那个时候你还在捷杯，还在我们的 J Team 的战队。但是我们知道后来就一个是你也不在 J Team 了 ，J Team 后来现在也更名了，但是他对你的喜欢也是从那个时候到现在，而且他一直特别喜欢你的打法和风格，因为你不是说就是我一定要去争这个冠，但是我每次都非常的尽力，而且都做好自己，也玩得非常开心，他非常喜欢你这个心态。哎，对于这个，我们其实也是粉丝有机会可以面对面啊，酒吧有没有什么话想对自己的这个大粉说的呢？
非常感谢一直以来的喜欢吧，就我感觉就是打职业就不能浪费自己每一次进总决跟夺冠的机会，就珍惜自己的职业生涯。
我相信你说的这个非常感谢，不仅仅是对于我们的 Seb， 也是对于我们每一位粉丝朋友。Okay, I just asked him because Seb is the fans, and anything you want to 酒吧 want to say to Seb, and he told me he really want to thank you to the Seb and also all the fans for him because like the esport player, their way is hard. This journey is hard and also not so long. And he like also want to love every day and keep the like every match is very important for him and want him to qualify in the grand final and maybe have chance that maybe we can achieve the championship. Every matches for him is really important. Okay, I think our players prepared, and let's move on to next part. Okay, answer for treasure. Okay. 好，我们先来看一下今天的题目。So the question today is, which hero did DRG WX98 use in the Game 3？ 这道题目呢是今天98在刚才这把比赛当中拿到的是一个怎么样的英雄，拿到哪个英雄 ？OK， 那我们其实讲回今天的比赛啊，Seb, I know something you really want to ask 98, right? So maybe you can ask him right now.
Yeah, this is a question for a lot of the people on the NA side. We were all wondering, what is it like to prepare for a tournament like this, for the grand finals, the weeks leading up to it? What do you guys do in preparation? Do you guys have any rituals or any special tactics you guys use to prepare for a tournament like this?
特别想知道，其实也是很多我们海外的粉丝朋友们想知道的一个问题，就是在这样子每一个关键的节点，特别是在这样像总决赛的大赛之前，对于 DRG 来说，你们会自己有一个怎么样的特殊调整方式，或者说有一个怎么样战术战略上面的调整来应对这一次即将到来的我们的一个冠军的争夺？
我感觉就是我们3个人都适应当前的版本，然后保持自己的状态，然后在总决赛上让自己发挥得更好。
He told me that like everyone in the team, all the teammates now adapt the match path, and for them like prepare a lot for the matches, keep the best status in the game in the matches for today's grand final is their way in the preparation. Okay, I think our players prepared to give us the present, so maybe 98，我觉得应该准备就绪给大家进入倒计时了。我们先给大家抽奖好不好？来，英文的3、2、1。
3、2、1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请98给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案是什么？
我刚刚吗？
对，是的。
神庙。
悄悄看一下。
D.
Yeah, the correct answer is D. 我们也是开了一个小小的玩笑。Okay, before the end of the interview, I also have a question because we know, like for DRG, it's a pity, but also maybe you don't think it's an honor, but I think it is. Every time you get the top 2 in the like big matches, and also we know the the bi-weekly final for the 4th bi-weekly final is really a pity. And I would like to know how you guys just adjust to the to now and what's the like changed for this grand final. 这边我也特别想问一下，就是对于 DRG 的全队来说，也许就是你们自己会觉得，哎呀，每次都是亚军会有一定的遗憾，但是呢，我觉得其实也属于是 DRG 的荣耀。那么在包括这一次，我们知道第4个双周的周决，就是虽然是个小比赛，但是又一次的错过了这个冠军这2个名字。在这个之后，兄弟们是经过了怎么样的调整，特别是做了哪些调整来面对这一次的我们的这个总决呢？
调整的话就是更新自己的阵容，然后减少我们自己每个人的失误，然后让我们在总决赛上每一个阵容都发挥得特别好。
Okay, so for this grand final, we actually we changed our hero combination for the grand final, and we prepared a lot like just what I said, adjust our psychology and status, and for the grand final, prepared all for the grand final. Also, I would like to know, so every time we know like DRG get the higher score in the matches, right? But it's a pity that you didn't get the championship and any experience you get right now. 那我特别想知道，对于 DRG 来说，每一次你们都能拿到一个最高分，但是最后都非常可惜的与冠军失之交臂。在这个当中 ，DRG 有没有学到怎么样的经验可以跟我们分享？
每次最后就希望我们以后每次到关键局的时候打得更好吧，就不要太紧张，然后正常发挥，我觉得我们能拿下。
I think the most important experience for us is not be nervous in the like last game 4 to game 8, and that we have the good status, then we can have the championship. Okay, we are going to end of the interview. Any wishes you want to give to DRG?
I want to say, 加油, good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for today's interview. Thank you guys, and wish you can cheer up and bye bye. Thank you.
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万手9000场。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break and that interview that we were graced with, it's a spicy day today. 3 games down and potentially 5 more to go, but we'll have to wait and see going into our next game very soon. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by Serve, the man himself. Here we are presenting you with the action, all of the NARAKA gaming, the last day of this spring split. Very exciting. Oh, I'm sure all of you at home are very excited. If at the very least you're excited to try and get the hat. Regardless of that, though, it's gonna be some good matches coming up. What are you expecting to see moving forward, so?
Well, now that we have hero points enabled, players are now free to roam. If there's anybody who's banned, that means that we could potentially even get a chance of just seeing these the 5 pick, the 6 picks of certain comps, just because they're available from phase 1 down to phase 2. Most predominantly, though, what we haven't seen is a lot of ice cream comp. I was calling it out and seeing if we're going to show up into round 2 or even to round 3, but not seeing it in between those two means that these teams know how strong that comp can end up being. And now having the availability of just worrying about a +1 ban means that they can kind of just bomb rush into phase 1 and phase 2 with that comp, and then just start shoveling out the points they can earn. Now, YZG, ASC, these guys are both at the top of the leaderboard. They only have like 10, 12 points left to go through, and making sure they can get them out of the threshold, into the threshold, I should say, for match point. But then again, we could have a moment. We could have a moment of a rough off drop spawn that they decide to go off, and then they get counters dropped on, and then next they spawn somewhere else. Another team shows up and decimates them out before even first roaming in. Things like that can happen. Any of these teams can kind of work off and having a moment of recluse when they decide to take that reset, and all of a sudden, boom, bam, bop, there's a full purple armor team on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's a Kylan, and all of a sudden your team's dead. For the majority of things, though, these teams kind of have that counter preparedness go through, like we saw in the interview, with seeing the teams. Shout out to Seb Guy for the interview, being there, but making mention about what does the team kind of prepare for the rituals. Wushin kind of made sure that he's making sure that the team has any sort of way to kind of be prepared for any sort of situation, for anything that happens. And those type of situations happen more than we think, or more rather than a team would want to have happen, Duncan, especially when it's in this tight of a corner at the grand finals.
Yeah, mindset as well, definitely being showcased is very, very important. We talk about it all the time because it really does make that much of a difference. It's obviously important as well in solos, very important in solos, because you yourself, you're on tilt. It's not going to go very well for you. In trios, it's also very important because you have to keep all 3 members of the team, on point. If one member is lagging behind, one member is just tilted off the face of the planet, it's going to be pretty difficult for the other 2 to compensate. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. You can't always carry. It's not in this space, not in this environment, not on this playing field. It's a bit too tough. Maybe in rank your teammates a bit tilted, it's all right. Wait, did you just see that? DXJ walking past GG, walks over and just squeezes his chest there for a second, the banter, the banter, the jokes, the friendliness between teams is also another thing which you love to see in the NBPL. There's obviously competitive nature in them. There's a lot of competitive competitive talk and attitudes, but a lot of them are still very good friends at the end of the day.
Yeah, so the crowd is looking at their phones like, all right, I'm gonna predict what the next prediction is gonna be so I can get that hat. So if I answer A to B to C to D, right, I could potentially get chosen in the chat. And I know everyone's looking for anything going through. That's a reminder for you guys. Questions that happen, don't forget. Those always happen after the end. 57,000 yuan though, that's on the line right now for the MVP for this game. That's a moolah and a half. That's a lot of bands to be giving out to these guys, but it's worth it. You know, I mean, that's like what, 8,000 or no, 7,000 USD on the board right now for the teams. It just keeps getting higher and higher, and we're only at the halfway point. Potentially at game 4, we go to 6 digits when we get into, I think, game 7 or 8, and that's a lot of money to kind of work off on and work out with, you know, if the team end up getting through with it. DRG, or Team Bout, I should say, they have, you know, I mean, let's be honest, this team has gotten through this season. That last round was kind of a good set up for them for, you know, a little bit of potential, that oomph, I should say. And now having the acquirement of points, I mean, like I said, and I mentioned it again and again, because it's kind of that notion, this is going to give a little bit more leeway, so long as they control their picks in the right way, where it doesn't really start to cost them by using the hero twice or thrice. By the time they hit the 3rd time, then it starts to really start racking up. And on top of that, if it's a +1 on top of the +3. So with that being said, GG. Top of the pre-post points coming in here. Long-time team. You know, a roster that hasn't changed since Duncan. Do you know when this team roster has like been enveloped? Was it 2023 or is it even as early as 2022?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest with you. I don't remember. The teams have changed around so much over the years. The players have renamed, gone to different teams. I can't keep track of it all off the top of my head, unfortunately. But they've definitely been together for quite a while now. That's definitely for sure the truth here for GG at the very least. I mean, TXJ, he's moved from team to team, taking CXZ along with him. It's like it's hard to keep track of all these different players. You know, the King, he was once named the King. He was originally in solos, and he moves to trios, stays on OUG, then he moves to Wolves now as CJX. It's a lot. It's quite hard to keep track of. But speaking of OUG, well, here we are. You see Baby U, who was playing for Bowder, I believe, last season, originally under the name just YU on his own, and now he's Baby U all of a sudden for some reason. Did he DH?
He deformed, bro. The evolution went backwards.
Yeah, he's
call him Benjamin Button, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
He's the Brad Pitt of the NARAKA scene. Crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. This is going to be funny, though. ASC potentially coming through here. I mean, listen, after yesterday's MVP into Game 8, seeing about a team that, you know, obviously the team has won before with WBG when Spider was on. Then get Verse and, you know, coming through here for the first time. It would be very interesting if any team here that hasn't been crowned a victor in the past comes out at the first time, whether or not it's the team players or the franchise that they belong to. And then in case the scenario for ASC making their way out here for the spring, man, that's great, because that's also a qualifier spot for Jacob. If they end up going through here for qualifiers, they don't have to go through mainland in earning themselves their spotlight in terms of earning it through. Not to mention, we still have in 2-3 months time, we still have EWC to think about for the players after Koi Cup, for them to try to start in partaking in and getting prepared for on a global scale. So now for the case scenario for, you know, players here practicing beforehand, that's what I was saying. Like, if we're going to see about an artificial extension to see how these guys want to prepare themselves at that stage, this will be the main one to kind of focus on and studying beforehand. Otherwise, things can happen. Season 17 can when Season 17 drops, man, there's a lot of changes that could just flip everything upside down. That includes, not active right now in this in the Spring Grand Finals, the Yang Spiritual. Having the whole end game being switched up upon its head, where no teams are safe in an Immortal War setting, Duncan. I just can't wait until we see the Pro League players play it out.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting, to say the least. The flag and all of that stuff, like all these different new mechanics being added to the game. It's definitely exciting. It's keeping things fresh. We love to see it. Like, obviously, some people not gonna enjoy some changes. So the amount of work that goes into figuring things out, and then all of a sudden things to be changed and just thrown into flux. It's kind of, it can be a little bit irritating, I can imagine, you know. But being able to adapt and change and evolve as a team is definitely what's going to make you a champion, because if you're able to adapt faster than everybody else, you're able to figure something out sooner, you're going to get more, you're going to have more success for sure. That's one of the reasons why Wolves was so strong in the previous season. They were able to figure out that Spirit Well situation much sooner than everybody else. And at the beginning, when the Spirit Well was being had been added, we saw teams just not really contest that final Spirit Well. I remember very vividly casting and just being like, oh, what do you know? The team that got the Spirit Well and got the buff won the game. Let's contest this, guys. Let's not give it away for free. And eventually, everybody clocked on. They just didn't know how to actually contest it without going down, because that was the most difficult thing. That was the most difficult aspect, to actually be able to contest and hold on to the Spirit Well without going down and risking the entire game.
Oh yeah, and I know that for a fact that, listen, that nerf to White Tiger's power is very much so needed to be happening. Yes. Then we saw nerfs to Draco Storm. Right, Draco Storm got a buff to get all your raids back, and I was like, what are we doing? You know, we had a raid, full reset, and everything coming out here, and that made it more predominantly strong than any other buff. But then again, they realized it, they nerfed it, right? They nerfed the amount of healing that comes out, right? So there's no armor heal to come through, if I'm not mistaken. So then they also deduct the damage from what, 150 to down to 100. So that's a straight damage nerf. Now teams are working out the Mystic Might vision on the field for any other teams. More so though, taking advantage of that Mystic Might. I always call it out Mystic. I always made some Might, you know, the notion, because White Tiger's prowess is strong. You know, Draco Storm then got strong, and it was the replacement. But Mystic Might really just became, you know, it's something in the back of my head. I'm like, this is still an option on the table for the team to take, but it's definitely now more, so that can deduct the chances of getting blown up by a Tianhai, Kylan, which I mean, blue focuses from flying knives, especially that, because at any point in time you can get back shot. Pause. You have everything coming out here from a flying knives, horizontal blue focus in your back, and then all of a sudden your armor is gone. It's chipped away. Where if you had that, you know, the mitigation to come through, there's a spotlight for you to just survive, and then boom, your team can get sustaining you out. They can keep control, just like how we saw from ASE with the Kylan just slashing in and out at the last possible, you know, not the last possible second, but just to keep that insurance on hand, standby. 1 second, you're at 1 HP, the other, you're at full HP due to the timing of the attacks. And also just having that mitigation aside. And that you mentioned before, right? Depending on the character you're playing, your build depends on what you're going to be using it for, right? Seeing a Syra here with that, you know, 1500 HP shield coming through, she can build attack as long as she's able to keep herself aloof and she doesn't get caught by blue focuses here and there. She will be a glass cannon with an extra layer of, you know, aluminum foil, but she will be safe enough to be able to process out huge chunks of damage. And then where the ground units, they still have to stave themselves, you know, in the fights to be had, whether it's HP Jades or if it's mitigation. They still want to take utilization of any specialty attack Jades like the Moonshard Storm. Even if they use a mitigation Jade like Martial Art Wolf from Hook, have to detach. These are key components that the players have, and then they can start using whatever they feel is going to be necessary in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the being able to optimize your build and optimize your glyphs, and your soul jades really does give you that little extra edge at times, being able to allocate the right stats and the right weapons to the right players within your team. You know, what character scales off of weapon rarity, what character scales off of shield rarity. There's even pseudo scaling that you have to account for. You know, if one of your teammates has healing, you know, if you have more shield to be healed, for example, with Karumi, let's say Karumi's ultimate theoretically scales based off of the armor that she and her teammates have, because there's a bigger shield pool to heal up with that ultimate. You know, there's lots of different things that you have to account for when going into these games, and when it comes down to it, at the highest competitive level, every small advantage can make a difference. You know, the differences come down to the wire. 1 or 2 points can make the difference between winning it all and going home second, or whatever it might be. And in certain scenarios, that's just you need to be locked in on all of these different factors to truly give yourself the best chance of winning. And that's That's why so much prep work goes in leading up to these tournaments, leading up to these big days. And we talked about it time and time again. The amount of respect that you got to have for these players to go day in, day out, practicing, learning, revisiting, watching so many VODs as well. You know, the amount of time that they play is sometimes not even like half the amount of time that they spend studying and watching back VODs from other teams that did well, watching back their own VODs when they didn't do so well. They need to figure out what went wrong exactly. It's very, very important. It takes a lot of time, and it's not for everyone. It really isn't. And then there's the burnout factor that you have to consider. You have to keep yourself from burning out. So you have to manage your mental, you have to manage your workload so well to be able to avoid that entirely. Otherwise, you are cooked if you're going into one of these grand finals with everybody else just fully locked in.
Oh yeah. I mean, studying out between one another, it's like layers, but there's layers to that too. You know, it's just like saying the counter strat to the counter strat, or at least trying to work against it. Shout out to the Wolves coach though. My man is locked in onto that notepad. You see that? He just jotted down everything he could think about what to do next for this team and just started preparing for it. Even thinking 2 steps ahead to even thinking 5 steps ahead, just trying to get themselves settled in. Obviously though, hoping to see what S-Star can bring out, man. This team started with proposed points of highest value, and they have the first 2 games with donuts, but this 3rd game, they got themselves a couple points, and that's great. It's just like we saw from ASC, things can change around. If they start playing Ice Cream Comp for some reason, they start getting 30 plus, points that we earn, anything can happen. I'm not gonna put it out to the realm of this improbability. It's a possibility in this Nbpl scene. So for everyone coming through here, we still have to see game 4 still locking in. And the players are still kind of working out here right now. We're still waiting it out here. Varsity Jacket team coming through here from JL. The fits immaculate. The drip sensational. Xiao Liu's interviews impeccable. We do know though that within this team, VVV, someone that's been, hailed as well as with TXJ formerly when they were both on the same team of JL, but even before then in 2023, just playing out here with being part of Team T. The part about this is that VVV being able to get recovery period, I'm really curious to see once we see him come back into the scene, if anything, a possibility could be had. I want to see what else he's got going through here. His brain is something else that we have to see, poke around and see about studying on, because he also is an innovator of sorts. And so for his team, if he's able to play out in the field and make things happen, oh man, that's going to be a nice day. But regardless, the team still has to make that chance of making it through for today. Highest score as possible as they can. Otherwise, right now, it's still going to be a waiting game between all these players.
Yep, we can potentially talk about what these teams have actually picked in the past when it goes over to a Morris Isle daytime, which I believe is the map that we're going on to next. No, I think we start with Morris, go to Perdoria, then go Holoroth, and then we go back to Morris, and we're on the daytime, I believe. Morris daytime, we saw last week in the pre-finals a decent amount. I mean, it's hard to really make a true comparison though, because I believe we started on daytime games on the pre-finals. We started with the first 3 games being daytime, and then we went over to Fireflies. But now we're starting with the Fireflies and then going over to the daytime. So it kind of throws a spanner into the works in terms of deducing what these teams are going to look to play. However, I think it's pretty safe to say if we are going to see some Target, we'll probably see it here, and then a little bit more Ice Cream Comp as well may come through. We've seen we've seen a decent amount of Viper already, and we've seen decent success from these Viper comps, so we might see a little bit more of that. The new Transformers as well. It's hard to say exactly what we'll be seeing, but it is Morris Isle, so I think Tianhai compositions, pretty solid.
I got the book. It's gonna be a Perdoria. We got the book.
It's Perdoria. Going back to Perdoria.
Back to the original 3 maps. Yeah, the first 3 rounds for 8-round format is funky, but then it goes back to the normal queue of Perdoria into Holoroth into Morris.
It goes. Okay, I understand that. So we essentially get the 3 Oogly Firefly games, just to throw them in there, and then we go back to this is the real thing now. Essentially, this is what the usual rotation is going to be then.
We make it look easy. And then listen, this is gonna be where first round selection comes out: SR, OA, Bauta, and WBG. I'm curious, because since the inception of this hottie comp, first round selection process, maybe? Yo, imagine, because this is a comp that's been making its way through second phase. Oh wait, you see how many hero points they got? Hey, yo.
11. I knew it. I was about to say SR, they are a big fan of their target comp. They like it a lot, and they've been doing pretty well with it. They've got the highest average points out of all of the other teams when they've played their target comps. So they're definitely doing something right. So let's see it. Taka, Tianhai, Karumi, and then we have Tianhai, Kylid, Zipping coming through. OA, going to be going for the Bing Chiling, the ice cream composition with the Syra Feria and the Justina, and then we've got a Syra Sand Siphon coming out for that 4th pick.
Then the Kylan Former coming from TE here, burning 3 points. Wow, this is, you know, coming out from the Kylan Former and then seeing another Kylan Former. Yo, we're stacking out here. This is a +2 ban by this point, and I think JL is actually going to be making their chances here. I don't know if they're going to be playing a pseudo comp out. Hoping to see if this is going to be where One Fong can bring out his. I mean, I hope he brings out the Tianhai, because this is the notion if all the other teams are playing out the Kylan Former that they can go for it, but they're going to go for that Viper, go for the Matari, into the Syra. Now 2 points are on Tianhai right now, so that's off the table. Syra's on a +1 ban, so the players can still try to decide upon picking her up here. That's going to be the case. ASC is going for a target former here for YZG, so we're burning 2 points straight up. OUG and GG are coming through here. Being able to see the ice cream comp, but the Bing Chiling comp we have in terms of GG. Last team comp. Duncan, did you know there's going to be 11 points in terms of the ranking points?
I did not.
The hero points. You change. Oh, today is a day. What a wonderful day.
Today is the day. Perhaps it's because of perhaps it's in line with the fact that they lowered the match point threshold. So they lower the match point threshold, but allow every team to have more hero points, giving them the possibility to get the comp that they want on the map that they want. And be able to contest the other teams for that match point threshold. So it's going to make it very spicy going forward. But we do have a couple target compositions, ladies and gentlemen. We love to see it. And YZG SR, they've been double picking it. They've been playing a lot of Taka in the lead up to this grand finals. So let's see if they're able to do a little bit better than they have in the past. YZG, they've done well, but they haven't done as well as they've done on their other compositions.
Look at these skills. Everything's kind of the same. Everything's the same. Nothing has changed. Looking at this skill set, we're gonna see that V3 for WBG for the Tumultuous Say, F1 V1 for ASC's Viper, and then seeing it for JL. Okay, so we're gonna have the chance to see those two actually go toe to toe as both the Vipers on V1. Target Fireball and V2 for QGG as well as for SR. So both targets are gonna be on the same page. And then seeing about any other skill changes, there is going to be none so far. Everything's kind of the similarity, right? Karumi's going to have the F2. It says F3, but that's going to be the F2 in game with V1 variation. Tianhai with the F1 V2, as well as seeing Zipping with the F1 V1. Our spawns, though, pocketed. Arcadia is a bloodbath. Oh my goodness. There is a lot of teams, 5 teams, trying to contest out for the Vulpine's Essence. I wouldn't go past them. They can go straight into it. Go for 5. No, they don't for 5 fights. I lied. We have a lot of things to kind of worry about for Arcadia, though. As long as that team can get that Vulpine's Essence, I think it's going to be a Thunder Coin, espionage play, because they're going to have to push them out and then go right back in with all the coins once all the fights are done. Over by the Skygaze Cove, Bauda and Wolves are going to be contesting one another. They'll be setting themselves up for the Lava Conductor protection, but TE and GG, a little bit sus out there, just keeping themselves nice and pocketed over by the Honor Temple in Twilight's Pass. And while YZG uncontested once more solo spawn in Imperial Camp. Duncan, game 4 begins. Tarka's in play. I'm excited. You're excited. You saw Fireball.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm excited, Let's see it. SR, YZG, my goats. Are they gonna pull it off? Are we finally going to see the Tarka Comp MVP, ladies and gentlemen? I want to see it. If it happens, hey, big pog. But who knows at this point? We're heading into our 4th game of the day. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, of the Nbpl Spring Sprint Grand Finals. Unfortunately for SR kicking it off, they do lose a member, but they have picked up a kill onto Xiao Xiao. Junks and Xiao fighting this out. One Fang goes down, and then Cuckoo quickly follows Junks. Currently the kill leader, SR able to clutch it up. in the 2v2 at the end there and claim this early game victory for themselves. And Junks already has ultimate off the rip. I think that might be initial rage. I'm not going to lie. Maybe initial rage because there are no Fireflies.
Love to see initial rage in trios, especially as seen in solos, but not trios, definitely. Now switching to Twilight Fast, we mentioned about TE and GG, y'all. We saw how close they were, and it was going to be a popular fight for sure. It's happening right now. We're going to see TJS on the fist plates, but he's got to go for the blue focus vertical. Ooh, 1HP in a dream. Showdown goes down here. Soul Bloom is not going to be picked up just yet, and we are jump L and beam. No, we're going for 1, 2, 3s. That Rock might agree for a couple of seconds, but this is a double elimination. Now to 3 if you can, get eliminated sooner than anything for this team to end up getting the extra points. He's looking for an armor swap, but he can't comment jump L and beam. The team comes out here for the flank, and that's Youth going down. That's 3 kills. Moonbane purchase has already been done for 1. I'm not sure if they're going to be going for the second one if it's available for them. Otherwise, though, CJS, purple fist blades on Justina. We've seen this from earlier from ASC, how they had fist blades Justina, and how strong that's been for her as an option. Just being able to go ahead and catch those 1.0 verticals. Really, really similar to seeing about it like jabbing, except it's a little bit longer for the animation frames. But at the same time, even seeing about it Takeda earlier, where he was able to kind of have jabbing, he had said using those fist blades because of the rarity and then just how the versatility of that weapon is. Over by Azov Peak, though, DRG are making their way towards the Verity retreat from it. And then back to YZG, still living up, actually ending up inside of Skygaze Cove, where there are other teams that we last saw here. I'm not sure they're going to get an engagement going through here, but they are looking pretty stacked with purple armor, minimum blue armor on standby.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've already got 3 eliminations. It's looking good for them. ASE on 3, GG on 3, OUG on 2, DRG with 3, JL with 1, TE with 0, SR with 3, and then the remainder of the lobby, Wolves, Bowder, OA, and WBG all on 0. Not able to find anything so far. This is typically the trend that we notice. We see a little bit of action off spawn at the very beginning of the game. Not as much as a Firefly map, and then it immediately slows down a little bit because everybody's waiting to make sure that they've got all 3 ults up. They don't necessarily want to fight with an ult disadvantage. They can't be sure that the team that they run into has or hasn't got ultimate. We see the Forbidden Seal over here making their rotations around, trying to loot up as much as they can. We are seeing Wolves on that new Transformers composition. They've got that quest as well. They're going to be trying to get as much money as they can. And this is a very good spot for Darktide coins as well. So they're going to be doubling down, trying to get as much money as possible so that they can invest in that Darktide Rift dealer and pick up as many resources as they can in preparation for the Realm of Yang. But here we are going to head over to DRG and ASE. DRG, who seemingly have landed in this money spot to invest in a Moonbane that's now been dropped down. Kakaishi does get the grab, but not able to get the slam, unfortunately, and they've lost a member already. The Moonbane, is it going to be useful, or is it going to be cosmetic? ASE missed. Oh my goodness, he had that Vulpine Essence. Lives, gets slammed into the Moonbane, gets bounced, and then immediately re-grabbed, and somehow he's still alive. Oh my goodness, DRG may be able to close this out. They've gone for a sulky run back. ASE are trying to kite this away, trying to disengage, but it's not going to be easy. They've got ASE missed on such low HP. Han doing his best to peel the ultimate from Dongxing now coming out. Now the Justina is going to get locked down. Potentially the parry comes through. The combo breaker is going to keep him alive for just a moment longer. He's constantly dodging away and gets knocked into the Moonbane by the Kylan ultimate. And ASE, unfortunately, unable to survive here. They too had a Moonbane as well, but they weren't able to use it before DRG got their Moonbane down in advance. And hey, unfortunate to say the least.
Yeah, it can't be used in response, and now they're still getting hunted down, but this is from another team. WBG Leo actually on the back of Han. Purple Longsword is going to be pretty here. He can get a parry. He does not, and Leo is just diffing him with the Crush on the Beast. Incredible. Han doesn't have a chance of escaping. Jing has now arrived, and that Saw Small, there's the insult to entry. This is going to be that full reset right now. Moonbane dropped, though. This is WBG's. Being able to pick up this Moonbane means that with this chance of having full ultimates available, if they decide to go up over by the Heavens, well, they got our Heavens watching and actually ambush a team. Otherwise, TEGG back into the fight, back into the ring. Purple Nunnies and Fist Blade are on the field. It's going to be a huge upgrade right now. The army gets released, and Xiao Nan does get out his ultimate for the Tian Hai. And seeing about Youth and getting out of this pickle is going to be a different situation as Xiao Nan can get a grab on one of the ground units. He gets frozen. Looking at seeing if he can get himself out of this position. No grapple, so he's got to go on foot, breaking the line of sight. And that's the shots are confirming with the Syra and the Fairy Shen. You can see Xiaonan is having not a lot of wear for trouble. He is going to be looking for a grab. He's attempting to get it done. There's going to be confirmed cannon shots to stagger out. 3 full cannon shots. Xiaonan will deform, takes a full heal from this zip pinging F, as well as getting himself a little bit of armor. And while 330 disables his ultimate, he has the F2 shot of Destiny. He connects it. He looks for the army drop down, and he himself just got reciprocated on. This is going to be Youth going for the attack, the LMB uppercut, grapple pump, and then the denial. This is big time from CJS to kind of confirm that kill. And now for the team with 5 eliminations, and looking for piece number 6. They are definitely getting these slices down to a T. LXM is going to be going ahead, regrouping. A parry from Xiaonan, one-man army out here, dodging the F2 Fairy Shen. Call him a Souls player. He is working it through. Combo Breaker Bell still available, and holding the R&B, gets parried, gets released, and does get caught out here. I'm just saying, man, this man's surviving for a long time, but TE get knocked out completely in this round. First team completely wiped.
That is so unfortunate. Right there, he's left with no options whatsoever. You know, you got the nunchucks tech chasing you down. You've got the other. It's just unwinnable at that point. Your teammates are down. You're a solo monk. You've got combo break. It doesn't really matter, especially in this open space. If perhaps they'd been in more urban area, they had more, like buildings to use, trees, anything. But no, unfortunately not. They don't have. He doesn't have anything to use to kite. No mobility options. Unfortunately, he just has to try and run away on foot, and it's just impossible. An impossible situation for him. And they do go down, which is certainly a shame for TE, especially considering they were doing so well in game number 1. We saw them do extremely well. They had triple gold armor. They had the buff, but they fell in that end zone, even with the buff, and it's seemingly just gone downhill from there. The mental recovery is going to be tough for them, for sure. To go down this early in game number 4 as well is just... It's going to be difficult, sir, absolutely. But we're going to be going into these realms of Yang very shortly. It looks as though Wolves, YZG, Bowder, all of these teams, they're looking to try and claim their spot in the realm of Yang. GG, Bowder right here, they're going to be sharing this Yang portal. But only a limited number of players are going to be actually able to go in, as there are a limited number of spots. GG, CJS popping that F. Make sure that he doesn't get griefed on his attempt to enter the realm of Yang. It looks as though they're going to be going up against Bowder themselves. GG up against Bowder. And it's the Bing Chilling comp, the ice cream composition, up against that new Transformers with the Kylin. Who's taking this one, sir?
Difficult, man. Sleepy T looking to try to safety net his ultimate. He gets it. This might be the advantage he needs. Getting the anticipated chance of dropping the F2 from Fairy Shen and allowing himself to get that immediate ultimate cast on the ground with a Justina ultimate, already utilizing 2 dashes. He confronts the Fairy Shen, mano y mano. And you know that Sleepy T making sure he can go for that melee grab. It would be a crazy freeze if CJS was able to land it. He did not, and now gives Sleepy T a little bit more benefit for the next 5 seconds. Looking to leave around the corners here. Fairy Shen shots are connecting. XCM's killing guard is actually burned out. CJS is having kind of free real estate though on the ground. Fist plays against fist plays, and now the deformation is coming out from this point. Parry from CJS, double parry coming out here. LXM gets an elimination from the backline. CJS confirms against Sleepy T in the corner. 1 jump R&B, not necessary. He gets it with his teammate to get the second elimination, and now it's going to be that 3-piece. And looking at this ice cream comp, definitely going to be that counter comp that we were talking about even the weeks past. This comp definitely has straight advantages up against this, the selection of the Conformer, specifically with Tianhai, just being able to lock him down before he has any sort of value. And then, switching on over, we have ourselves outside of the realm of Yang. It's going to be a chance right now between, once again, versus Wolves. Now, Wolves is having their opportunity right now looking at the blender, but then again, Zutik is looking to try to punch his way out of here. Flying Knives with LJX, aka the King, formerly known as, and looking at this in a not-so-great fashion. He just got caught by 2 LMBs. Incredible motion from Zutik. 2 eliminations so far for once again, and ZK is in his own rightful fight against PP inside the Ascension Forum, where there's no other teams. It's just he himself in the whole other enemy squadron.
Yeah, it's again not looking too good. He's kiting away from the building as well. I'm not sure if this is the... He's kind of being forced into this position though. Like you can say that, oh, he's kiting away, he's kind of making a mistake here, but at the same time, there's so much pressure being exerted by OA in this situation that it's so difficult to actually really do anything. It's to try and stay close to where the building is not easy whatsoever, but here we are, the YZG target composition. This is what I was waiting for. QGG popping that ult early, opening ult, that's exactly what you want to see. We see the juggle coming through from QGG onto Meng, the grab comes through, onto the Syra, Viper as well. Get out of that ultimate, buddy. QGG, boom. Shotgun blast after shotgun blast, and YZG make short work of OA. Meng with F2 on the Farrier, no combo breaker. Where you going, son? QGG with that punch to be able to get that lift and secure him completely. Now, that ultimate is over, but look at the Soul Bloom. He's almost got ult back up and running already. OUG trying to siege this team. QGG does get dazzled, but the ultimate is ready to go. Fireball going to be up in less than a second. He could throw it out now. Could have throwing it at the Farrier mech. Goes for the musket shot, trying to find it. The shotgun blast coming through from those flying knights. Going to be able to do that little bit extra damage because he's made the mech vulnerable with that fireball. And now popping that ultimate, going to try and chase these players down, setting out these focus attacks, not worrying about getting parried. Unfortunately though, TXJ is going to get caught in the mix, being left behind by his teammates, but they do have that Vermilion Bird's Might for another minute, so they're not really all that worried. Beautifully done. There it is. QGG. I love it, bro. It's good. It's good. We've seen it. Okay, so leading up to this point, there's been a few scenarios where I've seen the Taka Greatsword not get fully optimized, not get fully used, but we see it right there. He goes for the delayed RMB half charge on the wake up, and it covers the potential instant light on wake up, and at the same time, if he does go for the double dodge, he can push the hitbox forwards by dodging in that direction, pushing the RMB forwards and catching them at the end of the dodge. And if they do happen to avoid it somehow, you're fine because you can just immediately dodge out and cancel the animation again. Beautifully done by QGG. That's what we like to see.
Taka Man's out here eating, looking at this gameplay, and I know there's going to be a chance of looking in the Romy Yang from YZG in their victory. This is going to be the chance of looking at TXJ's point of view at the Tien High. Look at the ground units right now, though. It's going to be picked apart piece by piece. TXJ finds the slam down right before that knee grab. For TXJ, though, he's making sure that QGG can have the real estate that he's looking for on the ground, and as much as it comes out here, he finds Zhang Qing. There it is, exactly the unit he needs to stop in order to have this onslaught be made. CXC looking to try to get some blue focuses off the Keelan, but off to the point, there's the Chef Pounce, and there's going to be QGG waiting it out here for another kick, and then looking at it, it doesn't matter, bro. He just runs right back up in the faces. 1-2s. Looking at it again. This is the motion right now. RMBs, the Palm Lightning reveal coming out here from TXJ, and then now it's going to be the last final target with a fireball finish, man. Flashy fireworks. Boom, bam, bop. QGG might be the man of the hour, man. Modi, he's got himself going through here with the gold flying knives as well from that victory, and scaling like that at this point with this weapon before second Romy Yang, he's going to be having a heck of a better time, and especially considering that these guys also have an advanced heal. So if they find that group heal, this team will take it for a match point. Obviously, we're on track for match point, but look at ASC's scoreline, dude. 10 kills, and they are still above IZG by 0.3 points so far. Their Jades include with an advanced heal on Mist, but Chance is now looking at the Assault Smolder on Zhao Wen, but the Focus Slide. And the Focus Slide is connected into the play with the Fist Blades, most likely, and if not, we still have a Rupture Gale or Orb on ASC's Han, just for the splash damage and for the burn ticks. Romy Yang is going to be spawning here in 20 seconds or so. Always going to take that Spirit Well down the south of the Draco Storm, but straight over by the Ancient Sake. There's like 4 teams, GG, SR, ASC, a whole heap of trouble with Team JL, and all of them are looking to try to get to that Romy Yang. And once the teams that don't enter are on the outside, it's going to be a brawl.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, it's looking good though. It's looking good right now for a few of these teams. ASC, pretty solid, but the one blue armor is not ideal. They do have it on the Syra, who has that the shield potential in the ultimate, so not too bad, but could definitely use with an upgrade. JL in that realm of Yang, Syra, Matari, and Viper. Very interesting composition, but we've seen it do. We've seen the Matari get swapped out. We've seen the Syra get swapped out. I think it definitely works when it comes to comp creation. A lot of the time, or at least in the past, it's always come down to duos, like which 2 characters within a composition work best, and then which third complements them overall in the best way. Matari and Viper has always been a pretty solid duo. But here we are going into the realm of Yang. It's Taka time, ladies and gentlemen. YZG jumping in, gold armor, golden flying knives on the side of QGG, and he's got a great sword in the back pocket ready to go. One Feng sending out that fireball in his direction, is going to avoid it, dashing away. QGG still holding this ultimate as well. They're waiting, they're biding their time in this situation as well. As soon as that Viper... Oh, wait a minute, we see the parry come through. No ultimate from the Viper just yet. I'm not sure if this is... I think this may be V1 coming through from this Viper. He's waiting to use it. He's waiting for that Monk ultimate to expire. Now the ultimate is coming through. One Feng is going to catch him, but the stun isn't going to come through. Wait a second. Fireball coming in. He's going to put it on the Kurumi circle, lighting it on fire. QGG, he's got no stamina. He doesn't have that F1 to regenerate it. He's going to be able to stand tall, though. Stand in place, hold check, send the focus in nobody's direction. He's going to get peeled off, though. Matari coming in is going to be very disruptive. QGG finds the grab onto One Feng. Might be able to follow it up. Not going to be able to extend his ultimate, though, unfortunately, and now the fireball in their face is to be able to dodge away. Zhao Zhao taking a lot of damage. Cuckoo 2 also getting flanked by those flying knives, and now Monk getting focused down. TXJ is trying his best to survive, but it's not going to be easy. CXZ now also the focus from Zhao Zhao, but One Feng is going to go down in the mix. All three of them are still alive. QGG, the fireball, he has to dodge. TXJ with the jump LMBs is going to catch him. Beautiful team play coming through there. They are going to lose CXZ, but what does it matter? Zhao Zhao's on a sliver of health, and there it is. Tonka Gaming from YZG coming away with the win. The Realm of Yang. I love to see it.
This is a really good work coming out here. Erudition as well is going to be picked up in this team comp, so finding that usage, oh, it's going to be impeccable. We still have a chance right now to see if CXZ can use all this gold, all this Dark Tide coins for a gold armor later on. Otherwise, though, this team is going to be pretty packed and punched over by that second round. Guaranteeing right now in terms of meeting the match 1 team. We still have a chance of looking at ASC getting kills against Bauda, and that team could also end up going through here for that match point. We still might see the leaderboard be just decimal points off for them. We'll have to double check and looking at that. But OA, Draco Storm, way down south. I'm talking way down south. We're at 600 meters away from the nearest team at Ancient Stockade.
Oh.
So once again, taking the time right here. ASC get that Mystic Might, getting the win in Realm Yang guarantees that they did in fact get their 3 eliminations, meaning that they did in fact get themselves into match point. 2 teams have reached that stage, which means that we now enter into, you know, the coffin. You know, everyone knows what's inside. You just got to make sure, you know, just be able to be careful about it. Thunderstorm going to be picked up here from TXJ, having Wind Spout as well. And then looking at the build, an Advanced Seal, 2 players have Advanced Seal, TXJ as well as CXZ. Palm Lightning, though, it's going to be handed over towards CXZ, not the Charka. It's going to be making sure you can be on that backline if you need to throw out the flying knives and just start pelting people, while QGG can just do the work. You know, the horizontal releases and fireballs and target gameplay action. And that would really just set them up for it. This team is at 14 eliminations. If we're still not at the point of the second to last Spirit Well, the teams are going to be ending up converging towards, especially with those Moonbanes. But the Vermilion, I should say, rather, the Realm Yang depletion teams, JL and Bauda, they're going to start hunting around here. Our Realm Yang number 2 fight, though, with ASC, going to be happening, Duncan. It's going to be that Viper versus the Casino comp, and I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath between ASC and them.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can see it right here. The synergy coming through from the Viper and the Justina, able to lock down multiple targets. Thankfully for Bauda, XCM is going to be able to get that Kylan ultimate online and survive, using that immortality to great effect. And then unfortunately, oh, wait a second. Oh, there it is. ASE with that bit of a, what the? Wait, no! Oh my, that was so back and forth. It was insane. Wait, they made a mistake? No, they didn't. They made it. Oh, wait. But what's going on? Zhao Wen, 1 HP in the Dreamer, using that F, going to try and survive. It is going to be able to max distance away. The focus slide coming back in, goes to that sliding LMB on the Greatsword. Is going to do a chunk of damage. XEM is going to fall, and now missed on the receiving end of a lot of damage. Has told his teammates Zhao Wen and Han to go for that reset, go for the stabilization, and try and heal up before re-engaging in this fight. The 2 versus 2. ZZZT is going to fall. The combo breaker is not enough. The focus slide coming through. Now Jing is going to be able to claim the kill onto Zhao Wen. Han was told to heal up. Now in the 1 versus 1, Jing has a huge advantage. That heal coming through from the zipping ultimate. Han does have that ultimate up very, very soon. Does hit him with the soft, true scale rush LMB into uppercut from the dual blaze, catching him on the dodge. Beautifully done. And Jing, but wait, no, the grapple combo goes wide. Han, 3, 2. Oh my goodness.
Oh my. I was wondering why it took so long. That's why I was curious. Like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said what I said before I switched out. Because the double grab, all of a sudden 1v1, 1 second left on the clock. We are switching to Honor Temple Mayhem right now. Xiao Wen just going back and forth and looking to toss those shots from the top floor, man. He's a predator right now. Might be the apex predator. Let's stop. As Xiao Wen makes sure, though, if he looks towards this and getting the option of locking down a target with a spear, he can just immediately blow one person up, and then he can probably back away. But at this point, 30% rage, that's going to be the scenario. QGG, the YZG, we're all cornered off here for 14 kills, and they are making their way north. Now, Bowd is on the chance of right now just being the team that goes for Spirit Well. They can claim it for themselves to get rid of that Spirit Well of the completion. The risk right now is on Soto once again, though. Once again is on the active fairy shuttle. Bowd is Sleepy T, right on the money. 100 seconds left before Yang completion starts to blow up the teammates just because. For Sleepy T, this is a crazy capture, and it's going to be allowed. I think the teams really just want to make sure they get as many eliminations as possible. Because whether or not, regardless of this team getting this loot, man, we're stacked out here. Gold armor giving the Jing, incredible. And that team is now rid of that Rummy completion, and they can start going in here. Look at XCM. My man's happy. He's got gold weapon. He's in Kylan ultimate. He's looking for one target to the next. He's just going to be going straight through and finding one person, but everyone is spacing out. Unfortunately, he finds Lee, though. He finds TXJ with blue. No, don't do it to him.
You hit me? Screw you, dude. Hit him with a, yeah, back up. This guy is just in Kylan ult with Draco. Oh my goodness, TXJ has a lot of confidence there to just throw that out there. But again, it makes sense. Like right here, they're not actually gonna fight each other. They're just kind of memeing each other, crossing, like passing each other in the night. We're chilling, guys. We don't want to kill other monk teams. It would just mean that we'd have a harder time late game. But you know what's gonna give them a harder time? Is this terrain. It feels like the last Padoria game was in exactly the same spot, but it's just a little bit further to the south instead. We are going to take a look now at GG, who is hiding the last remaining member to try and stay alive as long as humanly possible, to try and get a little bit more placement, and potentially, if he does survive until those final moments, to secure that multiplier for those kills. Him and his teammates have managed to stack up 10 eliminations, so if he's able to get the multiplier, would be very nice for them, to say the least. But it's going to be a tough road ahead of him. We'll have to wait and see if he's able to manage it. Now, take a look at YZG's Jade situation. 2 players with Starfall. Now, I did kind of want to talk about this, because yesterday, Starfall,
yeah, you did,
in solos, was kind of making an appearance. Frostivus pulling it out. He was using it. Is this better than we thought it once was? Because
always. I was never a doubter.
I mean, the reason why everyone thinks it's kind of bum is because if you're just grappling over to someone and they're holding blue, you do the reactivation of the Starfall, which teleports you to them, and if they're not holding blue, then you can hit them with a sort of wrestling move KO kind of thing, and then you hit them to the ground. But if they're holding blue, then you teleport over to them, and you're in a very vulnerable state. You have a lot of end lag on it, and you can very easily just have that focus attack that they were holding released in your face. So it's, for the most part, not very wise to use if someone's just clearly going to be able to hold blue. But if someone's trying to run away, it can be quite useful if you think that they're going to make it around a corner, and you can just teleport around the corner with them, essentially. Because if a grapple connects, and the person that you've connected the grapple to managed to make it behind the terrain, you're going to sort of bump into the terrain as you grapple towards them. But if you have Starfall, you mitigate that completely, and you can teleport directly to them.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, right? The most overpowered, function is animation locks. And Starfall operates on giving you animation. Maybe not for so long, but it's enough time. Whether to catch someone off target in terms of around the corner, or you can even catch someone who's trying to stay alive in the air. The people who try to grapple to the sky, if you can grapple stagger them, then you launch them down. They are forced. There's a Han who's forcing the hands of TXJ right now. But TXJ just got silenced, can't slam down. Now Han has full variation of the Sire ultimate in play, and TXJ is an spaghetti-o moment. And I know this is going to be a Kirby ultimate coming out here potentially if the teams want to push it down. Sleepy T takes his notion. He takes the approach. Han has to be careful about this one. The grabs could be had, just seem to put dashes out because there is no way we're gonna try to contest this area. Heck no. Oh my goodness. Tutic gets grabbed. We are launching out. OA does have advanced group heal, so the team can keep themselves sustained. I forget who has it on that team, but it's going to be a problem to get grabbed again. There it is. AFC Han get caught. F1 to get himself out of trouble, and now it's going to be the upward rounds of where CPT has to dip out of this. He still has full armor though, so he's kind of Gucci. Still has a little bit of a scary moment when that Cyrus has beaming out here. OA still have these farewell in their minds, in the head, with a Draco Storm buff to be picked up. There's a very Shen beacon though from Mong, and Mong is now going to be looking to cancel out for the CXC. Oh my goodness gracious, he's at 1 HP. Force Kirumi ultimate had to have been done, and still getting knocked back into his own nearly.
Oh my
CXC
goodness.
is melted beyond belief, and huge G. I don't think he can do anything even as a target. CXJ is losing his HP as fast as the Thunderdome, and the CXG, oh man, his man is keeping the team alive here with that. The tether is crazy. Oh, stop like a brick. QGG still makes the movement though. He is moving around here, scare rushing up and down if he can. Otherwise, ASC now take the rotation to the spear well. We have 3.5 minutes, Duncan. This is going to be an insane last circuit coming through here.
Oh, absolutely. It looks as though ASE is going to be the team to make it. Wait a minute, no? No, YZG still gunning for this one. But unfortunately, it is V1, and the stun is going to come through outside of the circle, not allowing him to contest, and ASE is going to claim that Spirit Well, claiming that Draco Storm. Xiao Wen popping ultimate in advance, that ultimate from the Viper as well, having already been utilized, is going to get refreshed, and now ASE are going to try and consolidate their efforts onto YZG. The Kurumi getting separated, getting knocked down to the floor, but is going to be able to get back up again and reunite with her teammates. Bowder getting caught out in the bush. ASE missed, is going to be popping that ultimate. Sleepy T, he's struggling. He's not going to be able to move, not able to use his ultimate, not able to do anything. Unfortunately, Bowder is going to lose a member. They do still have that Zipic and that Kylan left alive, so it's not over just yet, but it might be a pretty big struggle to actually pick this Tianhai back up and get him up and running yet again. Now we'll take a look at YZG, who is sitting atop this mountain, atop the rock formation. QGG does get knocked down, having been holding blue, but just not able to get that parry off, not able to deny that pressure from below. Does get knocked down. And TXJ also in a pretty dire position, losing all of his armor and half of his HP, is going to get knocked into the zone. CXZ does have that tether on them, keeping him alive. Oh my goodness, TXJ is literally a 1 HP, but he goes down, unfortunately. No ultimate. He is going to be eliminated, at least for the moment. We do have a Karumi on his team, so he may be able to find that tether, but there's not that many places to hide and kite, so it might be pretty difficult to salvage this one serve. This is going to be an explosive endgame.
Next 100 seconds all depend here, Duncan. This is going to be the play right now. It's SR Zhao. If it star falls, I'm waiting for it. If anyone pop it, QGG gets killed off. Unfortunate circumstance here. All that loot on the ground. See, look at that one. He's trying to microdose that blue body. He's trying to get every single one of those jades. Can't happen. Soul Bloom going to be on standby right now for the players. They want to go right back to it. This is going to be the last point of which no return. Anybody who's not on the sky right now won't get a chance. Oh, SS has himself with it. Cannon shot for a couple of seconds. He still doesn't have armor though. He gets hot to a burn. He's going to try to go for a manual heal, but you can see the damage going straight directly towards him. And now SR Zhao is on Tianhai duty. The B1 Viper ultimate comes out here. TXJ on site, actually I should say. Looking for the grab, gets stunned. Doesn't matter for a little bit of time here. We get me, ungrabbed, but there's going to be a mine. Going head ground level unit gets light beam from Han, microwave beam. SR goes completely down. We still have 7 teams left to go. Double grab though coming from TXJ. One elimination not going to be had, but he still burned up the skills, and that's all that's going to be necessary. If he gets a double grab again, he could at least some money, but the deformation is going to be happening. Unfortunate. I saw it coming a mile away. TXJ having himself to get caught by another light beam into the Peruvian circle that might not be coming to motion to clutch him up. Misto finds another B1 Viper ultimate. This is insult to injury and anyone in the zone, and he catches 4 people in the zone. This is crazy points to be earned right now. These guys are 21 kills. We're at 16 at 22 kills. YGG go down here, and GG's LXM is probably the next person to go out here. Han gets a parry, another kill on the board, and ASC are going crazy right now. Another one, and we know JL is going to be going ahead and getting locked out here. ASC's been looking for the wild haymaker. Blue focuses. Oh my goodness, PP goes through, and there he goes down here, and not going to get the multiplier. ASE killing it once again today.
Absolutely huge. Oh my goodness. For a second there though, Serve, I was a believer. The TXJ was up CXZ had revived his teammates. Oh my goodness, QGG was back on his feet, but it wasn't to be. That Viper stun was the last nail in the coffin, taking down so many players, getting stunned in that storm, making it impossible to come back in, as that storm damage does a considerable amount in those final moments of the game. The Zone 6, Zone 7, it does a lot of deeps. Unfortunately, not able to stay inside, and even if they did, they would have just immediately gotten chopped down by the Viper's teammates. But huge from ASE, huge performance, huge number of kills, but we haven't seen the MVP. I feel like it was a wrap. It was obvious, no? But the MVP graphic still has not appeared on screen. That makes me think, was there another fact that we missed? Was there something that we didn't see? YZG, they don't look unhappy. And to be honest, they shouldn't be, because they did extremely well in that endgame, for sure. Being on a Taka composition as well, it's a struggle in endgame. It's not easy whatsoever. But we will see moving forward who was going to come out on top there with that MVP. Wolves walking off the stage. Everybody seemingly pretty locked. No one too upset, no one too happy. It's still all up for grabs, so.
Oh yeah, it is. And it's crazy too, because knowing that this team is so far ahead too, is that if we end up going ahead and seeing a huge increase in terms of those points, all right, even a modicum amount of average points be earned out, this team now has that, you know, and we're reaching into the second halfway point, allowing for these guys to kind of earn themselves a safety net, low-key. And by that, I mean that if they keep their points keeping going through inch by inch, that if we end up going to 8 games and the match point gamers somehow, some way don't end up going for MVP, they end up going through and catching the victory. That's how 8-round format works, folks. So a match point team is now in play. 2 match point teams, I believe, if it comes down to it. 2 match point teams who are in play, which includes in terms of it, they actually go through and have some MVP the next following round. But questions, caps, everyone wants their hats, bars. How many Pliers chose Tianhai in game 4? Is it A2, B4, C6, or D8 for you Pliers in chat? Make sure you guys message it out. Make sure you guys get a chance and opportunity to actually going through for that. I will appreciate if you realize who the winner is and you stop spamming in chat. That'll be greatly appreciated. But regardless, the chances are yours as long as today continues on. You still have questions to be answered. And Duncan, there it is. ASE and YZG, 2 match point gamers, and making it through 4 today.
It was to be expected, to be honest. They were the closest. They were popping off. Unfortunately for GG and OUG, they were so close. 4.3 for OUG and 2.3 for GG. That's all they needed to get into that match point eligibility. That it could all be over. That's the thing. They're probably kicking themselves. Oh, if we gotten this kill, or if we didn't die here, if we didn't make this tiny mistake, we could have gotten those last couple points and had the chance to take it all. Because at the moment now, they have to play fully grief style to try and make sure that YZG and ASE do not get MVP. So they're gonna have to either pop off to all hell and get all the possible kills, or they're gonna have to try and somehow deduce what YZG and ASE are going to play in this upcoming game and hunt them down and look for potentially in the hero selection phase, look to try and counter comp them. You know, this kind of thing is very real. You know, we talked about all the preparation. It's not just about in-game stuff. They prep all of their homework on these other teams. They figure out what they play, when they like to play it, what happens if they're in the 3rd round selection and they don't get to choose the comp that they want to play for that map. What's their safety? What's their backup composition? What's their rotation? What's their landing style? What this, that, and the other. They have all of this figured out. That's what's insane about it. So, hey, if they manage to figure out who YZG and ASE are, they're in for a bad time. But here we are. Let's take a look at that scoreboard. 27 limbs served. 27.
Oh yeah.
Insane.
I wanted them to reach 30 so badly. Like, you know, it was all. Listen, if they took a multiplier with the 27. oh, things would be a nasty amount of work to try to hunt this team down. But look at it, 10 eliminations, 30,000 damage for the Viper on F1. I love it. I love to see it because, you know, people like the shotgun ability comes out, it's a huge amount of damage. She doesn't necessarily, you know, but when you see someone with a silence, that's not a lot of damage. It's just what you can do with it. Miss was able to catch all the damage. 40,000 though for Han. That's to be expected. You know, that's normal average. What are you talking about? Listen, all right, listen. If you know he gets 40,000 damage, that support line really just comes out to clutch up, and especially considering that if he guarantees that his teams can follow up with it. This team comp is, I love seeing this team comp succeed like this, and especially this being the highest kill. It's like seeing, you know, baby you know, now we're going reverse. You know, you're seeing him grow up to you. And this is exactly the same case right now for ASC. They literally used that comp in the first. They even used it in scrims before the season began. And now it comes into the cycle of the upset. Do we run this team comp as every other team? I don't know. We'll have to find out. WBG though, they have to find out their flow, man. 21 points right now in the bottom of the placement board. JL at 39.7, that's 6, the bottom of the top 6. DRG at 42.7, 54.7, 56.7 for GG, just shy of 2.3 points in order for them to reach match point. But since YGG are there and AZSC is there, every team's hounding it out. In the face of selections that give them the opportunity of choosing out who they want and throw it down, the teams can then start feeding them characters by forcing point bans. But looking at how the point system is working right now, it's 11 points. They could still burn out a large amount of points if they want to risk it. And just like how we're going to risk going through and looking at these highlights reels brought to you by China Unicom, Duncan, these are going to be those first fights and the Bullpine testing it as ASC were able to build it up against 4 other opponent teams.
They were indeed a massive game from them. Now, taking a look, we see GG eliminating TE early here. And TE, unfortunately, they were the first team to get fully eliminated from the lobby entirely. It's rough, caught in that open space. But this, oh my goodness, this was beautiful to watch. QGG, boom, the kablam. Syra's shield on ultimate, bye-bye. You know, it's just so much damage coming through with the purple double slam, and they buffed it as well. Absolutely massive. Right here, QGG catching this, and then right here, this is what I was talking about before. Knocks him down, hits him with a half charge, boom, sends it forwards. You see it? Now that uppercut from the Greatsword, that was not true because his teammate actually hit him out of that punch stagger, but it would have been true if not for that in that situation. But hey, beautifully done by QGG. Fireball right here. This was really nicely done. This team play, you know, if the fireball doesn't hit, then the jump LMB is going to hit. Catching the dodge, leaving no opportunity to salvage that situation. And this, oh my goodness, this went down to the wire. Catching him on the dodge, and then scuffing the grapple combo. 6-5. Doesn't believe the release, expects it, the parry comes through, boom, finishes him off.
And then looking at the pop, the fact that all these teams were like a majority of them were in the zone, the moment it happened, we just gave him it, and that gave all the kills towards Miss's way. And then having a teammate Zhao Wen looking to try to deny anyone in the sky for a freeze and drop down. And look, using the Greatsword. You know, and this is the thing that we saw, I believe, what, week 2, week 3? GG were using Greatsword mostly. I saw that instead of Pull Sword. And I think it's really because of the burst. I'm not sure if you want to input anything in terms of it, right? The burst, the elements of R&B, that thing smacks. If everyone gets caught by a 1.0 horizontal, it smacks even create. It is one hit, and now that all of a sudden, your HP goes down 30,000 damage, right? We talked about it. Cannon 8,200. That meteor was going insane with the twin shot, and then he had the Greatsword as his primary. And looking at the skills and ultimate damage, 4,700. He just got it was just the multi procs off the V1 pop. Like that just really came down to the damage.
Yeah, I think it must have been.
Because man,
F1 doesn't do very much damage.
Exactly. He got like 22
oh my goodness. Yeah, massive. But no, you're absolutely right. The Pulse Sword, it's more versatile and it allows for more like option denial, and it has pretty good chase down. But the problem with it is that it's been nerfed progressively more and more over time. Originally, it used to block the same percentage damage as Greatsword. That got changed, so now it blocks less percent of the damage you receive in the stone form. Greatsword having that actually buff for itself, and then the single hit damage from that RMB, the LMB focus as well getting nerfed. All of it having its damage reduced means that Greatsword actually ends up being the stronger weapon for those burst scenarios. That's why you see select characters going for it So for example, the Viper, the Justina, and then the Taka, of course, they all go for the greatsword over the polesword because it allows for that extra little bit of burst and single hit damage. And then in terms of defensiveness, it can be really handy as well, because if you're stone forming 2 to 3 people at once and they're mashing focuses and light attacks into you, you're going to take a lot less damage if you're stone forming with a greatsword as opposed to a polesword.
And even if your teammate comes through there with a random stray RMB from a flying knives, like we saw from earlier, the release there is the deletion. At that point, if a level 3 swing horizontal comes out from the stone form procs, someone's getting sent to Narnia, right? But vertical comes out, the teammate can then follow up with it, right? Because the launch up, and then you can try to go for blue focus RMB, and then it's really going to be a freedom real estate motion. And then all of a sudden, you know, seeing the greatsword making its return, I'm glad, because I was always wondering, man, the 80% versus the 70% mitigation for greatsword versus the pole sword.
I think it's even more than that. I think it's 90% on GS now and 65 on pole sword. It's really that big of a difference. Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, yeah. GG's. All of a sudden, though, the greatsword songs go up. Where is my Wolves Kings fan? I'll stop. Everything comes out into play right now for the players to kind of get emotion of what was being used by who. And like you mentioned, the play set right now of the counter plays, that's what's going to be going through for Game 5. Seeing the feeding of the heroes, that's what I want to see. And then the 11 hero points give an opportunity for phase 3 teams, now included with the match point teams. That means that these guys really start to get hunted down by giving them either out of option picks because of the points, or maybe they just burn their points because regardless they can. And the motion that comes through is what is going to be that comp. What is going to be the key selection comp for ASC? They ran this comp twice. If they run it 3 times in a row, that's 9 points. That's going to be gone in a blink of an eye. So for ASC, this is one of the strongest comps now utilized. They have to rely on something else. Could be a Sand Siphon Syra, could be ending going through here for a Kylan form, or even Tarka into the Transformer composition. Something that sets them apart, something that blends them in. This is a really interesting point, Duncan, that we always like to see. But when it's at grand finals, it's not finals, you know, week 1 through 4. This is for J Cup qualifier spot. We have to play to all the aces up our sleeves. And I love seeing how this is going to be studied on after, because after this point, you know, there's only a certain amount of tech that can be utilized from this side.
Yeah, absolutely. But after today, you know, you got to send it all out there. No more sandbagging, no more gatekeeping. Just send it. You got to do everything you can. Everything you've been holding back, you've got to send it. So it's you might as well, because a lot of things are going to change soon. You know, in Koi Cup, in EWC, in Summer Split, the game could be so different that a lot of the stuff that you were potentially holding back might not even be relevant anymore. So it's make or break. If you're gonna use it now. And I'm really hoping that we see something even spicier. A Targa comp that's not Monk Karumi is what I'm really hoping for, I have to say. But we'll have to wait and see. We're going to be going into our next game rather shortly, sub. It's exciting. ASE and YZG have the opportunity to end it all and end the day early at game number 5. And I believe we're going to Holoroth, no?
Yes. Yeah, I was
it's
wondering.
Perdoria on the usual trio days. It's Perdoria, Holoroth, Morris, Holoroth, Holoroth, Morris. Wait, no, I'm getting confused.
Oh man, the numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
My brain. Perdoria, Holoroth, Morris, Holoroth, Morris, Perdoria. That was it. You start on Perdoria and end on Perdoria. That's trios. And then solos is Perdoria Knight, Holoroth Day, Morris Day, Perdoria Day, Holoroth Knight, Morris Knight. Yeah. Just had to get it right in my head. There's lots of things, lots of variables.
Those are 6 rounds. This is a 6 round. The 8 round, yo, but trios, just throw it out in the blender and put it back out, you know? Sometimes you get the whole leaf in there, and that's exactly what happens for game 4 through 6. The whole leaf. Perdoria, now we're going to call on Sunny, then we go to round 6 potentially. Morris Alba Day, and if we go to 7 and 8, it's Starry Night into Morris Al Dusk. So I love this graphic right here. The ASE, the YZG, bro, it's one or the other. And I love how they come through here and they have all the teams kind of make the approach because it's the approach right now for Hallrock. And I was wondering what's in the background about what it's going to be to play because contesting Salvation Podium for that early goal weapon. I don't know if YSG wants to take that strat or bring that out. Certain teams love it. I think OUG would want to contest that for sure. I think OUG would be one team that really goes through because let's talk about it, right? Salvation Podium is a huge gambit, but it works in your favor if you get the gold armor, the gold weapon, I should say. Picking up a gold weapon off rip means that if you end up getting that scaling off of a susceptible ultimate like a Zai, or in the case scenario, Kylan, then you can start using that character in the early points to start looking around, start hunting, going into those option spawn, low loot spawn areas, and just making your rounds. Otherwise, though, if they don't, they play the solo. We're gonna play isolated, and YCG loves playing isolated. They love going for those drops because you've seen it, right? They start by themselves. They look back, they got 9 purple jades in their back pocket. All jade slots are unlocked, and these guys just get that going as soon as they can. Now, between them and ASC, it's up between ASC if they're gonna be looking for an aggressive star or I'm going to say, it's okay. If we start dropping onto a 3-man squad or a 2-team drop, then we are looking for that. We are looking to make sure it's blending in. But it only matters if the teams can anticipate what combo you're going to bring out in phase 3.
Yeah, and you know what? I think I've seen this a couple times where YZG are in this position and then they switch their playstyle on its head, and instead of going for that isolated drop off the rip, they go for an aggressive control on their MVP rounds. I think that may end up happening, but we'll see. We'll see. It's possible that they've shown this multiple times, and that now, because of that, because they anticipate that a lot of teams may have studied this and look to try and counter them, that they may still go for that isolated drop. So we'll have to wait and see. ASC, I'm not too sure. I can't recall their situations where they've been in this position, but YZG, I'm pretty sure that's one of the things that they've gone for. And then as well, they've at times gone for the Viper comp in these situations, Viper, Wucha, and Tessa, but because that's not a thing now, it kind of changes it. It changes it quite a bit. So who knows what they're going to be pulling out this game. Do they pull out another target game? Because not gonna lie, 14, 15 kills last game was pretty solid, and that could be what they pick to go for the MVP, but I don't know. What do you think? What do you think they pick, so?
I think for the comp for ASC?
For YZG.
For YZG?
Oh, for both.
Zypin. I think Zypin's going to be available for them, to be honest. I think it's going to be available just because if the teams decide to go to Sans and Syra off rip, then the +2 for Syra might end up going into the third phase. But this will be able to pick up as the Matari and the Zai. That is, of course, unless teams want to pick up Matari and not Viper. And Matari ends up going ahead and possibly +2 as well. Will they risk that +4? I don't know. That one's kind of tough. But I think if they really want to work out the budget comp, and if it works out well, it all depends if the other base teams will, decide to pick it up early on without any plus bands of extremities. Because, like I said, hiding in the masses, that's half the battle. And then being able to kind of put yourself in the spot of using the key comp when no one else is running the comp, that's the play of all the other teams at this point. Where I think you get Siphon, their points right now would be kind of clutch, just to hold on towards using other comps if we don't end up getting match point MVP for this round. Otherwise, we can hold up the C in more silent play. They start really just burning out because more teams are going to end up going to match point for that stage. We end up going to match 6. So then they'll have a better chance of just being able to match up with those other teams in a third phase. Because right now there's only 2 teams that end up going through here. That's YCG, that's ASC. I'm looking at the spawns from prior matches with YCG and ASC. In the match point threshold matches, ASC likes to take an isolated approach majority of the time too. So if they take an isolated match point, spawn, that's something the teams recognize. If they throw it, on the other side of the coin, then that means that they're playing that game of chicken, whether or not they can commit to the past actions or they're actually doing something different. That's my guesstimation.
It's a tough one. Regardless, though, we're going to be heading in relatively soon. We see the side-by-side split screen camera right there between the YZG and ASE. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first round selection is going to consist of WBG, Wolves, TEO, and OA. Second round, Bowder, SR, JL, and DRG. And then last round, of course, we've got OUG, GG, ASE, and YZG. Of course, because they are in that match point threshold, they get put down to that last round selection. But going into Holoroth Sonny, they're gonna have they're gonna know what every other team picks, which is at times an advantage because they can kind of figure it out based off of which characters are banned. However, that means that they're also potentially not going to be able to get the characters that they want to play. So we'll see, playing a more reactive style or choosing characters in a more reactive way. But it looks as though the only character that's going to get banned out after this first round selection is going to be Syra, as everything else is still up for grabs.
Being about it, SR picks up their chance to get that +1 and enabling now the counter form from JL. DRG playing out the ball, the Former with the Ouroboros out of the hands of the Transformers, the old school style, man. And that's because with Lucian and the Kirby out. And you can see the counter form from Dada. Now, these bans, got to increase just to +1s. We don't have a very, essential ban here. Sandsife and Syra coming out here from OUG. GG also have the opportunity of bringing it up. Oh, man. This is going to be the highlight right now. I'm thinking about whether they're going to be kind of masked between, they see the bands, they only see the Kylan, they only see the Tianhai and the Syra, which means that Tianhai, or rather the Sandsife and Syra is still available to mask it, and that's why CG is one of the power comps. How many points can they burn? How many points will they invest for that, though?
They could just go ice cream comp here.
Because, look, ASE, Sandsife and Syra. Now kind of forward option to mask it. Since it's a +1, they know there's at least 3 teams with the Kylan, or with Tianhai, I should say, and the Kylan. So then that way they can just try to mask them into it. They're going to play it. They're going to play the Jokester squad.
But are they going to go for that isolated drop is the question.
That's what I'm thinking. That's
are they going for it? Because there aren't Vipers in the lobby. They didn't see any Viper get picked up. It didn't get banned out after 2 phases. So Viper off spawn isn't going to be a necessary threat. And then they see that they see the Syra, they see the Monk, they see the Kylan get banned out. So it's relatively safe to assume it's going to be majority Monk, and then a little bit of ice cream, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And so going for an off-spawn fight is actually not going to be that dangerous, I don't think. So I think they could very well go for it, but we'll have to wait and see. Now let's take a look at these ability choices and also these average points and pick rates for these compositions. Wolves 8.8 with a 23% pick rate. GG with their 1% pick rate. They've only played this comp once so far and gotten 11.5 points with it. 10.5 for JL, 8.8 for ASE, 9.5 for WBG. DRG, first time playing the Valda Formers. Interesting. Gonna go for that V2 as well on the Valda. Now, TXJ and Co. 9.5. To be honest, I'm surprised it's not above 10 for them for their average points on this composition. And again, it can be hard to get the ball rolling at times. TE with 8.5. Junks, Zhao, Rico on SR with 11.2, actually. Looking pretty strong on this comp. And then OA with 10.8. Usually, the average points, although it's not, the be-all and end-all, it is a relatively good indication as to how well a team's going to do on a certain composition going into a game.
Yep. Responds. They're taking their chances here at the Pinnacle Town. And JL's the only nearby team. SR again. Salvation Pony coming through here. GG over by Imperial, or actually the Frigid Ice Pools by themselves. Bowda at City of Tong by themselves. OUG and Plume Castle. Crowd's going crazy. OA, WBG, DRG, Wolves, and TE all. This is a crazy fight going to be happening here, but we need to see what's going to be going through. ASC are at Tang Courtyard, and with this gold drop stone, they might just go straight to Bowda. Regardless, folks, Game 5 match point game enabled. We are here. Severio casting, Dunkin' Donuts on the line. We got this going through for Spring Grand Finals, and will this be the last line of the day? Will this be the last time you guys can enter for that cap? I'll stop, because all it comes down to is who's going to be the grand champion for this season, as YZG are going to be starting up here with the loop pattern at Igneous Mount.
And going for not necessarily a fully isolated drop. You know, they actually do have a team just to the north of them, so they could be going for the quick loot up and then trying to find that team just to the north of them. But we'll have to wait and see as we're heading over to Meta. Wait, I got confused, but no, it was correct. OA scrapping it out against WBG. Oh my goodness, the Greatsword Pillow going crazy. Leo with the LMB RMB is going to jump away with that F2, get that silence. PP with a hold check. Leo going to be able to stone from tab dodging that RMB bonk from the spear, but the third party is going to come in and disrupt. OA chasing down this WBG member. TE, the Fiend's going to be coming through, not able to confirm that LMB focus on the drop down. Meng is going to get that F ability off the charged one, going to be able to max distance, but he is going to get chased down immediately. And now heading back on over to YZG. We thought that they might go for that northern fight, but instead they're going to go down to Salvation Podium going south. YZG have managed to pick up 1 kill, but they have been evened out. The fight is a 2 versus 2, but it's about to be, it might be a 2 versus 1 really soon, as both YZG members have a lot of HP, looking very comfy right now. SS now left on his lonesome, nowhere to go. 2 versus 1 against a Kylan ultimate, unwinnable for that Porter Mark, and YZG with 3 eliminations off the rip, going to be starting off strong. Now heading over to City of Tang, ASE and Bowder scrapping it out. Server, who's taking this one?
F1 enable from this. He almost got caught into a blender for a moment, and Sleepy T is the next one going after Bowder. 1, 2, 3 piece. There it is, the release. 1 kill so far. Zhao Wen in his fight. F1 worked out tremendously well, as XTM had to burn his combo breaker, and Jing, he's charging up. He gets parried, and this is going to have to hit ultimate. He can confirm the kills right now and then. RMB deleted. Jing, Gonzo. This is another set of 3 eliminations between the 2 match point teams, and this is only between the first couple of minutes, folks. This means that these guys have the gold necessary to pick up loot for the armor powder later on for gold or for purple armors, as Mist is able to pick up 1 for himself. Junksto, SR, gold dual blades. The Salvation Podium was there from the jump, but losing out in terms of teammates. Zhao is going to be looking for the reset here. And over by Cinnabar Valley, this is not so far away from the Salvation Podium and City of Tang. It's literally the conjoining point from that. GG, though, chilling out in Imperial Village in the north. They're looting up here. This is a premier spot for any loot, and the pattern comes out here as a macro sense. Now, over by the northwest, in terms of Colorado, OA once again versus WBG, and this fight's going to be happening where all the ultimates, if I'm not mistaken, are available between both these squads, and it still is going to be the notion of whether or not these guys can come out on top.
Yeah, it's gonna be a difficult fight right here. WBG here on with that purple weapon in the Syra ultimate is gonna do a lot of damage if he's able to get a dazzle and get that empowered beam attack coming on through. Tuesday taking a lot of damage, has Zaya ultimate ready to go, but he's not gonna be popping it just yet. He's trying to disengage first. That healing is gonna come through from his healer, from his zipping, keeping him on his feet, if only for now, and he is going to be able to disengage, making it out of line of sight. WBG Leo still in that Ferrier mech, trying to poke them out, trying to do as much damage as possible while his teammates chase him down, heading on over to that Forbidden Seal. The no ult zone is going to get popped, and now Leo is going to come out of that Ferrier mech. The F2 is going to get lined up, but not going to land. Unfortunately, Jing is going to go into that combo breaker, the ice block, to deny a lot of this pressure. OA still on the run, trying to disengage, trying to fight back and fight this out. Year-Run is going to get a huge parry, but grief by his teammate. The Dragon Slayer does not connect. Year-Run now on the back foot, going to try and heal up and disengage. The Soul Bloom, I believe, is what comes through and heals him there. Two-Tick goes down as well, and now the 3 versus 1. Meng is going to have a tough time getting out of this one. He is on the Matari. He might be able to use an empowered dash, but it is not to be. The silence comes through. He is down for the count, and now heading on over to ASE and SR. Mist having used that ultimate along with Zhao Wen. Han still has that Syra ultimate ready to go. Rico in the ultimate now responding. Han pulling that trigger. the Takeda Fury Blast is going to shove him out of the air, getting a little bit of chip damage, but it's not going to do all that much just yet. Going to try and chase down Zhao on that Zai, going to try and find something. The Zai ultimate is now in play, fending him off, and Mist's ultimate does expire. Junk's caught in the whiff. Is he going to be able to get out of there? The empowered dash taking him to safety. Zhao now the next target yet again. The F2 coming through, knocking him down. No follow-up though. Rico foresees that combo breaker, and it looks as though we might be going to a stalemate serve, because I don't think these teams are going to want to commit now that all of their ultimates have been used.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough play, too, because we know that the Matari going to be the one propagator to have gold weapons, and if she hits 1 F2, that's going to be a notion for them to want to kind of burn it out here. Saying that word a lot today. F2 comes out, though. Dunk makes it happen. R&B releases out here for the Clink. We know there's going to be the chance right now for Mist to get his chance with the F1. If anyone throws a blue focus, he can capture it. It's going to be a play for the slaps. Big 1, 2s, no 3s. He throws at the R&B. There he goes. He catches Zhao, but Zhao's not going to be the main issue right here. You can see Han is at that store. Harry comes out here. Rico's going to be going ahead and getting eliminated. The Soul Boom is up for Han to go for it. And as Zhao goes ahead and gets contested between 2 targets, one parry like that from Mist. Big plays right there. That is 6 eliminations. Dare I say it. The kill leaders in the lobby so far. WBG are at 5 after those previous fights in the Northwest, but now this is going to be right before the first round Yang, and these guys got a gold weapon all ready to go. Meanwhile, TE are taking fights up against DRD, I should say. And TE's youth and right in the middle of smack dab. Having that Destiny ultimate to be available. When you try to look for it, you even hear the parry in the background. You find the double dash, look for a triple dash, and make sure you can go for a reset, at least for 1 heal, while the teams are looking for the grabs. So Coxie looking to try to go 1 for the Tianhai, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe looking to use those jetpacks on his back. There we go. And he gets up there, and he finds Jian and says, hey, what's up, homie? Gets the grab, doesn't defeat the fairy Shenmek immediately. Unfortunate, the armored guard is too strong, and with Peak in the sightlines, it looks like Kakashi doesn't get as much value as he's hoping for. Then again, 1 leap into this would be a chance, but he ran them all out. He's trying to climb this up. Peak gets caught. Slam down comes through, the combo breaker is spaced out, and Kakashi still looking for a grab. And as DRG's Wusha 98 finds that proxy the Kurumi ultimate, these fights are still going to be sustained out, while WBG are just waiting this one out.
Oh my goodness! I wanted to say I didn't want to screw with the flow. Oh my goodness! WBG coming in like assassins out of nowhere. DRG still going to be able to claim that elimination onto Youth. He does go down. Now DRG tasked with disengaging this situation. WBG do commit 2 ultimates now. Dongxing is struggling to stay on his feet. That Valda shield is doing God's work, but it's not going to be enough. It does finally get taken down, and now in the 1 versus 3, he is going to be eliminated. WBG going to be able to pick up their 7th elimination of the lobby. Looking pretty good, matching if not exceeding ASE's current 6 eliminations, contesting their potential MVP. But ASE looking extremely stacked. We have legendary Takeda ultimate for V3 before first Yang has even occurred. That is massive for ASE. If you don't know, if you aren't a Takeda player, Takeda V3 is the typical choice for ultimate in trios, as it gives so much more utility potential. It has a much bigger range. It's not really oriented around combos, allows you and your teammates to follow up on those shoves, and it scales depending on the weapons that you and your teammates have in your inventories. And once it gets to that legendary state, there's common, epic, and then legendary. The legendary state is such a huge power spike, because not only does it expand the horizontal and vertical range, but it pulls people back at the end of the animation, making it so that they are even easier to follow up on with some focus attacks with that damage. And it looks as though we are going into the realm of Yang. I thought for a second he wasn't going to make it, Serve, but he does get in going up against GG's Valda Tianhai composition.
I'm very scared about these blue focuses, but Mist doesn't care. He's throwing them. The movement coming through here. He dices away from it. Oh my goodness, Han just got deleted. 1 Palm Lightning, Blind Eyes, 2v3. My eyes see me, Mist again. He gotta watch out. This is actually kill squad right now for GG. Went out immediately, as well as a 1v3 before you know it. In less than 15 seconds, Mist gets caught with the Palm Lightning. We haven't forced the ultimate. Now he's going to be trying to go out for this 1v3 situation with Balda, but Balda can just lock him down. Tianhai doesn't get the grab here. We're looking for this chance right now to see if he gets caught. LB burns up the Fear and Blast. 4 is on release. He can still hold on to his weapon. I think it's going to be his best play, holding on to his purple fan right now. The team that he had once had, Han and Zhao Wen, had been both obliterated, and he himself is in the midst of an uphill battle. Beyond proportions right now. He's still making it his own fight. Can you believe this guy? He is still ripping this ends meet here. He finds one chance to use his F1, but now they know they can't throw blue focuses. They took him anyway. YG on the other end, they are also looking to get eliminated here. JL find themselves eliminated. Both match point teams are now under Realmy Yang depletion, and this is going to be where two other teams are going to be picking up those boosts.
They are indeed picking up the booths. But you know, one booth that has not been picked up yet is the Spirit Well. The Spirit Well has not yet been captured, which is interesting. It's pretty likely that the team that positioned to go for it is just sitting on it and is going to be trying to extend it as much as possible. But if not, it gives rise to the possibility of both of these Yang depletion teams to head on over to the Spirit Well and cleanse the Yang depletion by getting the buff from the Spirit Well. But we'll have to wait and see. We're taking a look at this replay for YZG and JL in the realm of Yang. Initially, that grab came through for JL, denying the pressure from YZG, even though he was a bit of an advantage state on top of that pillar. CXZ does get grabbed. The ultimate is going to be expiring for the opposing Monk very soon. There it is. One Feng gets chipped down just that little bit. Monk on Monk action right now. CXZ and QGG at the edge of the realm. The uppercut comes through, not really doing all that much. The sustain from the zipping, keeping him topped up. He needs to go and help his Kylan and get some value here. One Feng sends that focus, sends that stone form, but he's not going to be able to finish it off. And oh my goodness, QGG just gets exploded right there. Zhao Zhao making short work of these players, and YZG just getting picked apart at the seams by JL. Oh my goodness. And there it is. We do now see that Spirit Well buff get picked up by Wolves. They were extending it as much as they can, and now as you can see, the timer is just below there, 145 seconds compared to the longer lasting buff from Valda, which is 115 or so. And this is why they extend it. This is why they wait to pick it up, so that they can get that longer effective duration later on into the game. Mystic Might also going to be very nice for them to be able to scout out all these possible players and teams at the edges of the map and figure out which team may be under Yang depletion and looking to force a fight. Speaking of, ASC and YZG actually both spawn in the same location. It looks as though the other team, OUG, is also nearby, waiting to see what this other Yang depletion team goes for.
Here's the thing, right? OUG are also trying to get on track for the match point, and they are pretty close. They're really making the notion if they go down south, and if they do, they're gonna be in for a rough surprise. That's a level 3 Takeda ultimate ready to go. You see JL actually going down here though. I'm not sure as to what that is. They all burn the Vermilions, right? Yeah, so they're all gonna be going down, trying to free run the Wrath in soul form, which allows them to be free from taking any damage. All they need to do is make sure they get to a soul as soon as the time is slowed down. But for Mist right now, the 1v1 situation, oh my goodness, baby, you looking for it. There's going to be a chance to lose that purple weapon, which means we lose level 3 Takeda ultimate. Now Mist has to confirm it. He throws it. He gets his chance of getting his common fan. He gets parried again. Mist is just getting turned out here. Separation of the two means that they can easily pick them apart piece by piece. OUG are getting their soul boost right now, and it looks like YGG are looking to hunt this one down here with that CXC active Kylan ultimate. He knows how much he value right now, and Zhao Wen is that next target. Illumination finds the soul boost picked up from this point, and CXC is looking to try to go ahead. Has a chance right now to try to chase down. If he wants to burn Keelan Guard and go for unlimited slashes, he could. But he's looking to try to lock down. Once he hits the ground, he's the target. There it is. And that's going to be elimination for this team. Baby U goes down here. We still got one more soul boom to be cleansed out for the squad. It's going to be QG that needs to do so. Down south, though, OUG are going to be looking to retreat. They're looking to chase down ASC, who ASC ended up with the last teammate left alive on the squad. One clink to the next. Han looks to go for the R&B. The cold check it. It'll be nature. But there's going to be the F1 combo breaker to be used. It's only a matter of time right now. Ooh, okay. Wait a second. We got a chance right now. Let's look for the turnaround. No parries. He does it. Yo! That's it. Dodges it. Weaves it. QGG is now going to be the Griefer of Sentries, and that's going to be OUG's essence of the elimination. We still need that soul bloom right now for it, and QGG is fully cleansed of Yang depletion.
But sadly for ASE, they are fully eliminated now. All 3 members down and out, back to the lobby, and now it's all on YZG. Them being able to come in and vulture this fight is insanely good for them. They picked up. Not only were the other 2 teams that were fighting Yang depletion teams, but they were also they also consisted of ASE, their one competition in this game, in this lobby, that could contest them for that match point and win it all above them. And they were actually ahead in kills, so it's huge that they take them out right now. But YZG still need to come away with this MVP. And speaking of kills, WBG are currently on 11 eliminations, OUG on 6, but only with 1 member left alive, GG on 5. This is it, so this is it right here. If YZG win this Realm of Yang, it's gonna be massive. But if they lose, it may be over.
This could be the snowball position they need right now. BGG is going to see LJX preemptive ultimate, and he's doing it for himself. TXJ is already ready to go. He leaps right into the action right now. One slam down avoided. ZK gets grabbed. TXJ has looked for the slam down. He confirms it. No connections off of the... He looks for another grab. He confirms it as well. Now HQ is going to be on this position. LJX spending more time on this Tianhai than anything else. This is exactly the distraction that YZG needed, at least until LJX, aka the King, if he finds a grab himself. See how TXJ finds a high ground right now. He's got full armor once he formed, and with these guys in Kylan, it's gonna be who's gonna be the better one. Different when Rio. The Kylan's both at the same exact time. The lighting is impeccable right now. We lose one teammate for Wolves. YZG's at 3v2 right now. He finds connection. He burns the healing guard. He sends him out here for time. And we have one more slash right now for CXZ to kind of confirm off an LJX. He goes down. They get the elimination. They get the gold armor. They get the gear, the loot. Everything embedded right now is working in their favor, and that's that constant action. Soul Slash picked up. Dual Blades, Velocity, Untold, Hold Me Dearie, alrighty. We got gold fans on standby. Mystic Might. Oh yeah, we're going for that one. SR got that Draco Storm in the outside of the Rummy Yanks, but this is now dunking the time. This team has the loot. They can really dominate this lobby.
Oh, absolutely. And with that Mystic Might, we've seen the Mystic Might get picked up a lot in second Realm of Yang. We've seen it a lot. And it comes down to, I think, the Draco Storm nerf, White Tiger's prowess not offering as much potential value as Mystic Might does, because information is king. It wasn't as worthwhile as old Draco Storm, but now that Draco's been nerfed, Mystic Might, at least in competitive play, is so useful. You have that damage reduction that you get with the buff, and then having all the information right here. This is the perfect example. YZG, would they have spotted out this last remaining member of OUG, or one of the 2 remaining members of OUG, if not for the Mystic Might buff? I don't think they would have, and they're going to be able to potentially get 2 more eliminations, fully committing onto this fight. YZG trying to burn out this player. The ultimate does come through from Jingyu. He's going to try and stall it out, but the no ult zone is going to get popped, making it impossible for Jingyu to keep this ultimate up and to survive. I think at this point it's pretty cooked. Even though there's a bunch of walls and a lot of avenues of escape, it's pretty darn hard to disengage away from a Mystic Might team, and a team like YZG, they're not letting you go at this point. They are not being lazy with their chase down. They are. It's full lockjaw. You're not getting out of there, buddy. It's game over. But you know what? Speaking of game over, it could be game over right here for this Yang depletion team. And funnily enough, YZG actually needs them to survive, because it will help them survive in the end game.
I'm thinking, man. I mean, WBG were running around the corner, and WBG are the monolith right now. 11 eliminations. They are the kill leaders. They're going to be the main threat for MVP if such things lead into the past. But looking at it again, GG still looking to try to go for some fights off of that Volda, Karumi, Tianhai comp. They're making their way towards the Fortress of Kaviani. That's where a lot of these teams, majority, are going to be ending up going to regardless. Replay going to be leading us out into that Romy Yang fight between GG and JL, with JL took the victory. JL looking to try to go off this end as One Pong is at that point in the proximity of looking to just knock back. He finds LXM in the distance. I think he's just going to go ahead and just try to disrupt Cuckoo from getting slammed down. He finds a slam right there for a 3-3-0. And then he throws it in the other direction. Now, this isn't the case right now. Kylan is going to be the main factor that would have given GG the victory, but if JL's One Fong has known one thing, it's a dependency on his Kylan. It really comes out if whether or not the Kylan can just go ahead and just blow someone up, and hey, it definitely just did that. 3-3-0 just goes ahead and gets deleted. Their Karumi, their lifeline, support line, and now JL has free real estate. I mean, I told you, man. I said this once before. Jaja, he's a secret weapon for JL. This man working out crazy numbers in terms of being the DPS, being that main line, and being picked up for the season. Now for the case, GG to have arrived in Fortress of Kaviani. We're now at the present time, and YZG right there, QGG a little bit too close for comfort. But like I said, Phoenix Blast now going to QGG, having that Soul Slash on CXZ, and as well as an Armor Pierce and Sap Jade and Assault Smolder. But looking up north, we're going to see a Rupture Kill on TXJ, as well as that Velocity Untold and Sap. So if things come into the gear, they can start churning, and the oiled machine can start working it out. YZG are making that approach. Otherwise, we're switching on to SR, WBG, and like I said, WBG, they are the ones with 11 eliminations. If SR wants to take any sort of fight right now, it's gonna be a hard knock, especially with that Ballista right there in the proximity.
Oh yeah, Ballista gamers are very spooky. You do not want to get caught out by that Ballista. We've got a lot of teams rotating up towards the Salvation podium right now, and wait, are they? That's a lot of people. I can't tell. What? What? Why are we all here? I'm not really sure why everyone's here at this point. It's not even in the zone either. I think it's just the meetup spot at the moment. Everyone's just, okay, okay, cool. Everyone's here, you know, Bowder here, Wolves here. Just everyone loading into the same spot, ready to go. But I think I was assuming that it was going to be for the Spirit Well, to try and secure the Spirit Well for one of these Yang depletion teams. And it looks as though that is going to be spawning in. GG going to be heading on over to it. Wolves, 30 seconds, 35 seconds and counting. It looks as though they're going to go up against Bowder, just fully monk ulting in his face. Just, it gets responded to. I don't really know what's happening right now. I'm not gonna lie. Bowder XCM does get grabbed up. He's not with his teammates. ZZT trying to peel. Does find the grab onto one of Wolves' members. Is he gonna find that second? Let's get the slam now. Are we gonna get the rejuggle? No, the rejuggle does not come through from XCM. He's preoccupied with something else. LJX is gonna slam, but he is probably gonna be going down within a few moments. YZG on the outskirts looking to try and vulture some of these eliminations. Wolves picking up a couple of kills. TXJ picking up an elimination there. Wolves fully going down. Bowder finding 1 or 2 as well. YZG now going up to 10. Still not able to match the kill score of WBG though.
Yeah, and this is going to be a weird spot right now. Oh my god, the delation, now we're tied. Dangerous situation right now. TXJ needs to get out of here because this is going to be a really, really difficult area. The Volt ultimate is active, and with this protection of the Flying Knights, they need to get out of this circle straight up. Zhao Li's going to be going ahead over towards the wall, keeping an eye, clear eye on where things are. Since the Volt ultimate has just been invested, all teams need to be keeping their safety net because all of a sudden, now without the Volt ultimate, Tianhai still have a lot of value here, specifically with TXJ being one of the few. We are looking at Jing going down though, completely. Krumi, again, Palm Lightning, Junks, Swarm Pain struck out here. Junks goes down 3-0, getting the elimination. GG up to 7 eliminations. Having to look and see if CJS can try to keep the looting possibility up and going. The amount of Jades could be in the body, or it could just be armor powders and vitality. Otherwise, once they get all that's needed, they get out of it completely. A 2-shot against CJS though. That's an insult to injury, RIT. But one thing comes out for Xiaonan, he is going to be the Fairy Shen in the lobby. He could be the biggest disruptor for any of the Tianhais if he gets his ball gets rolling with Justina and they start going through. But it's gonna be a safety purchase buy apparently for YZG. They actually get the shop uncontested, and we're picking up what? Okay, CXC just picked up Desperation on the Kylan. Oh my goodness. This means this man's gonna start smacking, bro. He's gonna get an attack boost once he reaches halfway point, and he can just start pelting some players around. So now it's gonna be them being the most stacked gamers by far, and this all came down to that Remaining victory. After even before that, taking the ambush over by Moonfall Pass, getting rid of the Remaining depletion. Match point game, Duncan, game 5. I don't know, man. Kind of gonna be a scary moment, but then again, GG are still knocking out the park. SR go down, and GG are up to 9 eliminations, while YZG camp out the Firefly Cage over south of Ember Hawk.
Yeah, this is a game 5 MVP. It's possible. YZG, they are the GOATs. They've been the GOATs. 3 bi-weekly championship wins. They came in today ready to win. And if anybody can do this, then it's them, I think. If anyone can, it is certainly them. OUGSS somehow going down in the zone there. Unfortunately, it looks as though he did let himself go down as opposed to giving away an elimination to another team, as his teammates were already dead. He wasn't going to put up a fight, just going to go quietly into into the night, deny a potential point that could go over to one of the match point teams. But no, they weren't in position to even take it. YZG trying to post up and hold some space over there. I believe that's where the... No, it's not, actually. It's on the other side. The Spirit Well is going to be spawning in where the Moonbane currently is. So the Moonbane needs to go down, or ideally we want it to go down before any of these teams will head on over to it. And there it is. It does. It is going to expire in about 15 seconds. We do see GG moving on over to it sooner than any other team. TXJ slowly getting closer, closing in. JL on the outskirts as well, trying to scout things out, trying to figure out which teams are going in. YZG, no, please no, please no, please no. Okay. Whew. Okay. Whew. Okay. Deep breaths, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. The Moonbane grief could have ended it all.
I was crazy once. No, this is going to be... That was a little bit too close for comfort. That could have been a range bow shot from downtown, from Xiaonan, just because, you know, he could have just launched that off at the end. But luckily, CA and no one saw it.
As well. They were in no ult zone as well.
Like, I was expecting an armor swap to happen, but they didn't even take that option. They're like, no, we're good, we're safe. I'm like, that's a really big risk. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Forbidden Seal is active now. This last second zone means that, I don't know how long this is going to go up. 45 seconds, maybe 30 seconds left. Once it goes on cooldown, we enter in the final endgame circle. The Vajra is done. There's no use for Tianhai unless somehow they end up going up past the Forbidden Seal zone, in which case, then we're GG. Otherwise, TXJ just gets another elimination. He is now cleared for the team. Going out here for 12 eliminations, YZG has passed WBG. WBG, though, is the biggest counter to this team. Once this Forbidden Seal ends, who knows what's up. JL gets elimination against Bowder, though. JL up to 7, and now over towards this, towards his rocky cliff side. TXJ looting up the body on the side, so that way he can break the line of sight. But this is going to be a dangerous situation. GG still having 9 kills on the board, and they have Draco Storm. They can kite this buff. They burn it. They may earn it. Now for whether or not YZG can get these last hit confirmations. Duncan, 3.5 minutes left, and I feel like it's going to be a lifetime of effort. But if YZG can keep themselves away once this Forbidden Seal comes right back up, oh my goodness, this is going to be a scary moment if whose ultimate is going to be expended at the cost of 100% rage for 2 seconds at most.
Yeah, it feels like time is crawling. It's at a crawling pace right now, but it's also just so intense. Everybody at the edge of their seat, all of these players sweating, their brow just soaked, they're trying their best to stay as careful, calm, and collected as possible. It's make or break right now for YZG. Every other team doesn't know if YZG or ASE is even still alive. So they have to play with the consideration that they might be. GG on this Vowder comp is going to secure that Draco Storm, and now it's up to them as to who they focus down. Looks as though they're going to go over to WBG. Leo going to get that first player to use his ultimate. The turret going to be coming on through. He's trying to disengage, but is it going to actually matter? Leo, forced to use his ultimate, could be really bad for his team. It's very, very difficult to survive in these end zones when you have no ultimate. He's getting chipped down the fire damage from that Rupture Gale Flame Breath, making it impossible to actually stay topped up. The armor swap does come through, but it's half empty. Leo trying his best to heal up his teammates surrounding him. TXJ now seemingly a focused target from this Syra in ultimate. The Draco Storm knocking him about. That cannon, even though it's white, it's doing so much work with that Rupture Gale. JL, One Fang also in a similar position, I think. TXJ now holding onto this rock, sending out those fan RMBs, sectioning off this space for himself and his teammates to try and hold on, try and keep them alive, try and get as many possible kills as possible. The Rupture Gale Flame Breath might come in clutch here. GG going to the skies. Their buff is going to be expiring in 80 seconds. They've still got plenty of time left on the clock, but if they fumble, they might make a big mistake and they could go down. We've seen it time and time again. Teams with buff going down, and TXJ picking up yet another elimination. Run going to go down to that Rupture Gale Flame Breath. LXM going to pick up a kill onto One Fang. GG matching them. 12 eliminations, 13 on on YZG. WBG with 11, but they've lost two members. They can't contest this. GG are the biggest threat. They picked up another kill, and now neck and neck with YZG. It's all or nothing right now, Serve. Oh my goodness, the parry comes through from CXZ. No ult zone is in effect. He's not going to be able to use that ultimate. Are they going to survive?
This is gonna be dangerous right now. CXC finding himself with the horizontal throws. He finds one shotgun blast and 1 HP, one Draco Storm Stagger. It could be death sentence right now, and he dodges them. He's looking for the horizontal release over and over, and the Draco Storm drops down. He gets his combo breaker off. TXJ goes down. QGG might be the only one left to go through for this game if he can. The survivability is at a minimum. The zipping has to stay alive for these guys. Obviously, CJS has been holding that Vajra ultimate for dear life, and he's been able to release it. He's going off on this end. He finds an opportunity of getting a grab right now, but the zipping is just going to be that pesky pest. If everything works out in the favor, we could go for placement. We could go for it, but since GG's at 15 eliminations and now up to 16, that MVP stat goes into consideration for game 6. We got CG going for this victory, and they're going to have this lap to be made where they end up as the kill leaders in the squad.
Oh my goodness, it was so close! GG are gonna be the ones to claim the MVP. Do they even know how close it was? Surely, oh my goodness, YZG were 2 or 3 kills behind. They were ahead to begin with, but the Draco Storm keeping GG in it, keeping them alive, that healing on the health, the procs from the Thunder, making it so hard for any of these players to keep their footing, to stand tall. YZG not able to manage it, but so close. Well played regardless. Oh my goodness, and we're going to the next game, so we're going to game number 6.
Yeah, we are. Yo, I think what, minimum 4 match point gamers in the lobby at that point? So that means that with that being said, all match point gamers are forced into phase 3. That means that all match point gamers will be fed into. So with the realization there, GG are trying to anticipate themselves to make it through, understanding that simple fact, and of course having a spotlight right now on their faces as being one of the match point teams, earning themselves out, fully encapsulating that victory with the MVP, meaning that this, remember what I said earlier, guys, the amount of money that gets earned as long as the day continues, and it still keeps racking up higher and higher. Every MVP is earning out double digits, quadruple digits, quintuple, we're talking a lot of money on the line, all right? That's all I'm gonna say. A lot of one, ready to go in the pockets. And now for game 6, we're going back to Morriside. Still on daytime, though. Still on daytime.
Still daytime, but hey, I feel like daytime, it's just 2 different kind of games right now. Daytime and nighttime, there's the strategies for both. Some teams actually perform better on one over the other, but I think the strongest teams, the ones at the top of the leaderboard right now, they figured out both, and they can perform very well on both. It doesn't matter to them at this point, but oh my goodness, it was almost over. It was almost over. It was almost done and dusted. YZG, that Forbidden Seal, the Forbidden Seal just completely screwed them over. You know what else was crazy? Is that YZG, TXJ made the call to go and res his teammate, go and res QGG in the zone, res the Kylin, because both of them had ultimate. The Forbidden Seal goes down just after they die. So both of them, if they hadn't made that call, if TXJ had actually stayed in the zone and not gone for that resurrection, he could have potentially stayed alive and used his ultimate. But he went to go and res the Kylin, but then both of them died to the zone. Actually insane.
Actually, pain.com, man. And like I predicted, or I think I calculated, top 4 match point team, YZG, OUG, ASC, and GG. These guys have it right now, man. They have the opportunity into game 6. They get griefed over and over again. We're going to game 7 and then potentially game 8, but game 6, more style, a lot more conformed in terms of the map selection. I mean, see, I'm thinking about the opportunity right now. Look, they blended into the Kylan Formers. They blended into the Transformers in general. It's just seeing ASE get knocked out as early as they did, right, was the unfortunate circumstance. We saw that coming through. YZG did a really great job of just holding on the fort. We do have to go through and talk about ASE, and not in a positive sense. We're talking in the negative sense. Which player killed ASE Han in Game 5? Was it A, OUG's SS, B, OUG's Jingyu, C, YZG QGG, or D, YZG TXJ? I will let you guys know it was a zipping. I won't tell you who played it, but it was over by Moonfall Pass with an R&B.
Hey, don't make it too easy.
Hey, the cap is for all, the cap is for none. No one can get it, everyone can get it. What are you talking about? All this considered, though, for you Twitch chat gamers. I know YouTube chat is out there, but if you want to get the chance, you gotta go to Twitch. Our leaderboard, though, had that first place with 19 kills to 26.8 for QGG. YZG tied with 14.5 with WBG. And then JL had 9 kills, or 9 points, should say, while Bauda and OUG both take 7, 6.5 for ASE, DRG for 6, 3.5 for TE, OA for 2. 1.5 for Wolves and SR 4.5, meaning that we still have those chances right now. Like I said, anything can happen between now until then, especially considering we still have Game 6 to run through. We do look at GG, we look at their stats. I mean, they only did 12,000 healing. Still, that's enough, because Valda was really that pelter right now, man. She was doing work, and she got 9 kill eliminations and 27,000 damage, surpassing on her Tian High, as well as with more assists, meaning having a little bit more participation there in the overall grand scheme of things. Seeing that Valda pop off as she did, though, I mean, listen, you know, we're not wanting to bring her back, but, like, you know, what I'm saying is, you know, Valda kind of has the value. I think that something comes out for it with Kurumi, especially with a pop, with the blue or the water, and then just being able to embellish the ultimate to get a burst heal. And that kind of gives the team a safety net of just being able to survive just a little bit longer with a huge amount of sustain. Our bottom 6, Wolves, 29, and our top of the bottom 6, Bauda with 39.8. The spread between these guys could be a match or two right now. Bauda at 39.8 means that they have to earn around 20 points, specifically 19.2. They want to get themselves outside of the realm of things to make it to match point. Otherwise, though, our top 6 leads us into 6th place with DRT with 48.7, as well as a JL, surprisingly, tying it out. But OUG at 61.7, 77.2 for YSG, ASC at 83, and 83.5 for GG, being the overall highest scoring team into this mid-Duncan. It's pretty nasty seeing how well GG kind of performed that last game, not gonna lie.
Oh, they performed absurdly well. I think it did come down to that spirit well. If not for TXJ almost dying to the Moonbane, I think they could have possibly contested it. But they immediately became disheartened when that happened, and I think that was the separating factor right there. But we're gonna take a look at some of these highlights off the back of game number 5, MVP by GG's, brought to you by China Unicom ASE here in City of Tang, taking down Bauda. This was the start of it all. ASE ramping up as the game went on, starting off in the City of Tang, missed, doing work with this Takeda ultimate, getting to that legendary status very early on before that first Yang even popped. They win this fight as well. And this was a bit of a stalemate for a little while, but they come out on top in the end. Massive plays from ASE, and it was just so unfortunate that they ended up going down in the realm of Yang so quickly. I remember when the GG took them down in the blink of an eye, it was already over within the first like 5-10 seconds.
Yeah, that was a moment for sure. I was like, wait, where's my teammate? Where's my other teammate? Gone. And then again, YZG kind of put out the melting pot over by Wolves, but then here's GG coming into the final moments in the circle with 2 minutes left. You can see how it went down, right? WBG Leo gets caught out for the jump LMB. Solon picked up here, and a free heal for CJS. Just in the middle of all the action. Doesn't even matter, he goes for it. Boom, Palm Lightning #1, and then CJS later on gets himself the Hong Sword, or the Katana, I should say. The gold rarity katana, I should say, and gets himself another set of eliminations as it gets pieced apart. And he found that double grab coming through here in terms of the circle, and he deleted QGG from the game. Completely dominating out here. Even with QGG surviving down at that point, he still had placement points to be working out, and they still have more eliminations overall.
Massive game. Who's gonna get the MVP for the team, though? It's gonna be, I had a feeling it was gonna be the Valda, having that 1 extra kill participation and the extra damage making the difference here. LXM, 3rd MVP on the Valda to boot with F2V2, committing quite a lot to that damage as well. No wonder he was doing so much damage. He has a full attack and then Juggernaut. And considering he had 9 kills, it's pretty safe to assume that he had that fully stacked, which means that he had 32% attack. Pulse Sword doing the majority of it, and then damage without weapon right there. I'm not sure what that necessarily means in Valda's capacity, to be honest with you, now that I think about it. It couldn't possibly be the spear itself, though.
Ooh, you know that it might be because the spear is a 1.0 multiplier, so depending on his attack.
Yeah, but he had like thousands of damage. No way.
Listen, man. Things can be had. Oh, Draco Storm. Boom, done. GG's. That's it.
No
Maybe
way.
Potential. I mean, what do you want me to say? You want me to say it's a ballista at the end of the day? All things considered, you've seen it before.
Slapping?
Oh, okay. Unarmed, the new meta, man. I'll tell you. But Valda, we're gonna go ahead and throw that spear over to a break though. Clean transition. We'll see you guys afterwards into game 6, and of course we'll see what happens afterwards to see who wins.
大江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几层卓颜看后望。
ladies and gentlemen, we are back coming out here for round 6 for the spring grand finals for trios in the Nbpl scene. My name is Severio alongside with Dunkin' Donuts. We got ourselves going through here for 6 games. We got 4 match point game teams, I should say, not gamers, 12 gamers in total to be playing out on the floor right now. Getting ourselves from 2 prior with not with GG, but with ASC and YZG now increasing it. We got +2 on the board right now. And OUG is one of those teams, and I put the prediction in the Discord to see about OUG making it through here. I'm just saying, I'm not biased. I'm gonna play my odds. But YZG, man, that's a team that everyone knows how successful that team has been. In that last round, that was close. But now we got GG in the midst, and it's an upset spaghetti moment for a lot of these guys, but it's gonna be a wholesome act between these guys in the last phase when it comes down to stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be a banger game. We have YZG, GG, ASC, and OUG. All of them heavy hitters. All of them been performing very well. It's gonna be a nail biter in this game, and I have to say, even though there's always the possibility of us going to game 7 or even to game number 8, the fact that it's these 4 teams going in with match point eligibility into this 6th game, it's very likely we could be seeing it all get wrapped up at the end of this one, but anything can happen. SR performed extremely well in the pre-finals. They've done very well just generally throughout the season, but somehow just haven't been able to find their footing all day today. And who knows, perhaps they finally come in game number 6 and extend it and potentially give themselves a chance to actually come back and look to try and win it all for themselves. And plus, any team, even if they don't believe, which they should, but even if they don't believe that they have a chance of winning, getting an MVP, thank you very much, production, right here, getting an MVP on its own has a huge cash prize attached to it, which scales depending on the number of games. So games 1 to 8, every single game, the cash prize for getting MVP in that game increases. So right here, we're seeing it's over 100,000 yuan, which is it's a pretty chunk. It is a pretty chunky bag, and anybody would be happy to take that one home. But we'll see. We'll see. GG he looks as though he's meditating over there on the left, looking just getting ready, getting locked in, sorting out his thoughts, the mind paths. He's ready to get in there. He's sitting up now. OUG. He's got the coach is at the keyboard. Wait a minute. He's subbing in. Can you imagine?
Man, I think,
get out of the way! I'm taking over.
I think that's my seat. I think that no, it's not. That's my seat now. I think you're in the wrong booth. No, this is my booth, right?
he's like afraid. Okay, can I sit down, please?
I've been standing up for like 2 days. Haven't been able to go through. You thought I was playing and sitting down. No, I was been standing up. New exercise, new training regimen. Yeah, this is kind of crazy, dude. I know OEG has them in them, but man, if they end up actually going through and popping off, ASC would be a great stand-up to see these guys make happen. It sucks how early on they got eliminated. I mean, first 3 eliminations got earned out in the City of Tang, and then they got another 3 at the Northwestern Barracks, and I was like, yo, this is looking up. We got gold weapons, we got level 3 Takeda ultimate before first Romy Yang, and that's kind of like insane to see that stat line come through. Romy Yang fight out like not those well. 1 hit, 2 hit, both of them down. One Takeda alive. Then outside of that, the Moonfall Pass just made it real. It's that much more of a mission. YZG as a result of that, they deleted them out. It's a final elimination and ended up going ahead and potentially be the runner-up for the match point team to make it to MVP. Unfortunately, GG was just smacking out of the Haven. So that's going to be where we also see GG in terms of match point. That team solidified, always a staple in the mindset of what the other teams know and look up to in terms of playing against. Just having them now in the match point makes that goal a little bit closer for them to try to get to that MVP and make them take it.
Yeah, I think it's actually, it could have come down to that split-second decision from TXJ, from YZG, because as I said before, they made the decision to go and res the Kylin in the zone as the Forbidden Seal was expiring. So if they'd managed to get that res and then both of them use ult, they could have very well won the game off of that one decision. But if he hadn't gone for that, it's possible that TXJ could have sat in the safe zone and he used his ultimate and contested GG's Monk there and potentially come out on top in the end. So it's you know, hindsight is 2020, but in that scenario, it was just either slightly mistimed or not the best decision to go for that res. And if he hadn't made that decision, he could have ended up winning. But again, the potential upside was definitely warranted. Like, it was definitely worthwhile. So it was a worthy risk to take in that scenario. Regardless, it happens. It was almost there. It was that close. That much was in it. It was just it was nothing. Almost managed to take it home. A GG clutching up, and now, as we can see, obviously 4 teams in match point eligibility. GG, ASE, YZG, and OUG are all going to be in that last round selection. First round is going to be going for Wolves, OA, TE, and SR, and then WBG, Bowder, DRG, and JL are going to be in that second round selection. So, as I said before, before the previous game, being in last round selection has its pros and cons. Cons being that you can't necessarily choose exactly what you want to play on the map that you want to play it on, but it also gives you a lot of information on what the rest of the lobby is playing. You can potentially deduce or figure out a good counter comp, or try and figure out what being most played, and then hide amongst everybody else, hide amongst all the other teams, and try not to get focused down by the majority of the players.
Now looking at those points being churned away. It's happening, bro. It's happening. 2 points left for one of those teams, man. I know the RG looking at that Kylan Former and are going to eat it up. The Syra is going to be at a +1. WG will burn that, as well as Bowda. And Bowda bringing out that Lonnie pick. Now this is I'm coping. I want to see how Lonnie operates, but at a better notion. We still see JL though bringing out their sense on the Syra. Now with that +2 on Syra and a +1 on Feria, Takeda, and Temulch. Now it's up to Case. OUG going ahead again at the Kylan. The Kylan with the Transformer, bringing out the Tianhai. But then again, if YZG wants to... Kylan Former comes out of here from GG this time around. I'm looking at this, man. We got to look at seeing about it. ASE bring out the Kylan Former. YZG are the only team. I don't even think they have enough points for the Kylan Former, do they? I don't even know. They don't even have it for the triple pick. That means they have to go either an ice cream comp or such. Seeing Fairy Shen could be the gambit they have to work into, and they're going to go for it. So it's going to be ice cream comp coming out from that. They're going to be earning themselves it. But for 4 points alone, and every one of their match point buddies, not so much as buddies, but their peers, their competition, comes out and playing the exact same comp all to one another. Duncan. That right there, that's a fearful moment, considering that when they're all Kylan Formers, endgame circles can be one to the next, and it could just be the last game. I say that with an asterisk because things could change out. Early game fights could be massively underwhelming for them, and even worse after the reset. But RNG is not in the favor for some of the time. You get purple weapons for your whole squad, and this is going to be where we also take a look and see about the skill selections, seeing what the teams are going to be bringing into it, what their average points are absolutely doing well on, or they're not doing well on, and it's just like a last second pick. So that being said, Duncan, what do you think's gonna be happening? You think we're gonna switch up from the normal comps, or you think someone might be doing some shenanigans out of here, man?
To be honest, I think because of the high intensity situation, because of the nature of the situation they're in, everyone's going to be going for the tried and true, going for the standard. I mean, obviously we have Bowder throwing Lani into the mix, but other than that, I think everybody is going to be going for that standard pickups. I don't see anything out of the ordinary in terms of ability choices. Everything looks standard. Yup, no F2 Takeda or F3 Takeda, no V1 Takeda. I remember seeing that one time.
V1 was funny, dude.
Oh my goodness, it was so goofy.
Oh
yeah. Well, actually, one thing that is a little bit different is JL gonna go for that V1 on the Tumulk, and I don't think it's worth. I don't think it is. I think V3 is still more worthwhile. Although you can't get wisps from an enemy Tumulk's ultimate, being able, having the capability to get the wisp from your own Tumulk wall. And if your F before you get the wisp isn't on cooldown and you have it available, you go in, grab the wisp, throw it out, your F is still available, so you can still use that combo breaker. That was one of the drawbacks of V3. It's one of the reasons why a lot of teams didn't want to go for it at times back in the day. But it was kind of like the Viper situation, where different teams would run different variations of the same character. You know, the personality crisis, so to speak, where Vipers, you know, there's just like, is it V1, F2? Is it F1, V1, F2? V2, you know, it's just everything all over the place. We even had V2 Tomahawk at one point being quite popular because it actually gave the Tomahawk an advantage in the Tomahawk mirror because of the increased stamina regen. But nah, it's yeah. Right now, I think V3 is probably still the better option. But who knows at the end of the day? But we're going to be jumping in at GG on their tried and true spawn. It's very common to see them spawning here up against TE, who are looking to contest them right off the bat. GG CJS getting that huge parry onto Xiaonan. Xiaonan running that F2, no combo breaker, might be taking a lot of damage, and there it is. The R&B focus follow-up from the Greatsword. CJS going for the parry, not going to find it. The scale rush is going to come through. The release from the Syra, the combo breaker comes through. No weapon though. Peak is in a dangerous position, does find a weapon. The Greatsword chopping at their legs. The Lumberjacks coming through, but the ultimate coming in for Youth. He does get the confirmation with that freeze. CJS still on his feet. The ice immunity coming in. Oh my goodness, 1 HP in the dream. Can he clutch it? The Soul Bloom's going to come through. CJS, he does have ultimate, but is it going to be enough? No, it isn't. And Youth, oh my goodness, is going to come in clutch for the team, wiping them out. 1v2 with the Justina. Cue the montage music, ladies and gentlemen, because that's a clip.
That was peak. That was a peak moment with the Justina gameplay. YZG have now officially earned their 3-set eliminations off rip. This is going to give them, as well as ASC, the number points advantage in the lobby with the 3 eliminations. They're tied up with TE, with OA as well, but this does give them enough gold to kind of work off and make their way to a shop if necessary for a movement. Otherwise, though, they're going to get the loot up here. They're not going to chase down Wushin98 unless QGG says otherwise. He's like, yo, he's got to go. We got to go now. Of course, Wushin98 is a zipping, and a zipping sustain and a wall is like the bane of their existence. Anything leads out, QGG will deny the chase. He has no grapples. The will and the way will only go so far. Dongqing9 though is in the tree line, you know, hopping around here, pulling out the rope dart and just swinging around. Dongqing9 is not gonna be necessarily in much of a dangerous position. He will lose his life if he gets caught out, but then he would have to regroup with his teammate all in the east. And then again, we're going to Saturday morning. A little bit quiet here, a little bit, you know, ASC took first fights. Look at the gear already. 2 purple. I talked about it. I cast a curse in a benefit. Oh, you know, 2 purple armor is given to them. And they got it off in their first fights right now. Forcing out towards his position right now. Han gets himself the R&B. Jing Yu is going to be having the chance right now. The purple longsword. Jump after that doesn't really do much here. He finds a kill. He actually finds a collateral hit off of Baby Yu with the shotgun horizontal, and he still pulls up the blue vertical, and he eliminates it, and he catches up to Miss, and Miss is in this fight against SS. Like, I need support lines right now, and he's like, don't worry, homie, I got you. Jump LMB is right there. This is going to be where OUGs are resetting. They went over past the Mohis and Haven. They're actually really not that far away from Shadow Jade Mine, and during the time of that replay, it could be a position that we might see ASC end up. They could have just went towards that way to see if they reset it due to that soul answer timing. But GG also losing out that first fight, meaning that they are spawning in close towards, you know, in the crow's nest. This is not going to be too far from proximity. Usually you would see the spacing to be a little bit extreme, but this is actually a really good spacing to see whether or not the other teams realize that the players that had just been eliminated ended up not too far away from them. YZG though, they're still hunting, and so is ASC.
Yes, it's an ASC looking very, very looted right now. 2 purple armors, absolutely massive, as you said. You cast a curse them into a benefit XD, but yeah. No, that fight off spawn in the mine was huge. Han being able to snipe that kill on the player on the wall when he was standing right next to that guy's teammate, no parry, not able to come through, absolutely massive. That literally won them the fight. I think if that hadn't happened, then it could have gone the other way very, very easily, as they were at an effective health disadvantage with that purple armor on OUG side. But hey, GG, they do go down off spawn, right? But they do have 2 kills under their belt. Not too bad, to say the least. They are still You know, they're still in contention. OUG, the only team without an elimination within that top 4, within the teams on MVP threshold that have the chance to win it all off the back of this game if they secure the win. SR out in the northern part of the map, north of Sunwing's Rest, trying to loot up as much as they can. They haven't really found all that much for themselves, unfortunately. And it doesn't look as though they've taken a fight either, as they still have their rebirths and no eliminations. So considering that, it's pretty unlucky that they've still got somebody on white armor, I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, we move. GG are making their rotations. They're going to be picking up this red bounty, the challenge bounty, alerting everybody on the map to their location. It looks as though Wolves might take them up on that challenge. Are they going to come in, close in on their position and try and force this engagement? Or are they simply coming on over to say hi and be friendly and head over to the Realm of Yang when it pops up? I still can't tell. No, I can tell now. GG are going to be fully engaged upon by Wolves, LJX and CJS, popping those Tian Hai ultimates. CJS pushing him back, trying to find the grab onto NHQ. He does find it, jumping away, but he does get cancelled. Not likely going to be able to get this slam off. The Moonbane coming through. Wait a minute. GG has no rebirths. It might be sacrificial lamb time for CJS. He's jumping away. He's trying his best. The deform comes through. He still has some arbor. Manages to break the line of sight from behind that tree. The zipping F is going to come through, keeping him topped up, keeping him healthy. LJX now with no line of sight is not going to be able to confirm any of these grabs, and they just barely get away. Oh my goodness, that could have been it.
This is dangerous territory for GG, man. They have match point enabled, and now in the thick of things with this Moonbane being procced, look, this can cause a negative for players to end up going through here. Teams that are on the bottom threshold needing to find those last second eliminations, seeing if there's any sort of outlying players just left alone. And now we're switching on over to talking about those teams. SR finding the chance of eliminating once again. 2-tick, having Fear and Blast ready to go here. Jumps will still push on 4th and finding the flying eyes to the back line. This is going to be the deletion of once again, if I'm not mistaken, in this lobby. No, they still got soul forms. They can still go ahead and get a res off somewhere. So if whether or not SR wants to stick around here, 4 eliminations for them, and they still have a chance right now of just getting that gear and getting to that Rebel Yang that's going to be opening up. ASC though, man, another purple weapon. Just give it to him, right? Purple weapon just on there. Just going to give them another stacked weapon on their arsenal. They still have that Rebel Yang southeast of them, so they can just make their way and camp it out. Otherwise, other than that, Valiant Challengers being active, a YZG and GG. You know, it's kind of funny seeing how both of these teams are playing out the Valiant Challengers. You know, it's like a game of chicken of whether or not they are stacked out or they are a common armor rarity team. But lo and behold, if they end up going to a Rummy Yang and they can test out, and if they don't potentially make it, that means that they can start using that time spent in that Valiant Challenger state outside of the Rummy Yang and use that goal for some later on. Otherwise, right now, ASC are still going to be quite possibly the most sustainable, having focus line on Mist, having a quick charge on their call as well. But in the scene in advanced teal on Xiao Wen with a fire arrow target lock and a scatter shot, having quick charge on the call and a soothing boon, could be potentially the make or break if Xiao Wen can land those shots. Because if he starts building up that target lock and goes from fire arrows to it, that will be a crazy hit in the scan, considering of the scatter shot potential of just multi-targeting multiple targets.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks right here, YZG being the other team with that Valiant challenge, going to position himself to try and secure their Realm of Yang entry. ASC going to be going uncontested, and oh my goodness, of course it had to happen. ASE up against YZG, and YZG, although they might be under-looted compared to ASE, they are on the counter comp. Is it going to make up the difference, or are they going to fall to their counter? ASE Han diving in to try and protect his teammate, not instantly Monk ulting. This is the line that you go for when you're up against Ice Cream composition. You don't want to use that Monk ultimate immediately, as it gets absolutely burned through by the Ferrier, by the Syra, by that Justina. And now QGG jumping into that Ferrier mech, gets knocked around. He might get demeched, but no, he is going to get knocked back. Han is going to get disrupted. YZG, TXJ now coming out of that Syra Ultimate. CXZ eating a lot of damage. TXJ trying to deny these lines of sight from Han. Han constantly throwing out these grabs, trying to find something, still not able to do so. ASE constantly trying to hold one of them down, missed. Very low HP now. The grab does finally come through, but it's not enough time to get the slam. Missed. Does receive the healing from his zipping. The Justina dashing through, but actually almost gets taken out immediately on entry. QGG does find a heal. The F2 from the Farrier is going to come in, allowing for that follow-up combo. Xiao Wen dodging away, double tap dodge. Han going for the hold check, trying to force out this parry. TXJ goes for the double parry there. The jump parry, not able to find it. They do cancel. TXJ does find the uppercut though. QGG still fighting for his life. He's 1 HP, hasn't managed to stay healthy at all. And all of a sudden, wait a minute, ASE just explode and YZG go down. ASE securing the Realm of Yang win against the odds. They had the slight advantage on armor, and it made the difference against their pure counter in terms of composition.
Absolutely insanity. All the staggers led him out to one single spell swoop moment, and YZG now in that disarray motion again. And after a Romy Yang #1 loss, ASC are winning it, meaning that they have to space the heck out of here, man. They got a lot of gold on hand. Way too much gold on hand. Soul Jade farming coming through here for them if they need it. They're gonna go for supplies, or rather for item bags expansions and Soul Jade bag expansions. Otherwise, OUG winning their Romy Yang is gonna guarantee them some time into the shop as well, just to see if they can try to get armor. Otherwise, SS is gonna still have to work with that blue armor. OUG fight up against GG. Oh, man, three Romy Yang slots given towards the to the gamers on the match point, and 2 of them already in that Romy Yang depletion. LXM hot grab slam, no reset yet. We do see that Killing Guard not to be procced just at this moment, but we're needing to get counter out here from CGS. A late investment ultimate for the Tianhai. Really used in a precarious manner, just making sure he can try to go for it. If one thing is to the next, you know that Jingyu's gonna be looking for the proximity grabs. If anything, he's looking for a high ground position. He deforms them. And it's going to be a spotlight right now to see whose Kylan's going to be the better one. Baby U gets grabbed again here. There's going to be CGS looking for a double grab potential. He keeps his opponent on his hand as Baby U gets immediate combo breaker. He slashes out in the opposite direction. Tianhai ultimate is done. Now it's only going to be a matter of time. One last slash. That's all he's got. He doesn't do anything out past that point. And this range position right now, this position he's taken is really stretched away from his team in a beneficial spot. He can be anticipated at any which point. And CGS is going to be looking to try to go ahead in that 1v1. And there it is. Baby U just ganked that blue focused in the face. He gets a parry. Nicely done against 3-3-0. He gets the elimination. One hit to the next though, gives him the last necessary point of the parry. Combo breaker bell in the next, parry in the parry. That's CGS going down here in just a moment as Baby you look for the wind blast. One R&B F1 comes through here. Combo breaker in the midst of the parry mode, and I think it's going to be a 1v2 that finishes it off. No, it goes directly into the 1v1 with a 1 HP target who can get killed with a sneeze. And at that point, OUG right back into the action, are up against GG right outside of the Moonlight Courtyard, and they're forcing these guys' hands. CJS is actually at 1 HP once more into the fray from the team squad as he's getting hunted down, and that's OUG's elimination #5.
Oh my goodness, what a fight there. Baby U with the parries absolutely popping off. But now, speaking of pop-off, YZG, wait a minute. They found the engagement, they found the fight they needed. DRG have 2 members down already, but TE in the mix. The freeze is coming through. YZG on the front foot. They hardly lost any health whatsoever. CXZ was the lowest, but he's already in the mech. Xiaonan, wait a minute. TXJ out of nowhere gets onto the ballista, but he's got no repair kits. Now QGG, 1 HP in a dream. He's trying to disengage the Farrier mech. The turret shot just goes wide. The whiff denying the kill, unfortunately for TE. TE also on Yang depletion. They need those cleanses. Oh my goodness, but QGG does finally go down, but he was one of the players to get the cleanse. He was one of the players to cleanse that Yang depletion, meaning that he is resable now. TXJ and CXZ now have a difficult task ahead of them, and it looks as though it's gonna be a bit too difficult for CXZ. He is gonna go down, he is gonna fall. QGG still in that can form, waiting, praying that TXJ is gonna be able to make it out of this one alive and get that resurrection off. They do have the money. If he's able to disengage, he could potentially buy a rebirth charm if there are any left in the shop, but it looks as though he's going to try and go for the res. DRG, TE, and the rest of these players are looking at each other now, and they may have given him time to get this resurrection. No, oh my goodness, the parry comes through. DRG eating the damage. TXJ forced to use the combo break. It caught on the combo break by the flying knives, and there it is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, YZG fully eliminated from the lobby. They were looking so strong in that fight, but the third, the fourth, the fifth party coming through, making it that much harder. They couldn't surpass all of their limits, and they couldn't take them down and survive, unfortunately, so they do go back to lobby. GG also in dire straits right now. We're heading on over to OUG. They're taking a fight up against OA. I believe there's another team next. JL.
Baby U, ultimate cast, no healing guard. He's getting all these last hits. OA gets almost caught. He gets a nice F ability. He gets the armor swap, but I'm pretty sure Mon gets caught to the corner with a blue focus. There it is. SS elimination. OA is going to give them their 6 eliminations towards OUG, and OUG get palm lightning by 2 targets, maybe potentially 1. Gold Flying Eyes is going to be going through with ASC in the mix as Baby U ending out his ultimate. It still has just 30% left for his rage before he's got his ultimate, and Roman Yang 2 entry point right now. ASC are frame 1 in. You know this. Gonna have a universal slash on miss, having that jabbing, having that focus slide. Actually, that is not a jab. That man has an engraving. This is crazy. He's actually gonna have the God Tier Jade, and then they get it for free. And the advanced group on their hands for Xiao Wen as well. And look at this. Miss gets a free ultimate cast and can chase down. Oh, he's looking for a target right now. Oh my goodness gracious. You know, this team, dare I say it, is cast cursing it, but they have everything necessary to put them into the end game. The advanced group heal is one thing. Having all the days that would be able to disrupt units, that's exactly what's going through. But the fact they got the free Rummy Yang, with meaning Kylan can go outside of the Rummy Yang and just start pelting shots, and meaning that his team can come through here for support line. Look, Han goes ahead, gets the elimination. We're up to 11 kills for ASC. They look at Mist, looking to downtrodden himself from the ground, and bomb dash to make sure he can avoid the tumult circle and then reposition. Nicely done. Duncan. Oh my goodness gracious. This is absolutely incredible right now. These guys have it all in their hands, and it's just whether or not they can well it up.
Yeah, they're gonna. It's not over just yet. They still have to close out this game. But as you said, they have all the tools, all the things that they need in their pockets, on their backs, ready to go to secure the victory in this game. But it's not going to be easy. They still have to fend off all of these other players. OUG is still alive and kicking. GG, 1 member left alive, but we've seen it time and time again. They may be able to fully recover with some rebirth charms. It's definitely possible, but we'll have to wait and see on that front. For the moment, we do see OUG in close proximity to this team, to ASE, and now we're going to actually switch on over to a replay with OUG and GG fighting it out after the realm of Yang defeat for GG. Jinyu in that monk form catches LXM. Is he going to be able to get the regrab? No, he doesn't manage to find it. LXM does back off, hiding behind his monk, trying to disengage. That zipping ultimate is coming on through with the healing, keeping him topped up. The grab comes through onto, oh my goodness, to both of them. Insanity. 330 gets knocked down, taken out. The parry comes through onto Jinyu, but it doesn't matter. The 3v2 with Kylan all active, zipping all active, Vermilion Bird's Might, and that's what happened between OUG and GG. Unfortunately, GG did lose 2 members, but 1 is still left alive somehow. Now heading on over, back over to ASE. They don't stop. They're a steamroller going through the lobby right now, Serve. Can they be stopped?
I don't think so, bro. I'm gonna be honest. This team is the baker's dozen, 13. They got themselves going through here. I think everything is made. The constellations are aligning right now. We're talking about Orion's belt right now. My man looking at it for the 1-2-3. 1-2-3 release. Jinyu goes for the blue focus. He dab dodges though. He looks for OA to kick into the backline, and of course looking for the scare rush. I don't know. There's gonna be the kill elimination. OA is down. We're down with 7 teams left to go here in the mix, and OEG is the other contesting match point team. Otherwise, SR is still going through here, having 8 eliminations. Still having a Sandside and Syra is kind of also a scary notion, right, Duncan? Because if a Sandside and Syra works themselves out here and just starts slowly but surely, if they get, for instance, the Spirit Well, and it ends up being a huge gain for them. This could end up going through in a weird place where all the Tianhais are like, you know, we have to go ahead and just pop this team, you know, making sure they have no opportunity coming back into livelihood. Phantom said though for Baby U though, this is that insurance policy that makes it happen. If he doesn't get the melee aim assist, he can also avoid a target and then he can get something off. One moment is all a player needs in order to delete somebody from this one. DRG here are at 9 eliminations as well. And in this case scenario right now, purple armors on both Dongqing and Wushu 98 means that with Kakashi having the gold armor and scaling it up with ultimate, he's safe to go here. OUG though, fighting out between TE's youth, finding out the grapple cancel, doesn't get the stagger here. Jingyu's gonna be looking for it, and the bow shots are gonna be had. Parry attempt from Jingyu, very ambitious, but of course it's to make sure that if anything happens, you know, he's prepared for it. For Jingyu though, he's gonna have to really be able to look at youth and seeing about that +1 opportunity. I mean, this is a +1 in match point lobby, so if anything comes through, everything counts. So if any of the other teams like DRG want to take it, they can punish them. Otherwise, play it safe for y'all, and that's exactly what they're gonna be doing. They're gonna be playing it way safe, and we're going to the next Rummy or the next Spirit that should be spawning in here. As ASC back at the heart of a Mohism Haven, they're gonna be just hanging out here as the circle starts to close.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to say as well, I think the biggest threat to ASC right now is probably DRG. DRG is 9 kills. They've got momentum. They have a gold armor and 2 purple. They are definitely in a position to potentially cut down ASE. ASE, although they're on an absolute tear, they are still technically at a loot disadvantage. And when it comes down to it, the lobby is majority monk. So they probably wouldn't necessarily be opposed to allowing the team that just has the loot advantage to take the Spirit Well, because at the end of the day, it's that slight disadvantage could deter them. But here we are heading on over to ASE, OUG, DRG, all lurking at where this Spirit Well is about to spawn in. ASE on that ballista, trying to hold this space, threatening these players. Hey, come closer, buddy, come closer. I've got something for you. I've got a present. A ballista shot to the face. Oh, very nice indeed. And no, the Spirit Well is going to spawn in outside of the range of the ballista. He does disengage off of it. ASE Han and Jinyu both use their Monk Ultimus, immediately jumping onto that Spirit Well. Both of them showing that they desperately want to secure this one. Han disrupting Jinyu in that rock, paper, scissors fight with the Monk LMB. He does find the grab onto one of these players, sending him far away. Oh my goodness, just barely preventing the slam. Oh my god, Han! Oh my goodness, if he hadn't done that, it was cooked. If he hadn't done that, it was over. They would have died without a doubt, and it would have all been over. But Han, last second clutch, disrupting the double slam. Oh my goodness, and here it is. This is exactly what I was talking about. DRG, they actually played it very smart, waited that little bit longer, and jumped in later on, and are going to be able to secure that Spirit Well dub, secure the Spirit Well buff with the Draco Storm, giving them full agency to dictate the pace of this lobby.
On. He's got to be MVP after that one. I don't even care if his stats are like 5 times down lower than missed. He still deserves it. Obviously, right now, this is going to be that scary motion. We have to build rates per second. We got to get our ults back up online. For DRG to have this Spirit Well kited out here, look at Wushu 98. He's on the ballista. He's looking. He's lurking. Salt Smolder coming out here for Toxic could also spell trouble into the endgame circle with that last second burn tick. Oh, that would be a punishment and a half. So if anything comes out from the Spirit Well, any majority Jades could be of notion of the Aurora Burst, as I should say. The Aurora Burst would be a great chance to see if it can kind of be picked up, but it would also be the disruption tool and range shot denier at the end of the day. Still though, OUG is kiting around here, getting vision, getting everything that they can. A little bit pocketed ploy right now as ASC still having the same loot left and right. I do want to see if whether or not the Starfall does come in play from Han, if he does find any sort of usage of it. Otherwise, that engraving for miss with the longsword, that alone can cause someone to die. Just catching a jump R&B when they least expect it allows for a free blue focus from the Flying Knives if the stacker is just enough timing for them. But we do see OUG. They're taking it to ambush against TE's youth. They found, finally, my man's been kiting for life. He does get himself into a bit of a pickle. He's up against SR. And SR are a team that are literally right there at 8 eliminations. They are the 3rd place team in this lobby with the kill spread. F1 though gets thrown out in the opposite direction. Moonbane in this hit would not be a good spot. I think DRG is facing this. Now, we look at turn launch their opponents right there. Look for level 1.0 slash, maybe level 2. Dongqing looks to be very careful about this chance here. Remember, like I said, Kylan Kapari knows ultimate. This is the blue focus coming from behind you. He's able to kind of throw it back towards him. And hoping to see about it, Dongqing will cancel ult and go for a manual heal. Of course, looking at this Moonbane, I am precarious right now. I am curious and seeing if any of these teams really want to take the chances of just kiting around the corner. And even if they're on the circumference of it, it's still kind of a scary moment. Duncan, one hit leads to the next. We saw that happen in round 5.
Yeah, for sure. One hit can just immediately chain into a two more, and then you're just dead. We've all seen it. If any of you remember the Frostivus Moonbane incident, brother went from full gold, full health to dead within 1 frame. Literally 1 frame, he disappeared. Actually, it just goes to show how devastating Moonbane can be, and it's one of those RNG factors within the variables within the game that can be very, very punishing, and if you get unlucky, it is very, very dangerous. So a lot of the time, it's always just simply better to not take the risk, deny the possible death, and it's just safer. No? It's always better. That's why I think in this scenario they do just give up the chase and don't fully commit, especially considering that if they do fully commit and it doesn't go their way, they could very easily just get fully sent on by another team who is just waiting in the wings. But now, taking a look here, we do see DRG claiming the last Spirit Well, the final Spirit Well of the lobby. Gonna be picking up yet another Draco Storm. Absolutely huge from them. ASE still in the mix. They still have it in they still have it in their hands, the palm of their hands. 13 limbs. They are at the top of the leaderboard, and they could take it all right now. But DRG with triple gold armor and a purple armor on top of that, because they have a gold armor ready to go for the armor swap on the floor, as nobody else can claim it. We did see GG, I believe, take down the last remaining member of one of these players. I'm not sure exactly who it was. I think it was the Justina who was still running around, but he does finally get taken down. I think it was TE's youth, yeah. But oh my goodness, GG still in it as well. They did get that rebirth charm onto the Kylan, but only 2-man strong is going to be very, very difficult, especially now that the majority of the lobby is now monk teams, and that friendliness has somewhat dissipated. There is one Sand Siphon team left alive, but you know, they're all very willing to just feed anybody inside.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting play for GG. They could go for a cycle of destruction if the lobby allows it. At the end of the day, all it comes down to is just frame focusing, range shotting that Tian Hai once he enters that Roger state. Especially if there's only one of the teammate left alive, they will find that out real quick. Win style action coming out from the sidelines, all range shots, last 3 minutes on the clock, folks. This is going to be a motion between 2 non-match point teams and 3 match point teams. We have 5 teams total, and making sure that they can try to get out of here with the current finals for spring, and this is going to be the last game potentially for this season until you return later on. Otherwise, though, CGS is getting metered out here by SR. SR picking up maybe an elimination. Yes, they will. Up to 9. Contesting this out for LXM to be deleted. CJS is the last remaining squad mate for GG. DRG getting pelted by those range shots with the cannon shots. There is going to be the Kakashi procking out his ultimate. Xingyu actually going through and procking his ultimate as well as a response, and as well as Han to try to see if they can try to find out what is up. Because now that the smoke circle is down, it's only a matter of time once it ends up where SR are going to be left with only a Syra and a Takeda ultimate to defend themselves. There's going to be Rico procking out the ultimate. Look at the grab. Look at Junks. Look at the lobby. Oh my goodness, my eyes deceive me right now, but they are not. Junks gets lobby. He is out, and so is Zhao. SR completely dealt it out here, and there's going to be one more chance right there for the grab against SS. CGS finds it in the midst of all this. Mist finds himself with the flying knives. He's pushing himself to threshold. He's looking for the last 2 confirmations. Look at this. He switched over right into the play. They're just trying to look for a blue focus spam and trying to defend his teammates. Oh my goodness, the cannon shots are going in there on the ground level. We see the Kylan ultimate from Dongqing. He's looking at Rika. Rika looking a little bit tasty right now for the elimination. One army, there it is. DRG's Wuxi 98 finds elimination here. Gets himself up to 11. He's looking against ASC. He's trying to poke the bear, and he's making sure he can go right in their face because they can't really do anything about it here. And this is going to go CGS in OUG's favor. OUG picking up a +8 overall, and ASC here. Last minute on the clock right now, Duncan. This is going to be the hypest moment so far if one of these match point teams ends up getting this win.
Oh, absolutely. And Xiao Wen taking his team up to 15 eliminations. DRG on 11, OUG on 8. OUG obviously biggest disadvantage. They've lost a member. Last man standing is that Kylan missed. Currently dashing around. Baby U is going to get grabbed up by Kakaishi. The denial from Han. Wait a minute. I think it might be over. Baby U, the kill for him goes over to ASE. Missed picking it up. Han with the huge clutch to defend the slam, to deny the kill. Kakaishi not able to get anything done right now. The revenge of Kakaishi pushing him into the zone, but it's not going to be enough. He still has all of that armor underneath that hulking form. The Vajra state expires. Mist still grappling around, dashing around, trying to find something with the golden pulse orb. The focus line, there it is! Han taking down WX98. The focus release onto DRG. Kakaishi goes down, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's undeniable. ASE are gonna be your Spring Split Trios Nbpl Grand Finals champions.
既然新生，新王当立，2025 Nbpl 3排冠军属于 ASE。哇哦，今天的300比赛同样非常的精彩。接下来让我们请出来我们本次2025春季赛3排新冠军 ASE 的3位成员来到我们的舞台上，来有请。同样，现场所有的铁宝们，我们也把你们的掌声和呐喊声再次送给他们，捧起属于你们的冠军奖杯吧。有请3位。哇哦！此时此刻，天空下起了金色的雨。我相信啊，今天在上海体育馆，在3排的这个春决，每一支队伍都是为所有热爱永劫无间的玩家朋友们送上了精彩的博弈。此时此刻，最想对支持你们的粉丝们说点什么？谢谢支持，先付一下。来，话筒给到这边，韩王。今天此时此刻，你最想说的那句话，属于你的那句名言，大声的跟所有支持你们的粉丝们说一遍。
你弟韩王，无限猖狂！
哇哦！把掌声送给韩王。接下来，教练员和你的好兄弟都在身边，有什么话想跟他们分享一下？
就首先非常感谢我的。队友，然后我的家人跟我的教练嘛，然后还有我的女朋友。因为我在决赛之前我做错了一件事情，所以我很想弥补回来。然后我现在也做到了，我就是今天不留遗憾了，真的。
那此时此刻，我觉得一个大大的拥抱可以化解这一切。来，我们就把掌声送给他们。好的，接下来话筒传递到教练，我们不要忘记我们的教练员。那问一下我们的精神吧，从职业选手转型做教练，又做了经理，作为永劫赛场上的全能王，走到现在，天空下起了金色的雨，捧起了这个冠军奖杯。最想对自己或者最想对这支队伍分享点什么？
you want to say to yourself or your team?
没有做好嘛，就是去年捷杯的时候，
So to be honest,
然后去年我就带我队员他们一起去捷杯现场看了，我说你们一定可以站在这个更大的舞台上面去证明自己。然后今年小孩子加入，
went to the Jacob together, and when we look at the stage, and I told them we also want to qualify for the Jacob. And today, you know, it's out of my imagination, and I really want to say thank you to all my teammates that you guys just make my dream, my championship dream come true.
所有的努力，
Yeah, I
最
know
终可以
because
捧
you
起
are
属于你
team
们
and
的
you are
冠军
together
奖杯。
and
这边有什么话要分享？
be the championship. Anything you want to say?
先一等吧。那么接下来的话呢，我们将会进入到本场的第
Okay,
一个荣
and I
耀时
think
刻。
we
我相
have
信啊，熟
honor
悉
time for you, and
NBPL 的所有的
more
玩家
things
朋友
want
们
to
都
say
知道，
maybe
我们
a
的
little bit
冠军
later.
卷轴将会
So
送到
now
我
it's
们
time for us
的
to
冠军印
welcome
章上。
our
来，
Skirmishes
我
and
们所有
Seal
的
to
选
the
手来
center
到我们的
of
冠军
stage.
卷
Okay,
轴以及
welcome.
我们的冠军烛龙印前。 我们将会把我们本次2025 Nbpl 3排的新科冠军 ASE 的冠军卷轴挂在我们的
Now we can
舞台
see
上。
the Skaro show us the
来，
new
我们
king
先
of the
展示一
Trolls
下
game
ASE
now.
的战队
We
logo， 对
can
着我们的镜头
also
看前面。
show your seal to the camera.
同样，在这个
Now
冠军卷轴上盖上属于
Now it's time for
ASE
you to
的冠
stamp
军
your
烛龙印。
logo on the Skaro.
来，所有的选手以及教练员站到我们的卷轴前。 一起看一下前方，
Okay,
让我们
now
用
it's
镜头
time
记录
to
下这值得纪念的时刻。同样，
take
现
a
场
photo
留守到
together.
现在的每一位接宝，你们都是最棒的！再次把你们的呐喊声和掌声
Let's
送给
scream out their
2025
name to our new
Nbpl 3
king
排新王
2025
ASE。
Nbpl Spring Split, the new king Trolls Game Championship Team ASE.
来，所有的选手与教练员来到我们的屏幕前方，因为每一次啊，在我们的3排的最后一刻。 都会有一
We know
个
in the Trolls team,
MVP 的诞生。那么同样的话，
yeah,
我们接下来也将会有我们所有的选手颁发属于他们的第2个荣耀。同样，我们也请上见证荣耀的嘉宾，让我们欢迎的是网易集团高级副总裁、网易雷火事业群首席技术官成龙先生，有请您。
And our
那
special
同样
guest
的话，我
today,
相信接下来在
Mr.
这份
Chen
荣耀的
Long.
加持下
Welcome.，
我们也会把下一个悬念给揭晓。 不过，我觉得此时此刻，这支队伍每一位选手都值得我们所有人的认可和鼓励。FMVP 属于队伍的每一位选手。
I know not only for the FMVP, it's not only belong to one person, it belongs to all
通过
your
了一整年的努
teammates.
力，这支队伍经历了起起伏
The
伏，
one day
如同刚才
effort,
教练员小金
and
所说
also，
压力
we
很大
heard,。
同样
what，
这
Jin
3位
said.
他的爱将，他的爱徒。
You
也
guys
通过自己
really
的
work
拼搏
hard，in
让他
this
最终
spring
实现了
split and
冠军的捧杯。有
finally
请，
get this honor time.
有请我们的颁奖
And
嘉宾
please welcome our special guest, Mr.
我们的
Chen.
成龙先生来一起宣布我们本次的
Now it's time to
MVP
tell
是
us who is
小温
FMVP.
恭喜小温。
小温 Congratulations,
那同样的话，有
Wen
请我们的
get
成
the
龙先生和我们的所有的选手一起看一
MVP.
下前方，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。
Now
同
it's
样
time，to take
无论
the
是
photo
FMVP
together
还是这
and
支
let's
新科冠军，
remember
都是这个
special
春天
time.
最美丽的一个跨卷，最美丽的一个归属。好的，再次感谢成龙先生，谢谢，不惜管理，谢谢。来，话
Thank
筒
you,
再次
thank
给到
you,
景
Mr.
晨。
Chen.
来这里。哇哦！其实今天在来之前啊，我相信很多支持你们的，包括来这次上海体育馆看比赛的热爱
I
羽球的
believe
大家们
before
都
you
是
guys
支持
just
每支队伍
came
那
to
你
the
感觉
grand
今天在来之前
final,
怎么样
a
克服
lot
这个
of
压力，
like
并且把支持你们的粉
fans
丝转化
did
成动力，
talk
在
a
赛场上
lot
最终
to you,
捧
and I
得这
want
个
to
冠军
know
奖杯。
how you guys just address your
我觉得
psychology
就
before the
是
grand
也有单
final.
排的原因吧，因为昨天我
I
们
think
单排还
because
是带了遗憾的，
have some
所以
reason
今天
of the solo
然后
game because
就
like
是我们俱乐
yesterday
部就
we
比较
really
团结，
have
就是
some
大家就
pity
相处的
and like
就
our
单3排
team
其实都是一
really
家人，
work
所以
work
今天也
hard
特别想把
together
这个遗憾弥补回来，然后大家都憋
and
了
we
一口
really want
气
to。make up
哎
the
今天这个
pity
遗憾来了
from
没有？
他
yesterday.
在路上。
I would like to know
这遗憾
so
在路上
this
可还行
pity，
确实是他的风
this
格
pity
啊
solo game of
那么同样的
solo
话，
game
弥补了
player
这个遗
that
憾。那么
he
其实屏幕前线的
came
镜
here
头里是不是还有个人？
today
好像有点远，
and
是有什么话跟
he's
他
still on
分享
his
一
way.
下啊？
就是还有就是我们老板也是
And anything you want to say to your
从
boss?
国外飞回来看这次总决赛嘛，
Yeah,
然后
because I know
我
our boss
也挺感激
he's
他一直对我的支
he's
持，因为去年
abroad
确实也没有做好，然后
and
今年春季赛
really
我也做回来
fly a
了，也
long
是达到了他
time
的预期了。
to
接下来
Shanghai
话筒
to
传递
watch the grand
刚才
final.
啊，一个
And
大
I
大
would
的
like
拥
to
抱
say thank
也
you.
是再次证明了我们 永劫无间，
And
也
we
是
know
兄
that
弟无间。
you guys
此
just
时此刻获
fought,
得这个冠军，
and
今天来之
this
前有
means
想
not
过可以捧
only
杯，
that
此时此刻
you're
最想对
your
身边的这
feeling
些好
and
兄弟
your
们说的话是
relationship
什么呢？
between your teammate. Anything you want to say
你
to
们太牛逼
teammate?
了，我是废物，下期
You
继续
guys
带
are
我。
so excellent.
接下来的
You
目标
guys
又
so
是什么呢？
excellent. I
接下来的目
really
标
want
的
to
话
hug
就
you.
是
And
就过好
please,
每一天嘛，
we
开开
will.
心心的，
I
然后
wish
希望我家人跟我身边的朋友、我的队友们都
together
健康平安。
happily and
好的，接下来话筒传递
we'll get
又给到了你弟韩王，韩王此时此刻
more
拿下了
championship.
这个冠军，也实现了。其
I
实，
would
在
like to know,
我们之前说过啊，
Han,
昨天有一个
I
小
know
插曲，我想问
like
谁可以
yesterday
捧得冠军奖杯？韩王说了句什么？跟大家分享一下。
Yesterday there's a
明
little
天看
story.
我
Can
表
you
演。
show?
看你表演，
show
表演完了
with
之
us?
后，此时此刻最想对支持你的粉丝以及整个支持
Look
ASE
at
的
me,
粉丝们说点什
eyes
么？
on me, and
谢谢你
look
们
at
一
my
直以来对我
performance.
们的支持吧，我
And
们
also, I want
会
to
继
say
续努力
to all the fans,
冲
thank
击
you
更多
for
的
your
荣誉吧。
support.
好的，
and
话筒继续传递。
Thank you
哇
for
哦
your support, everyone.
此时此刻
and
获得
we
了
will
另外
get
一份荣耀的
better
一个升级，
score
最想对支持自己
in
的
the
粉丝们
future.
分享点什么
Just？believe
想
us
问
and thank you.
ASE 的王朝才刚刚开始，
那王朝该如何建立？
小文，
大满贯。
I would
大
like
满
to
贯
say,
在昨天单排的舞台上，
the
也是
key
我们的 Verse 提到过，
for
整个
the
2025 年的一个
ASE
规划。
is
那
just
么同样的话
the
，ASE 也是
and
通
our
过今
ambition
天
is
三
to
排的
get
一个
all
新
the
王登基
championship，this
给我
year.
们所有热爱永劫无间的玩家朋友们，也是立
Wow,
下
I
了自
think
己
I
的下一个
know
目标。
now
那么同样
all
还要再
the
问一下
NARAKA
接下来的话，
players,
其实
you are
对于整个
really excited.
2025
Like 2 days
自己
we
作为
got
教
the
练员
two
怎么样的一个规划呢？
new king, our new championship
我
for
觉得
the
今年其实算永杰
NBPL.
很
And I
重
would
视
like
了
to
一年，就
say
是不
how
管
you
是金杯
feeling,
还是沙特
coach?
杯，包括明年
Yeah,
的
I
亚运
think
会，
it's
就是我
really
尽
an
量
important,
希望我的选手都
important
能参与。
year for
每一个重大
NBPL
赛事
because
都
we
希
do
望
not only
ASE
have the
所有的选手
regular
都可以参
like
与。
the
那么同样，今
spring
天其实
split or
所有
summer
参与到
split,
本次
we
的
also
12支
have
队伍，
a
评价一
lot
下
of
他们的
like
一个表
world
现，大家也
championship
都染尽
and
了啊。
really important for
就是
everyone
我感
and
觉
we
每一
really
支
want
战队
to
其实
work
都很有
hard.
实力，然后
And
如
you know
果上一
every
把，
team you
特
guys
别是
really
YZG
did great
给
job.
人的压力特别大，如果
Especially
自己没
YZG,
有
you guys
连
really
续比赛的
give
话，
us
这
a
个冠军可能
big
就易主了。所以
like big
感觉
pressure.
今天是质量很高的一场。
没错
This year，is
正如同刚才我们的
really
金教练所
high
说，
quality
今
this
天的
year
每一场对决，每一支队伍都是拼尽了自己的所有努力。虽然在这个赛场上或许会有遗憾，但是冠军只有一个。那么接
We
下来
know
的
that
话
there's a lot of
，3、2、1，
story on
一
this
起喊一
stage.
下
Whatever is
ASE，
the tears
好不好
or the？
来
joy，or
所有
the
的教练员以及
happy
我们的
or
选手，
nervous.
同样现
But
场留守
I
到
know
现
it's
在所有
time
的
for you to
热爱
enjoy
永劫
your
无间的
honor
玩家朋友
time
们
and，please
大声的
all
一起
the
来
audience,
喊出我们的
whatever
冠军名字
all set，
他们是。
Our new king team
再一次把掌声送给
ASE。
2025 NBPL 春季赛新科三排冠军 ASE， 再一次捧起属于你们的冠军奖杯，享受荣耀时刻
Now
吧！
it's time to enjoy your honor time.
Massive congratulations to ASE getting themselves out here for the grand finals and allowing for themselves to win out the spring split, earning a lot of finals points going through here and allowing for them to just carry on over to the end of this year towards J Cup. And this is really a big notion for ASE. I mean, they were kind of going up against the monoliths to this year. And considering their year's past experience, being able to earn out the spring split finals definitely is a congratulations to have in order.
Oh, absolutely. It's such a huge thing for them. Not only is it going to be a huge mental boost for them for later on this year, but hey, a big bag of money for them. It's going to be very, very nice indeed. Taking it back home with them to the org ASE. They're bound to be over the moon with it. Absolutely. So huge props to them. You said it. You said it. The Titans that they were going up against. It was not an easy battle, but they managed to do it nonetheless.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of a a funny notion going through here. I mean, listen, I mean, ASC kind of had their motions in the past year, a little bit of issues here and there, but then again, coming together when it needed to happen the most, especially the Han. The man, the hour, the myth, the legend. My man came through and he saved the game. He saved the game. A double grab denial on both of his teammates. It could have been better of a situation for him to use his Tian Hai Vajra at just the right amount of time, at the right amount of moments to be had. But listen, going out there, Zhao Wen, FMVP. My man comes out here as the victor, as being the most valuable player for the team. So coming through in this game, with these marks against, all the major players, especially from YZG, from TXJ, and then even with OUG with Baby U. Just these are guys that come through at the starting points that can just change the game completely by their own play styles, where other players want to try to adopt to it, and then being able to be the one for the season. That's exactly where he kind of set himself up for, Duncan.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, yeah, Han popped off in that last game. If he hadn't denied the double grab, if he hadn't denied the kill from the enemy monk in the last few moments from DRG, it could have gone DRG's favor. They could have won it. It ended up being very, very sort of, it ended up being very heavily in their favor because of those few kills, and because of the fact that not only did they deny the kill, but they denied the slam from the enemy monk on DRG, meaning that Kakaishi lost a big chunk of his health, meaning that he was much more vulnerable and ended up going down potentially because of that. So actually huge. The entire team doing so well. We're fully gassing them up right here, but we have to give props to everybody else as well. DRG did so well. 13 kills, 15.5. SR performed. OUG, GG, YZG, Wolves. Everyone. We didn't have the best performance at the bottom of the leaderboard, WBG and Powder, but oh my goodness, did everyone put up a fight today? Everyone put so much effort into these games today, and it was a massive day, a very, very exciting day to say the least for NBPL.
This is going to be where we're going to look at the top 6 leaderboards coming through here. Everyone here gets ranking points straight through from the spring. So looking at JL with 53.7, 64.2 for DRG, 15.5 points in the game, right? 71.7 for OAG, and YCG with 83.7, but 92 for GG, giving them the second place spot. And then with ASC actually just going through. But look at Baby U, my man on top. My man got the damage, my man got the kills. And he's going to be the highest between all the players in today's games. Beating out LXM, who's in the second place, Xiaowen in third place for ASC. So with that being said, that means that he may actually end up being the, I'm not sure, we have to double check and see, but if he ends up going through here, he could have the value for that. I know for a fact though, when it comes through for it, there he is. And it's the Bloody Yama. My man's the highest. Yeah, I was about to say, he's got to be the Bloody Yama in this instance. So 49 kills is going to be the case, 4 average kills coming in 3 games, and 191,000 damage. And that is just massive. That gets him the title, that gives him the emotion, that makes him go through in. So with this chance, hoping to see what's going to be coming through in the future for these players. Roster changes are a little bit more severe coming through, I know that for sure, but these guys are looking locked in, and there it is. Jai went with the FMVP for the finals most valuable player. But Duncan, yeah, like you said, we gassed him up, but everyone did. DRG in the endgame circle was kind of close. The Tian Hai is in the endgame circle. That was a crazy motion, but the players knew exactly what was going to be necessary, and ASC were the ones who came out on top, regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh my goodness, we saw the Sand Siphon team just getting absolutely obliterated by everyone in those final moments. When everybody popped, when all the monks popped their ultimates, and everybody was just hiding behind their monks' feet, and the only targets were really the Sand Siphon comp. It was rough for them. Oh my goodness, they got absolutely slammed. They couldn't do anything at all. Unfortunately, there was no terrain to allow them to break line of sight properly, to be able to actually avoid the pressure. So they just got picked apart, and then from that moment on, it was back and forth. It was so close, but ASE, massive clutch up from them. I still can't get over the month play there. That was insane. Absolutely amazing to watch. I really do feel bad though for YZG. They made it. They made it to match point eligibility along with ASE, of course, but they couldn't manage it. They couldn't get over the line, and that happens time and time again. They couldn't make it through, and these other heavy hitting teams just coming out on top in the end. But ASE, they made it. They made it, and I'm very happy for them because they certainly performed as best as they could today, and they showed up everybody else for sure.
Yeah, I think one thing is for Notion is that with this final being the first of its kind where a certain character is banned out, the teams learned to adapt quickly. Getting out No Wu Chen meant that there was new involvements of strategies to be formed out, and I think a lot of these teams really took a position on what was going to be necessary to be picked up. First off, in the first 3 rounds, obviously, as mentioned before, those no hero point allocation rules, that means that you need to be able to adjust to what you have available. You can't use the usual comps, and especially when that major comp, that the AOT comp, that blind day comp, however which way you want to call it, that ends up not being available for you as a primary pick. This gives you, something on the back of the water. And ASE, like I said, they've been testing things out since the beginning of the season. Seeing about where that Viper, that Justina and the Syra and the combination pick comes through, where that Viper gets taken away from the Viper Wuchen Tessa, and then using it to catapult themselves to match point, and then allowing for them to really just showcase what it's worth. This is going to be something that sets us up before we go into the Koi Cup later on this year. And considering that we have the EWC entering into late August, players, the teams, things can change between now and season 17. Things can change now until then, and just a matter of a couple balance changes, whether a character gets fully revamped or new usages of character skills then get found out, such as when we saw with Hadi later on in the beginning of last year, seeing about the lever and just using his ultimate, the cube, and any sort of sense of bastion, just to see about what the teams are able to develop out of that. And of course, even before that, with looking at Zai, having Zai to be picked up in a way that was never seen before with Matari, and allowing it to be that budget economy pick, just deal massive amount of damage in a max capacity.
Oh, absolutely. And hey, we can't forget the fact that we're only just at the end of the spring split. We've got new characters coming in. We're going to have a couple new characters come in to play into the game before the year is out. Before the next season, next split, we'll have a new character for sure. The next season, which is going to be the mark of the anniversary as well, is going to be massive for the game in so many different ways. But in terms of meta, the new character is going to be a huge influence, I imagine, as hey, they usually are. We've seen it before, as you just mentioned, the Hadi, the Zai, Kylin, everything. Syra was a huge impact on the meta leading into J-Cup last year. But oh my goodness.
Well, guys, this is going to be the end of a long road. 10 weeks have been condensed out, and we actually reach ourselves to the closing points. Congratulations against the ASE. Thank you all for taking part this season with the Nbpl. My name is Severio, alongside with Dunkin' Donuts. We're going to say farewell for now, and we'll see you guys later on this year. See ya. Take it easy.